The lecturer is Thomas F.X. Noble, Professor of History and Chair of the Department of History at the University of Notre Dame. Professor Noble earned his B.A. in History at Ohio University and his M.A. and Ph.D. in Medieval History at Michigan State University. Professor Noble is the author, co-author, or editor of 10 books and has published more than 40 articles, chapters, and essays. His co-authored textbook, Western Civilization, The Continuing Experiment, is in its 5th edition. His research has concentrated on late antiquity and the early Middle Ages, focusing on the history of the city of Rome, the history of the papacy, and the age of Charlemagne. Professor Noble has held fellowships from the National Endowment for the Humanities and research grants from the American Philosophical Society. He is an elected fellow of the Medieval Academy of America and of the International Society for the Study of the Latin Middle Ages. In 2008, Professor Noble received the Edmund P. Joyce CSC Award for Excellence in Teaching from the University of Notre Dame. In 1999, he was awarded the Alumni Distinguished Professor Award by the University of Virginia, that university's highest award for teaching excellence, and a David Harrison III Award for Outstanding Undergraduate Advising. Professor Noble prepared the course guidebook that comes with these lectures. The course guidebook includes a detailed outline of each lecture, a timeline, a glossary, biographical notes, maps, and a bibliography. To get the most out of this course, you may find it useful to follow along with the outlines or review them before or after each lecture.
Hello, and welcome to this course of lectures on the changes and triumphs of the world of late antiquity. My name's Thomas Noble. For many years I've been director of the Medieval Institute at the University of Notre Dame, and I've just been appointed chairman of the History Department at the university. I've been studying this world that we're going to talk about in this course of lectures for more than 30 years. It was really becoming an interesting subject for exploration when I was in graduate school. So as we go along here, what we want to talk about are, first of all, the issues involved in one of the most dynamic, creative, tumultuous, important, original, and fundamental periods in human history. That's the proposition I offer. Over the course of 36 lectures, we'll see if I can deliver on that particular proposition. But I want to begin by posing the idea that studying late antiquity is a problem. What does that mean? Why is it a problem to study late antiquity? Well, let's see if here, in the next few minutes, we can come to some understanding of why this might be a problem. The problem itself has actually arisen most acutely in the last generation. As I mentioned a moment ago, when I was a student, this issue was really just for the first time raising its head. The origins of the term late antiquity are somewhat obscure. It appears that the phrase was first used among art historians in the late 19th century. They were looking for a way to characterize the art that emerged after classical art had begun to decline, or at any rate to change, and before medieval art in all its rich profusion had really begun to emerge. Roughly speaking, the period from about 300 to 600 AD. What we'll see in some later lectures, when we'll have a chance really to talk about the art and the architecture of this world, is that classical forms, classical styles, classical modes of production persisted, but the subject matter of art changed dramatically. So it was an attempt to capture this art, old styles, new subject matter, that spawned in amongst art historians a tendency to discuss the world of late antiquity. In 1971, the then young and relatively unknown historian Peter Brown, now one of the most distinguished historians in the world, professor at Princeton, he was then at Oxford, published a small book called The World of Late Antiquity. This was like a bolt of lightning in the academic world, and nothing has ever been quite the same since. By 1996, 25 years after Brown's book, the distinguished historian Glenn Bowersock was able to say rather serenely, the time has come for scholars, students, and the educated public in general to treat the period between 250 and 880 as a distinctive and quite decisive period that stands on its own. In other words, it would have seemed in a way that the problem had either passed away or perhaps that there was a sense that students and the general public hadn't yet really come to an understanding of what this problem was, or indeed why there is one. So let's talk about this a little bit in the next few minutes. The problem of late antiquity has several dimensions. First of all, why must we make a case for it? Why must we argue for this particular way of thinking about this period that runs from sort of, well, 300 to 600 or 250 to 880, which then, of course, leads us into a second problem. What exactly, pardon me, what exactly are the chronological boundaries of this period? When do we start and when do we end? In what respects is this period distinctive? In what sense is this period quite decisive? Quoting again Bowersock here. How do we understand this period? Now, let's approach the problem by beginning with some of the traditional understanding against which upholders of the late antique model have struggled. As is, I think, pretty well known, it was Renaissance humanists who first created the tripartite model of European civilization: ancient, medieval, modern. Now, medieval thinkers themselves, this is important to say, thought in terms of long-term continuities. For example, Alcuin, who was a great friend of Charlemagne, late 8th, very early 9th century, Alcuin commented, as Charlemagne was building his new capital at Aachen or Aix-la-Chapelle in France, Alcuin commented that to this new Rome was being added the wisdom of Athens and the faith of Jerusalem, so it would be greater than all the Romes that had preceded it. But again, you see no sharp break, continuity. Greece, Jerusalem, Rome, Aachen. In the 12th century, Bernard of Chartres, great teacher in the school of Chartres, had said, "We are as dwarfs seated on the shoulders of giants, that we might see more and further than they, yet not in virtue of the keenness of our eyesight or the breadth of our vision, but alone because we're raised aloft on that giant mass." Now note two things there. First of all, smack in the middle of the Dark Ages, he said, "We see more and further than they." No sense of, oh, poor us, it's the Dark Ages and we can't see anything. No, we see more and further than they. But an acknowledgement that we are great because we are raised aloft on that giant mass. Once again, a powerful sense of continuity, not of rupture. It was among Renaissance thinkers in the 14th and 15th centuries that we begin to see the emergence of the idea that Rome had fallen, ushering in a dark age from which they, these Renaissance humanists, were only beginning to recover. Rabelais had said, "Out of the thick Gothic darkness our eyes are being enlightened by the brilliant light of the sun." Well, these kinds of comments were self-serving. They tell us a great deal about the people who made them, but they don't really tell us very much about the history of this period when the Roman world was apparently passing away. So, the first aspect of the problem of late antiquity is that it was invented in the Renaissance. Not by the people who experienced it, not by those who came immediately after, but by people who came a long time after this late antique period. In lots of ways, our modern understanding of this period takes its rise from the writings of Edward Gibbon. Gibbon was born in 1737, died in 1794. He set the standard with his magisterial The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, which he published in many volumes between 1776 and 1787. Gibbon once said, "It was among the ruins of the Capitol that I first conceived the idea of a work which has amused and exercised near 20 years of my life." Gibbon was sitting in the ruins of the Roman Forum and reflecting on these people, the people who had built these magnificent buildings, which he, of course, then could only view in ruin. Now, Gibbon had read Montesquieu, the great French philosophe, born in 1689, died in 1755. He had read Montesquieu's Considérations sur la cause de la grandeur des Romains et de leur décadence, considerations, reflections on the grandeur of the Romans and on their decadence. Now, like many before him and since, Gibbon believed somehow that he lived in a decadent age. And he felt, therefore, that Rome somehow held lessons. Now, let me just invite you to reflect. How many times have you seen, for example, a letter to the editor in a newspaper where someone says, well, you know, given fill in the blank that we see around us now, we're going the way Rome did. You see, there's always a sense that the fall of Rome has lessons somehow for other people in other times and in other places. Most often, the lessons are poorly, inaccurately, unfairly drawn, but nevertheless, that doesn't prevent people from drawing them. Now, Gibbon was a magnificent stylist. He was a master of the art of rhetoric, but he was also a very fine historian. So he didn't produce his great work simply as a great work of rhetoric. No, he had very specific kinds of explanations for what had happened to this Roman world. He said in the first place, for example, that Rome had succumbed due to immoderate greatness. Immoderate greatness. Now, this was Gibbon's way of signaling internal problems in the Roman world. Fundamentally, its sheer size and complexity. That it would have been difficult over a very long period of time to sustain this empire. He also, however, pointed to barbarism and religion in the famous 28th chapter of his Decline and Fall. Now, sometimes he said religion, sometimes he said superstition. This was Gibbon's way of signaling external forces, which in his view had weakened the Roman world. As we'll have occasion to see in just a minute, I'll speak briefly about this. In later lectures, we'll speak in considerable detail about this. What Gibbon was really talking about was the rise and triumph of Christianity. This was the religion which Gibbon saw as an enervating force. Now, it's important to bear in mind, too, that Gibbon's Rome stretched from the reign of Marcus Aurelius, who was emperor from 161 to 180, to the fall of Constantinople to the Turks in 1453. Well, Rome was declining and falling for a very long time. Very long time indeed. Now, other historians, sailing often in Gibbon's wake, and in light of additional research, much of it archaeological actually, other historians preferred to speak of the later Roman Empire. In other words, there was a tendency to think of the earlier Roman Empire, or sometimes the High Roman Empire, the empire from Augustus Caesar at the very end of the 1st century BC until the end of the Severan dynasty at the very beginning of the 3rd century AD, to think of this as Rome's heyday. These were the great days of the Roman Empire, and after that, perhaps down to the traditional fall of Rome in 476, indeed in September of 476, when the last Roman emperor in the West was deposed, or perhaps down to about 600, when the Eastern Roman Empire began to experience a variety of interesting and difficult problems, or perhaps down to the middle of the 8th century, when barbarian kingdoms and the Islamic Caliphate were fully in place, or perhaps down, as Bowersock had said, to 880 AD, when the Carolingian dynasty, the dynasty of Charlemagne, had really begun to sort of run out of gas. All right, but in any case, some historians simply speak about the later Roman Empire. And in lots of ways, they don't try to make positive or negative assessments of this period. The great rhetorical force of Renaissance writers, or even of Edward Gibbon, was largely not their project. They simply said, this Roman Empire, this later Roman Empire, is different. Now, they acknowledged that the Roman Empire changed in dramatic ways. But they tended sometimes to speak very serenely about all this, and sometimes, following in Gibbon's wake, to speak in tropes of decay, decline, decadence, fall, and so on. Now, they acknowledged, for example, that certain emperors, whom we shall discuss in later lectures, took bold and ultimately unsuccessful steps to arrest the decline. In other words, the Romans did not sit idly by and watch their world decline and fall. They attempted in all sorts of fundamental ways to address this world, to address its problems, to address the great issues, pardon me, facing this world, and to try to do something about the difficulties that the Roman world was experiencing. So, we have a period that begins by pretty general consensus in the 3rd century and runs, well, some centuries beyond that. And it seems to be a time when the Roman world is changing, to be sure, but perhaps also a time when the Roman world is declining, is falling, is decaying, and so on. So the question arises, in a way, what's at stake in talking about late antiquity? I mean, don't we all know that Rome declined and fell? That's that. Darkness descended. We fell into the Middle Ages, Europe's 1,000 years without a bath. And then we had a Renaissance, and the lights were all turned on again, and we began taking our first baby steps towards modernity. So good thing, bad thing, good thing. The traditional tripartite division of Western history. Don't we sort of all know that? Isn't that what everybody knows? Well, what I'm going to try to suggest in this course of lectures is that if we know that, we need to unknow it. We need to rethink this period. We need to understand it in quite different ways. Now, why has it in some ways been difficult to understand this period in the way that Peter Brown began teaching us to understand it, in the way that Glenn Bowersock says we should now simply accept? Case closed. One obstacle to rethinking this period has actually been the sheer conservatism of classics curricula in schools and universities. Now, the so-called classics curriculum, that is to say the study of the classical, the canonical Greek and Roman authors, was something essentially fixed by the Renaissance. And then it passed into school usage, passed into university teaching, passed in certain ways into general public understanding of the period. So this is Homer and Aeschylus and Sophocles and Euripides and Thucydides and Herodotus and Plato and Aristotle and Cicero and Virgil and Tacitus and Horace and so on. All right. In that curriculum, there had never been any authors who wrote after about 200 AD. In other words, there had always been a notion that after about that period, nobody wrote anything that was worth much and nothing that we really needed to pay serious attention to, and so in a way our study can stop. In an interesting kind of way, this later Roman Empire, or what we're going to call late antiquity, had always been sort of lopped off at about 200. Nothing sacred about that. It's a notional date, but it's approximately correct. Historical study, of course, had traditionally focused on politics, government, institution, war, diplomacy. It was a study of the great, the powerful. It was oftentimes really an adjunct of biography. Well, one of the things that was characteristic of Peter Brown's book, The World of Late Antiquity, and one of the things, as we'll see in some of our later lectures, that has been fundamental to this world of late antiquity, and let's bear in mind the whole thing finally traces itself back, not to constitutional, institutional, legal, political historians, but to art historians. One of the things that characterizes the way we talk about late antiquity is the cultural phenomena in which this world is so very, very rich and creative. These were not phenomena widely studied in earlier times. They were the kind of things that Gibbon, as we saw a few minutes ago, pardon me, tended to regard as enervating, as sapping Rome's strength and its character and its moral fiber. Well, we may very well view these kinds of things somewhat differently. Let me just give you one example of what's at stake here. If I were to ask you, who was the most prolific author in all of Latin letters? You'd think, well, perhaps it was Cicero, and that would be a good choice. You might think Livy, the great Roman historian, that wouldn't be a bad choice. In point of fact, it was Aurelius Augustinus, the Bishop of Hippo in North Africa, one of the Church Fathers, a figure with whom we shall be much occupied in later lectures. He himself had been a professor of rhetoric. He was a wordsmith. He was a master stylist. And yet, in a way, you see, with the old model, he didn't count. He simply didn't count. Well, we're going to count him. We're going to find a way to understand a world that could make a figure like Augustine. Now, there is no question that the Western Roman Empire vanished. That is true. We're not going to deny that here. In a later lecture, I'll talk in some detail about exactly what happened over the course of the 5th century and then in the supposedly decisive year 476, when the last Roman emperor in the West was deposed and the Western Empire came to an end. But wouldn't you agree that it is a little peculiar to equate the passing of a particular institutional constitutional regime with a civilizational catastrophe? In other words, perhaps there always ought to have been a little more in play here. There ought to have been a little bit more in the discussion. Somehow or another, we need to be able to think more capaciously, more broadly, more sympathetically about this world. If, as we shall see, Christianity was central to the world of late antiquity. Are we content to see this, to see Christianity as something that was weakening, something that was enervating, something that was destructive of all that had been great and good in the Roman world? I dare say most people would not actually find that proposition comfortable if they were to think about it a little bit. And yet, that has always been sort of at the heart of this notion that the Roman world declined and fell, or perhaps also at the heart of a sort of certain unwillingness to think about this world in all of its rich array of details and achievements and accomplishments. Now, we move on then. We can ask about other kinds of questions that involve this world of late antiquity. Gibbon had spoken of barbarism and religion. So, religion I spoke of a second ago. Are we going to necessarily want to regard that as something damaging, dangerous for the Roman world? I think not. But then what about the barbarians? Well, if there is a familiar image of the Roman world in the popular mind, it's probably one of hordes of Germanic barbarian savages overrunning the Roman world as all these poor peaceful Romans were flitting about in their togas, having a good time and writing great books and going to parties and things, and here came the barbarians over the walls. Well, in later lectures, we're going to worry that understanding to death, and quite literally, we're going to kill it. We're going to get rid of that way of thinking about the barbarians. But we do have to address the question, raised, for example, in the late 1940s by the French historian André Pigagnol, who said the Roman Empire did not die a natural death, it was murdered. His notion was that the Roman Empire, yes, it was in trouble. Yes, it was experiencing some difficulties. Yes, there were problems. But the Romans might have muddled through. One almost hears echoes of the way people talk about the British Empire in the 18th or the 19th or the 20th century. Yes, the Roman world might have muddled through had it not been for these barbarian murderers. Well, that's a bit of rhetorical excess, I dare say. We're going to ask questions like, how did Rome actually interact with these barbarians? Who were these barbarians? Where did they come from? How did they come to have interactions with the Roman world? Was this always violent? Was it always destructive? Were there long, perhaps even, and peaceful relations between the barbarians and the Romans? One great historian once said that the settlement of the barbarians was actually, inside the empire, was actually Rome's last creative act. Another historian looked at this and said, it was an imaginative experiment that got a little out of hand. So we're going to return to those issues in some later lectures. We might also ask whether the barbarians represent, destructively, the end of Roman civilization, or constructively, the beginning of Europe. And if we regarded the barbarian peoples as the founders, the initiators of European civilization, perhaps, indeed, once again, we would be inclined to take a slightly more positive view of their achievements than the traditional and relentlessly negative view. Okay. I've several times mentioned chronology. It's kind of, when does this period begin? When does this period end? A short view would begin with the universally recognized crisis of the 3rd century. My very next lecture, I'm going to turn to the 3rd century and to the crisis of the 3rd century to set the stage for late antiquity. But there is no controversy among scholars, there never really has been any, that in the 3rd century the Roman world experienced a series of really difficult challenges and problems. So we could say a short view would begin with the crisis of the 3rd century and would run down until the deposition of Romulus Augustulus in September of 476. So, 3rd century to the late 5th century. That would be the short view. Now, a really long view, in a way Gibbon's view, would run from the 3rd century to 1453, when Constantinople fell to the Turks. We're not going to adopt that very long view. Glenn Bowersock, as we saw a few minutes ago, had said 250 to 880. Well, that's a defensible position. That's an arguable position. But in these lectures, we're going to go from about 235, the end of the Severan dynasty, more about that in our next lecture, down to about 750, down to about the middle of the 8th century, when the Carolingian world of the dynasty of Charlemagne is in place in the West, when the Byzantine Empire has fully evolved from the Eastern Roman Empire, and when the Islamic Caliphate, now centered as a result of the Abbasid Revolution between 748 and 50 in Baghdad, has come to exist in the East. In other words, Rome had spawned 3 heirs, not just one. Okay. What then are some of the fundamental themes and issues which we're going to consider? Now, I've been adumbrating these, hinting at these, suggesting these already in talking about how in the past people have thought about this period. So let's gather all of this together and put a little focus on kind of where we're going to go in the lectures that will follow. What was the Roman Empire itself like? What was this Roman Empire like? How did it work? How did Rome govern a world that extended from the north of England to Mesopotamia, from the North Sea to the Sahara Desert, the largest empire the world had seen to that date? How did the Romans do it? How and why did this empire change? Now, it was in some respects changing all the time. But how exactly did it change? Why did it change? What changes actually took place? To what forces did this Roman Empire respond? How did the Romans size up the problems they were facing? What kinds of things did they try to do to address those problems? Now, as I was suggesting a moment ago, who were the barbarians? Who were these people actually? Where did they come from? What do we know about them? What roles did they play in transforming the Roman world? What happens to a world, politically and culturally, when its ruling elite changes? That, in fundamental respects, is one of the great things that happened in this era of late antiquity. A traditional Roman governing elite was transformed into a governing barbarian elite, at least over a considerable part of this empire. And as we're going to see, those barbarians had been very well tutored by their Roman masters, and they retained an enormous amount of what had been best in the Roman world, but they were different people, and they had different perspectives and different interests and different outlooks, and a different sense, perhaps, of the future. What accounts for the rise and eventual triumph of Christianity in the Roman world? Now, if you were a betting person, you wouldn't bet very much on Christianity. The Roman world was rich in various forms of religious experience. It was rich in various forms of philosophical experience. Christianity itself had arisen amongst a renegade sect of Jews, themselves a pariah people in a small, backward, strategically and economically unimportant province on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. You wouldn't look at anything that happened in that place at that time and say, that looks like the way of the future. And yet, Christianity not only spread successfully to every corner of the Roman world, it eventually took over the cultural life of that world. How on earth did that happen? Why did that happen? Why did a particular Catholic form of Christianity gain prominence and authority? And what does that mean anyway? What does Katholikos, the word in Greek, or in Latin for that matter, means universal? What does that mean, a universal faith? There had been no universal faith in the Roman world, except perhaps we might say a universal faith in Rome's destiny, but that's a very different thing. So how on earth did a universal faith come to triumph in this world? Who were Christianity's leaders? Who were the people who gave force and substance and heart and mind to this new Christian faith? Who were these people? What did they write? What were they interested in? Were they utterly different from all those great classical figures that had gone before them? Or did they owe much to those figures? But do you recall a few minutes ago I was suggesting that one of the things that happened to art in late antiquity was that traditional modes of production were applied now to new subject matter? We may very well see that with the great Christian writers, traditional modes of expression in Greek and in Latin, the Christians didn't write some new language, traditional modes of expression in Greek and Latin were now applied to the understanding of, to the propagation of new ideas, new truths, new realities. So we'll watch this with great interest. How did power and authority shift from secular to religious leaders? We're going to see that there was always an important religious component to the rule of the Romans. They always believed that the gods were with them, that the gods smiled on them, that the gods brought them victory in war, that the gods brought them domestic peace at home. All perfectly true. But how, we may ask ourselves, did this new religious faith work in this Roman world in such a way as to infuse it with a Christian spirit, to redefine it, to redefine its mission, to redefine its focus? And as it did this, to move to the forefront, not the traditional toga-clad Romans of old, but new kinds of Christian figures. On the one hand, bishops, people who appeared arrayed in distinctive clothing before their people, preaching and speaking to them, as the great Romans had always done from the rostrum in the Roman Forum, speaking, to be sure, now a very new message, but speaking to them all the same. And then, as we'll see, not only bishops, who would seem in some ways to be understandable figures. We'll be able to see that the Christian bishop and the old secular Roman elite can be made parallel to one another in lots of ways. But what place are we going to make for monks? For people who opted out of this world and yet became some of its most dynamic and creative citizens? What was Christian culture actually like, sort of up and down the social and intellectual spectrum? I've alluded to this already. How did it relate to Greco-Roman culture? Was Christian culture inferior and enervating, or was it dynamic? Was it creative? Was it original? Did it make its own powerful contribution to the ongoing tradition of the late antique world? How did people of all ranks experience the changes in this period? We know most about the elite, of course. These are always the people about whom we know the most. Until comparatively recent times, ordinary men and women are largely inarticulate. They had histories, of course they did. We simply don't know very much about them. But in some later lectures, we're going to try to understand, to the degree that we can, what their experience was like. So, to recapitulate very briefly, in 235, or thereabouts, the Roman Empire extended from Britain to Mesopotamia. By 750, a Western Empire had turned into a series of kingdoms, the Eastern Empire had turned into Byzantium, and an enormous swathe of territory, from Spain to the frontiers of China, had turned into the Islamic Caliphate. What did these three heirs owe to Rome, their common tutor? That's what our course of lectures will be about. Welcome to the second of our lectures in this series on late antiquity. In the first lecture, the introductory lecture, I talked about the problem of late antiquity, why it is that we talk about this late antique period instead of simply talking about the fall of the Roman Empire. And you may recall I had mentioned that there is general consensus. Whatever one thinks about the fall of Rome, the world of late antiquity, etc., there's general consensus that in the 3rd century, the Roman world was in big trouble. So let's, in this lecture, turn to the crisis of the 3rd century. Let's set the stage for the great achievements of the late antique world that begin really with the accession of the Emperor Diocletian in the year 284. But we'll come to that in our next lecture. Now, the crisis of the 3rd century. I mentioned in the first lecture also the great English historian Edward Gibbon. Perhaps we might let him set the stage for us for this lecture. He opened his vast panorama of history with these words: "In the 2nd century of the Christian era, the Empire of Rome comprehended the fairest part of the earth and the most civilized portion of mankind. The frontiers of that extensive monarchy were guarded by ancient renown and disciplined valor. The gentle but powerful influence of laws and manners had gradually cemented the union of the provinces. Their peaceful inhabitants enjoyed and abused the advantages of wealth and luxury. The image of a free constitution was preserved with decent reverence. The Roman Senate appeared to possess the sovereign authority and devolved on the emperors all the executive powers of government. Thus far Gibbon on the state of the Roman world when he began his great historical enterprise. And really the point at which he began in earnest was with the reign of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who reigned from 161 until 180. Of that period, he said, if a man were called upon to fix the period in the history of the world during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous, he would without hesitation name that which elapsed from the death of Domitian to the accession of Commodus, from 96 AD until 180 AD. Well, be that as it may, that's a fairly powerful statement, and it is quite interesting for us, any of us, I suppose, to think, what would we fix as the period when the condition of the human race has been happiest? But be that as it may, most scholars would agree that the good times persisted not until only 180, but really until the death of Alexander Severus, who died in 235, and that thereafter the Roman world plunged into a deep, deep crisis. Okay, before we limn the terms of that crisis, let's reflect briefly on some terminology so we make sure that when I use various words here, we all understand what I mean by them. The Roman Empire, as a congeries of territories ruled by the Romans, grew consistently from 241 BC until 117 AD, some 3.5 centuries. Rome was not built in a day. We're going to see in this course, it didn't fall in a day either, but Rome was not built in a day. Rome acquired those first provinces at the end of the First Punic War. These were wars fought with the Carthaginians. The city of Carthage had been a colony of the Phoenicians, the purple people who made the beautiful purple dyes that were much prized in antiquity, that eventually became the royal or the imperial color. And so the Romans, of course, named the wars after their defeated foes. The Punic Wars, the Purple People Wars, you see, in effect. And after the First Punic War, Rome acquired Corsica, Sardinia, and Sicily, the first extra-Italian lands seized by the Romans. And the Roman Empire continued expanding until the reign of the Emperor Trajan, who died in 117 AD. So that's one important thing to think about. The Roman Empire is land. It is a physical part of the map, so to speak. But the Roman Empire, as a specific kind of institutional regime, began in 27 BC and lasted until 476 in the west, until 1453 in the east. Now, what had happened here, of course, is that in the last decades of the Roman Republic, the Roman world had been stung by civil war after civil war after civil war, by dictator after dictator, and eventually in 27, Julius Caesar's adopted heir and successor, Augustus Caesar, Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, went before the Roman Senate in a grand show, offered just to hand back all of his power. Well, of course, the Roman Senate was not going to accept back all of his power. They realized that only Augustus stood between them and chaos, and so they gave him a whole series of grand titles. They called him Pater Patriae, father of his country. They called him Augustus, hence we know him as Augustus Caesar. But fundamentally, the regime inaugurated by Augustus Caesar in 27 BC is one that we call the Principate. In this period, which lasted down to about 235 AD in its good form. We're going to see in our next lecture that in the early 4th century, we'll talk about a dominate. We'll talk about a new kind of regime. But here we're talking about a constitutional regime created by Augustus where the emperor represented himself as first citizen, princeps. Now, this was an old Roman tradition. In the Roman Senate, the oldest member of the Senate, the princeps senatus, the prince of the Senate, had always spoken first. So there was precedent for Augustus taking on this title of princeps, and for historians then to refer to this regime as the Augustan Principate. Okay? You'll recall the quote from Gibbon just a moment ago, who said that the Senate had devolved executive power on the emperors. Well, that's true, but it's also true that this Principate was a thinly veiled military dictatorship. Augustus and his successors controlled the Roman military establishment, and it was the control of the Roman military establishment that actually secured their power, their influence, their authority in this Roman world. But the Augustan Principate is the period about which Edward Gibbon was speaking when he talked about this being the happiest period in the history of humankind. Okay, so we have the empire as land, and we have empire as regime. Okay? Now, the crisis of the 3rd century involves 4 interrelated problems, all of which, in important respects, seemed insurmountable at the time, and they seemed to just get worse and worse and worse and worse. Let's go through these 4 issues, these 4 crises of the Roman world, and see if we can understand the terms of the nature of this crisis of the 3rd century. First of all, a military crisis. All right, I stressed just a moment ago that the Roman world had grown and grown and grown and grown over a period of some 3.5 centuries. After a relatively long period, then, of relative peace, Rome was threatened simultaneously on the Mesopotamian, Black Sea, Danubian, and Rhine frontiers. This was an utterly new experience for Rome to be, in effect, surrounded by hostile and aggressive foes. Rome had never faced this many opponents simultaneously and over such a huge geography. So, these are the basic terms of this military crisis. Now, the Severan dynasty, where Alexander Severus dies in 235 and sort of inaugurates our crisis of the 3rd century, the Severan dynasty had defeated the Parthians. Now, the Parthians were a people who had emerged in a gap between the ancient Persians and the newly revived Persians, about whom more in just a second. The Parthians had emerged as a very considerable power whose authority extended from the Euphrates River all the way to the Indus, from what is today Iraq to what is today India, an enormous realm which the Parthians ruled. The Severan dynasty defeated them. Well, that was a positive for Rome in certain respects. It removed one great foe on the eastern frontier. But at the same time, what it did is it awakened a sleeping giant. It awakened Persia. And the Persian Shah, Shapur I, constantly began attacking in Mesopotamia from 241 until 273. So over a period of some 30 years, the Persians attacked again and again and again and again along Rome's Mesopotamian frontier. So there was a kind of a cruel irony in the Romans enjoying this wonderful victory over the Parthians, only to awaken the slumbering giant that was Persia. The European frontiers were pressured by newly formed confederations among various Germanic peoples. Now, we're going to talk about these peoples in considerable detail in later lectures, so I'm not going to pursue the subject at any length right here. I call them Germanic peoples. These are the barbarians I referred to in my first lecture. We call them Germanic peoples because basically, with just a few exceptions, they spoke Germanic languages. So we're not saying anything about them biologically or racially or ethnically. We're talking about the languages they spoke. The Danube, for example, was pressed from 238 to 269, a period of some 30 years when the Danube frontier was constantly being pressed. Northern Italy was attacked again and again and again between 259 and 271. Gaul was raided by peoples crossing the Rhine into Gaul, roughly what we would think of as France today, between 253 and 277, so a period of more than 20 years. You'll see that all of these attacks are falling roughly contemporaneously, from the 230s or 40s into the 270s, even into the 280s. So for a long period of time, Rome is being attacked on one frontier after another. And let me just repeat, Rome had never before experienced kind of an encircling of foes. Now, it is important to say these foes had nothing to do with each other. These were not coordinated attacks. They didn't have some kind of a great council and get together and say, okay, let's everybody attack Rome. But all of these attacks were indeed a severe and constant problem for the Roman world. Okay, a military crisis of very considerable proportions. Now, of course, Rome had a very long southern frontier as well. Here, across North Africa in particular, here the Romans were actually having trouble maintaining their authority over marauding groups of people we call Berbers. Berber is actually a corruption of barbar. Barbar, of course, is barbari, so Berbers are barbarians. It was a Roman name for the Berbers, the tribes of North Africa. They were a less pressing problem in the 3rd century than they would become later on, but they were a problem in this period. So we can say, actually, in other words, that not only in the East, in the North, and in the West, but also in the South, Rome was experiencing problems along its frontiers. First problem, then. Second, there was a political crisis. A very deep, complex, it seemed intractable political crisis. Between 235 and 284, death of Alexander Severus, accession of the Emperor Diocletian, point of the dates, period of about 50 years. There were 26 legitimate emperors. Now think about it. 50-ish years, 26 emperors. There were 3 more or less legitimate subordinates, emperors who chose a particular subordinate in the hopes that that person would succeed to the imperial office, and 41 usurpers, whom we can name. There may have been others who vanished from the sources. The average reign was about 30 months. The longest reign was 15 years. Now, stop and think. If you take 15 years out of that 49 or 50 years, you see, you then get very short reigns. 2 of these emperors, 2 only, died natural deaths. 2 of them died in captivity. Who were these guys? Who were these emperors? They were mainly military men at the head of armies recruited locally. They were military men at the head of armies recruited locally. Think about that for a moment. These armies didn't think of themselves, the soldiers in these armies didn't think of themselves as being loyal to some abstract notion, Rome, the Roman Empire, Roman culture, the Greco-Roman world, and so on. They were loyal to their generals. And they were loyal perhaps to the areas from which they themselves had come. What did soldiers want? Well, these soldiers did not serve under coercion, under compulsion. They were volunteers. They served for pay. They served for pay. Well, everybody wants more pay, right? So one of the ways to get more pay is for your general to become the emperor, and to gain access to the treasury, the material resources of the Roman world with which he could reward his troops. The more he could reward his troops, the more loyal they would be to him. But when numerous, indeed dozens of individuals are all trying to play this same game, what you get is political chaos. What you get is political chaos. And that characterized the Roman world of the 3rd century. There's another dimension to this political crisis, which is, in its way, institutional. The emperors ruled too briefly and too locally to make any difference in managing the empire as a whole. They could hardly rule this empire, govern this empire. They could hardly extract the economic resources of this empire, either to reward their own troops or to address the pressing military problems of the day. You see? And it's also true that with these emperors constantly focused on becoming, with these generals, these military commanders constantly focusing on becoming emperor, they were paying less and less and less attention to the really pressing military problems of the day. So you can see how one problem compounded and compounded and compounded and becomes, in a sense, a whole series of problems. It's also perfectly clear, I think you'll agree from what I've just been saying, that there was no orderly process for making emperors. How did you become emperor in the Roman world? Well, first, get an army, and then hope that your army is tougher than all the other armies. But of course, that's only going to last for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years tops, and someone will come along and push you aside. The Senate. Remember, Gibbon had said that the Senate had devolved executive authority on the emperors. Well, the Senate, allegedly the emperor's partner in the principate, was fundamentally marginalized by these, as we call them, barracks emperors. These guys, these rulers, these emperors, these generals, were not members of the traditional Roman senatorial elite. They weren't part of the Italian aristocracy. Few of them had been born in Italy, let alone in Rome. They didn't have any interest in, they didn't have any knowledge of, they had no familiarity with the traditional governing elite of the Roman world, and gradually they marginalized the senators. so that their role in administration, in legislation, and even in conferring prestige upon the state and all the state's actions simply declined further and further and further. The senators played virtually no role in choosing emperors. The emperors were almost never resident in Rome. One of the things that we're going to see in a whole series of future lectures is that the city of Rome was increasingly irrelevant to the Roman world. One of the very interesting phenomena of late antiquity is how irrelevant Rome became to the Roman world. All or parts of Egypt during the 3rd century, Palmyra out to the east of Syria, Gaul, and Spain enjoyed periods of local autonomy when they effectively just opted out of the Roman system. Well, they were all brought back eventually, but nevertheless, this was a period when for the first time we have the precedent of various areas breaking away from the authority of the Romans. So that's our second problem. We have a profound military crisis. We have a profound political crisis. There was also an economic crisis. There was a monetary crisis that effectively amounted to precipitous inflation, caused in part by consistently debased coinage. What does that mean? Well, in the Roman world, the money was issued in gold and silver and in copper. Copper, the small change for everyday transactions. Silver, a little bit more valuable, of course. Gold, quite a bit more valuable. What the government had been doing across the 3rd century in order to put more money into circulation was debasing the coinage, in other words, mixing the gold and the silver with base metals, so that a particular gold coin or silver coin no longer was worth its face value. But of course, the government could then stretch its gold supplies and stretch its silver supplies to issue more money. This was fundamentally inflationary. It was bad monetary policy, we would say in modern terms, but it did to some degree serve government's interests. Well, what do you think is going to happen with coinage like that circulating in the Roman world? Prices are going to go up. And they're going to go up dramatically, and they're going to go up continuously. Let me give you one example. A modius of wheat. A modius is a Roman bushel. It's a bit smaller than what we would be familiar with as a bushel, but anyway, a modius, a Roman bushel of wheat, cost a half a denarius in the year 200. By the year 300, a modius of wheat cost 300 denarii. Now stop and think about those numbers. From a half a denarius to 300 denarii. Now that kind of inflation was laying heavily on everybody in this Roman world. The man and woman in the street, the soldier whose pay didn't go as far as it used to, the merchant who was selling his goods at wildly inflated prices and having to buy goods at wildly inflated prices. So what we have is a very serious economic crisis. Now the crisis was driven by a whole series of factors and forces. For instance, let's go back just for a second to our military crisis. Along these vast frontiers of the Roman world, there were exposed provinces whose agricultural land was constantly exposed to the ravages of invading foes. Agriculture, always the fundamental segment of the economy in the ancient world, agriculture was continuously disrupted. Trade was disrupted, communications were disrupted, transport was disrupted. So the military crisis had various kinds of economic side effects, you see, that were also then exacerbating this problem of inflation in the Roman world. The population may very well have been declining overall in the Roman world. Or it's possible that people may have been feeling sort of on the exposed frontiers that they were not safe, and they began to pull back into the cities. Now this, of course, created the situation where it made the exposed frontiers even more exposed, but it also produced a situation where people were flowing into the cities where they had little hope of productive livelihoods, of gaining employment, of gaining jobs, of gaining income. They became increasingly a drain on the resources of the state, a state which itself was in considerably straitened economic circumstances already. So once again, you can see how one problem generates additional problems, additional problems, additional problems, and the whole thing is sort of spiraling out of control. So, a military crisis, an economic crisis, a political crisis. In the fourth place, there was what we could sort of characterize as a cultural or a moral or a spiritual crisis. It's everywhere to be seen in the sources. The scholar E.R. Dodds once said, the entire culture, pagan as well as Christian, was moving to a phase in which religion was to be coextensive with life, and the quest for God was to cast its shadow over all other human activities. People were opting for religion, and in many ways opting out of the kind of civic allegiances that had animated their existence for a very long time before this. Scholars have noted an ascetic impulse, a tendency for people to opt out. Now, we will, in some of our future lectures, talk about the Christian version of this opting out, of this ascetic impulse, namely monasticism. But it's important to say that even among pagan cults, there was a tendency for people simply to opt out, to feel that this world no longer had anything of value or interest for them, and they felt less loyal to it, and they elected not to participate. We can see, for example, that the predominant philosophical current, which we call Neoplatonism, tended to disdain the whole created world. It tended to suggest that matter was in and of itself evil, that all of the created universe was somehow evil, and that the best thing one could do was escape this world, get out of this world, have nothing to do with this world. So this was by no means something that only implicated Christian monks. As I say, it involved large numbers of people. Temple petitions, many of which survive from Egypt, and prayers also put up in temples of Egypt, are particularly revealing. People would go to a temple in antiquity. These are pagan temples still. We're sort of in a pre-Christian world here. And they would make a small offering to the god or goddess whose temple this was, and they would post in a public place in the temple a small prayer or a small imprecation, a request for something. Many, hundreds, thousands perhaps of these things survive and can be read today, and they're poignant. What is to become of me? Will I be sold? Shall I have wages? This is the nature of these imprecations put up in temples. Again and again and again, we see a sense of despair, a sense of pessimism, a sense that things are indeed in pretty bad shape. And I might add, too, this is one of those places, and there aren't many, where we can hear the voices of more or less ordinary people. Not the great and the powerful, but of ordinary people. We would notice something else if we could travel back to that 3rd century world: a dramatic decline in public building. Now, from Britain to Mesopotamia, to travel in that world, even today, is to see Rome. Mostly in ruins, to be sure. In a few cases, Roman buildings are still standing in pretty good shape. But Rome's impressive ruins dot this landscape. Rome's great building projects have been called rhetoric in stone. We'll have a lot more to say about some of these kinds of building projects in later lectures. Suffice it to say for the moment that when Rome conquered areas, they came in and put up a basic kit of Roman urban amenities. Yes, on the one hand, to provide services for people, but on the other hand, to say, we did this. You can't do this, we did this. Rhetoric in stone. Well, there is almost nothing built in the 3rd century. The elites weren't building, the Roman state wasn't building. It is a kind of a blank spot in the architectural history of the ancient world. Now, certainly economic shortages to be sure, are one explanation for this. Constant political turmoil is another explanation for this, but there is a third. One of the things that the Romans were particularly good at was winning over local elites to the Roman cause. The Romans didn't coerce these people, they didn't force these people. They made people want to buy into the Roman system. And as a result, one of the things that urban elites in the late antique world, indeed the classical world, was very much an urban world by visibility. What we see are the great cities. What we think about are the great cities: Athens and Rome and Alexandria and Antioch and all the rest. Something like 90% of the population lived in the countryside. But we think of this as an urban world. And in those great cities, there was a process that we called evergetism. From the Greek, means do-gooderism. The Romans won over local elites to spend enormous amounts of their own money to glorify these cities in the Roman fashion. Evergetism also paid for urban services, for fire brigades, for police brigades, for urban, for street repair, for bridges, for water supply, and so on. Evergetism declined to a mere trickle in the course of the 3rd century. Another mark of the difficulties of this period. There was overall a fundamental lack of distinguished literature. I mentioned in the first lecture that after about the year 200, classics curricula tend not any longer to include authors. So authors who wrote in the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th century tend not to be included in classics curricula. That may be relatively legitimate where the 3rd century is concerned. There wasn't much that was written that was really good. Now in the 4th century, as we'll see in later lectures, that changes pretty dramatically, and shame on all of those classicists who for years didn't look at that 4th and 5th century literature. But again, to that we'll turn in later lectures. For now, let's say, in the 3rd century, we don't find much that is of high quality and memorable. Also in this period, 2 emperors, Decius and Valerian, brutally persecuted all who refused to make sacrifices to the gods. Not surprisingly, Christian sources, later on, reflected on these 2 rulers and thought of them as particularly persecuting Christians. Now, it is true that Christians were persecuted because they refused to make sacrifices to the ancient gods. But there was something else actually going on here, and we're going to see the same kind of thing in our next lecture when we come to the reign of the Emperor Diocletian. These emperors were trying to restore what we call the Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods. The Romans always had a fundamental belief that the gods were on their side. If the gods were not on their side, their arms would not prevail, there would be civil chaos, and so forth. Well, there was a sense among some of the rulers, among some of the elite in this late antique world of the 3rd century, that with new faiths like Christianity emerging, with people opting out of the system, as I was mentioning just a moment ago, that the gods had been offended, that many of these great problems afflicting the Roman world were there precisely because the gods were no longer smiling on the Romans. So these emperors wanted to restore the Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods, return Rome's loyalty to the traditional gods, and bring back the loyalty of the traditional gods to Rome. So the point is here, despite the Christian sources, these emperors didn't set out to persecute Christianity. You see? These emperors set out to restore religious peace in the Roman world, and they hoped to bring back the favor of Rome's gods. At the dawn of late antiquity, then, the Roman Empire was in a perilous condition. Whatever one thinks of Edward Gibbon's characterization of the situation in 180, everything seemingly had changed for the worse, and very much for the worse. If you were a betting person, given the way I've just described the Roman world, I don't think you'd bet a penny on it, would you? That's another way of saying no one could well have predicted that Rome was about to raise up 2 rulers, Diocletian, to whom we'll turn in our next lecture, and Constantine, to whom we'll turn in the lecture after that, who would reign for a half a century, address virtually every aspect of the 3rd century crisis, whilst professing absolute faith in the traditional Roman way of life, but in the end, and ironically, dramatically and forever changing the Roman world. Welcome to the third in this series of lectures on late antiquity. Last time we talked about the crisis of the 3rd century. Let us now see if we can begin to resolve that crisis by turning to the new empire of Diocletian. Diocletian, who reigned from 284 until 305, instituted a vast array of largely successful reforms. But his background and early career suggested that he would be just another barracks emperor, another one of these kinds of rulers who had plagued the Roman world in the 3rd century. Diocles was born about 236, we don't know for sure, in Salona on the Dalmatian coast, the coast of what we thought of until a few years ago as Yugoslavia. He may have been a freedman. He was certainly the son of a freedman. In other words, he came from a family that had been freed slaves. He came from a very humble background. This also means, of course, that he would have received very little formal education. He was not, in any meaningful sense, a member of the Roman elite. He didn't share the kind of culture and background that traditional members of the Roman elite shared. He entered the army in about 270, we think, and he rose meteorically. An enormously able soldier he was, but also a fine leader of men. He became Duke of Moesia, that is a military leader, a kind of a subordinate officer, leading one contingent of the Roman troops in the Danube frontier region. Now, it's worth saying that the Roman army had long been in the Roman world and would continue to be in late antiquity a method, a source of considerable social mobility. People could enter the army and rise considerably beyond the station to which their birth might otherwise have entitled them. In 282, the legions made a man named Carus emperor. He favored Diocles. He made him a high-ranking officer in 282. He named him consul in 283. This is a matter of some consequence. Under the Roman Republic, the two annually elected chief executive officers of the Roman state were the consuls. Well, with the imperial regime, there was really no longer any need for consuls. They didn't have anything to administer or execute. The emperors did all of that. The office became honorific, but it was an enormous honor. And as a result, the emperors would from time to time appoint one or two men as consuls. So to be appointed consul was a very significant mark of distinction. So in 283, Diocles had been named consul by the emperor Carus. In 283, Carus was killed by lightning, just a terrible stroke of misfortune. And then his son, Carus's son, a man by the name of Numerian, was murdered. Diocles killed the murderer. Now, he had been very much favored, Diocles had, by Carus, and now he killed the murderer of Carus's son, Numerian, and this in lots of ways brought him very much to the fore. A council of generals met and named Diocles emperor. This was often how these individuals, over the course of the 3rd century, had risen to the imperial office. In various threatened frontier segments, the soldiers would come together, their leaders would come together, and they would choose one of their number as the emperor. So now Diocles becomes Gaius Aurelius Valerianus Diocletianus, Diocletian, as we know him. Now, Diocletian immediately marched to the west and defeated a man by the name of Carinus, who had been attempting to secure his own authority in the western portion of the empire. Diocletian at this time was actually in the east. He defeated Carinus in 285 and secured control of the empire. So now Diocletian is in a position to do, well, whatever it is that he's going to try to do. Among his earliest reforms were strategic and political measures. Now, over the course of his reign, he took a whole series of strategic measures, political measures, strategic measures, political measures. He didn't sort of do all of one set of things and then all of the next set of things. He reigned for a long time and continually worked with and modified his various reform initiatives. What is clear is that this was a sort of a restless man who relentlessly attacked what he perceived to be Rome's problems. And I think we'll see as we go along here, the Diocletian sized up the situation pretty well and addressed himself pretty intelligently to a wide array of issues. All right, we saw in talking about the 3rd century crisis that we had military, political, economic, and sort of cultural, moral, spiritual issues. All right? Let's see how Diocletian addressed these kinds of problems. In the year 285, he named an old comrade in arms by the name of Maximian Caesar. Now, he didn't give him the name Caesar. Caesar here is a title. He names him Caesar and sends him to Gaul. Now, Gaul was at that time being ravaged by bandits, in effect. It was the kind of a lawless zone. It was kind of the wild, wild west of the Roman Empire at this particular time. So Diocletian sends Maximian into Gaul to try to suppress banditry. Now, the banditry in Gaul was taking two forms. There were bandits by land in the area of Gaul, what we would think of as France, and there were also pirates ravaging sort of what we would think of as the English Channel coast, what we would think of as Normandy, all right, so the northern coast of France or of Gaul as it then was. Maximian appointed a man by the name of Carausius to secure the coast against these pirates. Carausius, of course, saw his main chance, and as was so typical in the age of the barracks emperors, declared himself emperor of the Imperium Britanniarum, the Empire of the Britons. Well, there was no such thing. Carausius sort of invents this title and confers it upon himself. So now there's an interesting problem. You got the bandits to deal with, and now you've got a potential usurper in the West claiming some, some portion of the imperial rule. Diocletian responded by naming Maximian Augustus. So he named him Caesar. Now he names him Augustus. Again, a title. It doesn't change his name. His name is always Maximian. But he now has the office of Augustus. This was a novelty. What Diocletian had done, in effect, was created a dual emperorship. He would be the emperor in the east. Maximian would be the emperor in the west. Each would be an Augustus. Now, Maximian continued to struggle against Carausius. It took him a long time, but he did finally defeat him. Diocletian, for his part, got a truce with Persia and then tried to secure the Danube frontier. Now, he turned in the first place to the Danube frontier for several reasons. That is to say, incursions across the Danube threatened the heartlands of the empire in a way that Persian marauding in Mesopotamia did not. And also, the Danubian provinces of the empire, so the area south of the Danube, the northern Balkans, had long been, and would remain for a considerable number of years after this, a prime recruiting ground for the Roman army. So you don't want to lose that territory, you see. Militarily, it was of considerable strategic significance. But Diocletian also faced a revolt in Syria, and he faced another revolt in Egypt. So various provinces of the empire were restive and were giving indications that they might indeed break away from Roman authority. In 293, Diocletian and Maximian met in Milan, northern Italy, and decided that each of them would adopt a subordinate Caesar. Diocletian named a man by the name of Galerius as his subordinate Caesar. Diocletian is the Augustus, Galerius is the Caesar. And Maximian chose a man named Constantius as Caesar. So Maximian is Augustus, Constantius is the Caesar. Thus was inaugurated by this action in 293 the Tetrarchy, the rule by four. Okay? There are now four rulers in the Roman world, whereas previously, of course, there had only been one, or at least only one legitimate emperor at a time. So this was a considerable novelty. Both of the Caesars married, in some cases they had to put away their existing wives, they married daughters of the Augustuses. So to a kind of an institutional framework was added a dynastic framework, a family framework. The basic idea was that the Caesars would succeed to the Augustuses and then adopt their own Caesars. They would, as it were, get on-the-job training for a period of years, both in government and in military, both of these areas, of course, of very considerable significance. Each of these four rulers was assigned a portion of the empire over which he would have primary responsibility, and then the next few years began to unfold. Diocletian, for example, had Asia, Syria, and Egypt, these threatened provinces in the east that had been a source of considerable difficulty in recent years, and also areas of enormous economic significance. Okay? His capital was at Nicomedia. Maximian had Italy and North Africa. His capital was at Milan, in northern Italy. Galerius, Diocletian's Caesar, has the Danube frontier and Greece, and his capital is at Salonika. Constantius had Spain, Gaul, and Britain, with his capital at Trier. So now, in a sense, the Roman world has four capitals. Do you notice that Rome isn't one of them? There are four capitals to the Roman world, four rulers, four very effective men. The underlying concept, however, is very important to keep in mind. There was one undivided Roman Empire. There were not four empires. There were not two empires. There was one Roman Empire, and rule in this Roman Empire was shared by four men who had individual but also joint responsibility for the empire as a whole. What Diocletian was attempting to do here is address the incredibly unstable successions of the 3rd century. He was trying to provide a mechanism to produce regular, routine, orderly succession to the imperial office, and what is more, to bring forward men who had experience on the job, who knew what they were doing, and who were fully ready, fully prepared to take over. And at the same time, in this vast geography that was the Roman world, to create more localized imperial rule. In a sense, to put more imperial rule on the ground, you see, to be able to address issues and to be able to respond more quickly to problems as they might arise. So, a set of institutional and political reforms that we can see addressed in imaginative, creative ways some aspects of the crisis of the 3rd century. Diocletian also introduced a whole series of very far-reaching military reforms. Now, some of the 3rd century emperors, whom I mentioned last time as having not reigned long enough to be able really to take stock of the Roman situation and administer this empire, to rule this empire very effectively, but nevertheless, some of these emperors in the 3rd century had begun to realize that the old preclusive strategy of Rome required some revision. For a very long time, Rome's basic strategy had been a fixed frontier. I mean, you sort of draw a long line on a map. You put periodic fortresses along that line on the map, you put garrisons in those fortresses, and presumably you keep the bad guys out. Well, the problem with a preclusive strategy is if you're facing lots of bad guys all at once and you don't know where they're going to hit, once they cross the frontier, they're loose inside the empire. There are no forces to deal with them. There are no forces to meet them. And this was one of the issues, particularly in the east, but also along the Danube frontier, that had proved so very, very difficult during the course of the 3rd century. So what Diocletian begins to do is to create a more elastic defense system. He moves a lot of troops off the frontier to major cities behind the frontier, and then he equipped these infantry divisions with substantial cavalry detachments. The point being that if the frontier were crossed at any of a number of places out beyond the city, then this army focused in the cities back inside the frontier could march out to meet it and deal with it effectively where it actually was. Now, during the crisis, of course, this kind of system, even the first hints of this kind of system, had tended simply to multiply military dissension, because it created more and more and more commanders who might very well be more and more ambitious for themselves. Diocletian was quite remarkably able to suppress that kind of individual ambition and at the same time to produce somewhat more effective military defense. Now, it's also true that in pulling troops back off the frontiers, one exposed the frontier provinces to terrible attacks and ravages. Diocletian wasn't content with that. He wanted to find some way of addressing that issue too. So he began to develop a very sophisticated system of defense in depth. He put garrisons of low-paid and modestly trained troops in forts along the frontier. I mean, truthfully, these people were speed bumps. They were simply meant to slow down an attack. They weren't meant to defeat it. They weren't meant to ward it off. They weren't meant to scare anybody away. They were meant to slow it down so that then intelligence could send information back to the troops that had been pulled off the frontiers and stationed behind them as to where a threat existed and how it might best be addressed. The exposed provinces were now somewhat better defended. Not fully defended, but to be sure, somewhat better defended. And in turn, they served as buffer zones for the valuable interior provinces of the empire. In a certain sense, in other words, peace and order and stability was slowly being recaptured along Rome's far-flung frontiers. Now, one element in this set of military reforms, one necessary element, one crucial issue, was simply the size of the Roman military establishment. We don't have muster rolls, we don't have a detailed archival evidence to tell us about the Roman army. The best estimates are that when Diocletian became emperor, there were probably something on the order of 300,000 men under arms. It appears that Diocletian's goal, his hope, his aspiration was to double that number. It appears, in fact, that he probably raised it to something like 500,000, to about 500,000. But the point is, he did substantially increase the size of the Roman military establishment. He got more men under arms. Now, in interesting ways, Diocletian could risk this. You might think, in view of the experience of the 3rd century, the last thing you'd want to do is create more soldiers, because then you're going to create more officers, then you're going to create more people contesting for the imperial office. But Diocletian had basically brought the civil wars to an end. He had instituted his tetrarchal system, and he could risk substantially increasing the size of the military establishment. And as it turns out, his risk was justified by the way things turned out in the long run. Now, there had been, of course, as we saw, political dimensions to the crisis of the 3rd century. Diocletian did, to be sure, address these in some respects with his creation of the Tetrarchy, to try to create a process for more orderly imperial succession. But he also took in hand the basic governing structures of the Roman world. One thing that is true of the Augustan Principate is that the Roman world was tremendously, from a modern point of view, undergoverned. A relatively small number of aristocratic amateurs governed this world. The Romans, as I pointed out in an earlier lecture, were very good at winning over locals to the Roman way of doing things, to the Roman point of view. And through evergetism, getting these locals, in a sense, to do the job locally so that Rome didn't have to do it themselves. Well, what Diocletian recognized is that this Roman world needed to be more effectively, more fully governed. When he became emperor in 284, there were about 50 provinces. By the time he died, there were more than 100. Now, he didn't conquer any new territories. He divided up the provinces. A few very large provinces were carved into as many as 6, for example. A few small provinces were lumped together. Other provinces of medium size were divided into 2. So the point is that he created a great many more provinces. Each province under a governor, therefore there's now going to be a lot more rule. The provinces were collected together into 12 dioceses. Now that sounds familiar, doesn't it? We're going to see in later lectures how the emerging Catholic Church simply took on the administrative geography of the Roman world and adapted it to its own purposes. So he groups his more than 100 provinces into 12 dioceses with another level of rulers and governors and officials, and then he grouped the 12 dioceses into 4 prefectures with another level of government and officers and hierarchy. Now, following on a trend that had been visible already in the 3rd century, Diocletian virtually excluded senators from high offices in this system. So instead of having a system that was largely run by aristocratic amateurs, Diocletian is going to have a system that is trained that involves large numbers of people, oftentimes trained in law, oftentimes with considerable periods of service in the imperial administration, professional administrators. Now, at the very top, and we'll see this in some later lectures, there was still room for amateurs to serve in the system, but on the whole, the system was made more rigorous and more professional than it had ever been before. Diocletian also very sharply divided civil and military authority in his vast imperial hierarchy that he created. He didn't want individuals to have both important civilian, secular, political authority and an army. So he divided civil and military authority. Provincial governors in this system, there's now more than twice as many of them as there used to be, were assigned more tasks. And if the military men, particularly the men that we would have encountered during the course of the crisis of the 3rd century, the barracks emperors and the kinds of men who brought them forward, if these were relatively crude individuals, people like Diocletian himself, someone who was a man of very low education and humble background, if the military was made up largely of rather crude characters, this new administrative hierarchy, governing hierarchy, was made up of educated, sophisticated, and on the whole, very effective people. Diocletian and his successors, but also his contemporaries, the Tetrarchs, did some other interesting things with respect to the imperial office. They adopted increasingly Persian-style trappings of imperial rule. You'll recall that at the heart of the Augustan Principate was this remarkable but deceptive compromise that the emperor was somehow the first citizen, that he served at the pleasure of the Roman people, that they had devolved their power and authority on him. Well, it was a thinly disguised military dictatorship, as I pointed out. Now, the pretense is stripped away. Emperors, for example, rarely appeared in public. When they appeared in public, they were carried on sedan chairs. They sprinkled gold dust in their hair. When people appeared before the emperor, they didn't speak as one citizen to another. They had to prostrate themselves on the ground before the emperor. They were not permitted to speak directly to him. They had to speak to one of his subordinates, who then spoke to the emperor. The Principate was evolving into what we call the dominate, from the Latin dominus, lord and master. The emperor gives up the pretense of being the first citizen of the Roman world and is now visibly the lord and master of the Roman world. Now, we may say, wasn't something lost here? And the answer is yes. Some element of Rome's pristine virtue, some element of Rome's innocence, some element of the ideology of the Augustan Principate that the emperor was really the first citizen and merely served at the pleasure of the people. Yes, that was given up, and there may have been a loss there. At the same time, Diocletian increased the aura and the prestige of the imperial office, an office which had suffered desperately during the course of the 3rd century crisis. Well, you vastly expand the size of the government, and you vastly expand the size of the military. What comes next? Taxes. We've simply got to pay for all of this. Diocletian is very well aware of this. He's aware that there was this economic crisis in the 3rd century that turned largely around issues of inflation, but he has also got the government now spending vastly more money than it had ever spent before. How's he going to do it? First of all, he attempted, with very limited success, it must be said, he attempted to stabilize the currency. He wasn't really able quite to get control of the currency. The next thing he did was he undertook a massive census of the people throughout the Roman world and an assessment of what might be called the material resources of the Roman world. So he counts up the human and material resources of the Roman world. Well, he wasn't just curious. He wasn't just trying to find out what's out there. He wants to know exactly what he can tax so that he can, with this substantially increased governmental hierarchy that I've already described, create a much more effective, stable, predictable budgeting system. Essentially, what this means, really, is that the human and material resources of the Roman Empire are going to be mobilized to pay for this military establishment, which presumably now is going to be able to defend the empire effectively, whereas during the course of the 3rd century, the empire had not been so effectively defended. In 301, Diocletian took a rather desperate measure. He issued his Edict of Maximum Prices, which froze, in effect, wages and prices on some 1,400 named items. As you can imagine, the document survives. It's an enormously valuable document for us because it tells us the value of things in the Roman world as they were perceived in round about the year 301. Unfortunately, of course, this wage and price freeze didn't work any better than any other wage and price freeze that's ever been tried historically. Some goods simply no longer came to market. Other goods simply went on the black market. People opted out of their jobs even though they weren't supposed to. So it didn't actually arrest the problem, but it does show us Diocletian trying hard to address these very serious economic issues. What we can say overall is that compulsion and governmental intrusion became routine features of the late antique world. Rome's economy became a command economy. The Roman state commanded the resources of this vast empire and applied those resources to governing that empire and to defending that empire. Overwhelmingly, in the Augustan Principate, the vast majority of people around the Roman world would never have seen a Roman official and would have had very little awareness, consciousness that they were governed by Rome. That changes with Diocletian. Now, Roman government is a daily companion of life. So military reforms, political reforms, economic reforms, I think you'll agree. There are some very creative efforts here to address the manifold elements of the crisis of the 3rd century. We'll recall that there was a spiritual crisis that a couple of emperors, Decius and Valerian, for example, had attempted to reestablish the Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods, and in the process had persecuted Christianity. I dare say that the great persecution, the persecution of Christianity but of others too, launched by Diocletian in 303, is perhaps the most remembered policy of this emperor. This was, of course, also the last persecution of Christianity in the Roman world. What happened? Why did this happen? What was going on? Diocletian, like his predecessors, whom I just mentioned and whom we talked about in the last lecture, was totally committed to Rome's traditional gods. Diocletian was an innovator in all sorts of ways, but he would have denied vigorously that he'd ever innovated. He saw himself as a traditionalist. He saw himself as upholding all that was best in the Roman tradition. Supposedly, a sacrifice on behalf of the troops failed at Antioch in the year 299 because of the presence of Christians in the army. Now, what's that all about? I've mentioned a couple of times that the Romans had a very profound sense that the gods were on their side, or they needed the gods on their side, in order to take either great secular, legislative business, political business, or military business. How do you know if the gods are on your side? The Romans typically did one of two things. They took the auspices, aus spicio, they looked at the birds. They would look at the flights of birds, and they could interpret these in various ways as indicating that the signs were favorable or that the signs were unfavorable. Or they sacrificed animals and then slit them open and looked at their entrails. If the entrails were sort of dark and spotty and blemished, well, this was a bad sign. If the entrails were all pink and looked real nice, this was a good sign. Well, as it happens, it was the entrails of the beasts at Antioch in about 299 that the traditional Roman priests said is an indication that the gods are not smiling on Rome's fortunes at the moment, and the reason is that there's Christians in the army. Now, this tells us lots of other things. Were all early Christians pacifists? No, obviously not. There were Christians in Diocletian's army. Were they responsible for the blemished entrails? Well, I leave that to the gods to decide. But in any case, Diocletian and his advisors felt that there was a serious issue here. In 303, Diocletian issued an edict requiring all people to make sacrifice in public. Now, what that meant, quite simply, is that people had to appear in a temple and throw perhaps a bit of charcoal, for example, or a bit of incense, on a charcoal brazier burning before a statue of one or another of the gods. And then they would be given a document indicating that they had made this act of sacrifice. And if a public officer came up and stopped you on the street and said you have your document, you had to prove it, or else you had to go right down to the temple and undertake the act of sacrifice. Not surprisingly, of course, Christians wouldn't do this, Jews wouldn't do this, and members of certain other religious groups, Zoroastrians, for example, Zoroaster, the great prophet of Persia, Zoroastrianism, the great Persian religion, they wouldn't do this either. And so those people then wound up being persecuted from the Christian point of view. From the Roman point of view, of course, they were prosecuted because they were lawbreakers. Now, I'm not here trying to defend persecution in some sneaky fashion, but the point is that from the Roman point of view, they hadn't set out to persecute anybody. The aim wasn't to extirpate Christianity or any other religion, Zoroastrianism or anything else. The aim was to restore the Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods, to bring Rome's traditional gods once again to benefit, to support, to advance the Roman cause. So on balance, let's imagine what a balance sheet for Diocletian would look like. I'd suggested at the end of the previous lecture that, if you were to go back to the year 284, just when Diocletian was to become emperor, and take a look at the Roman world, would you bet much on it? I think not. By the end of his reign, I think actually we might very well look at the Roman world and say, they got a chance here. They might just make it. Diocletian had established peace on all of Rome's frontiers. He'd put an end to the civil wars, he had stabilized the government, and he had arrested economic decline. He had turned the Roman Empire, however, into a vast armed camp that demanded more and more and more of its citizens than ever before. Astonishingly, true to his principles, Diocletian retired to his gorgeous palace at Split, again in what is today, or what was until recently, Yugoslavia, in 305, and he lived on until probably about 316. So Diocletian had addressed himself ably, creatively, imaginatively, intelligently to many aspects of the crisis of the 3rd century. He was going to have a successor, Constantine, who would continue addressing the issues that Diocletian had addressed, sometimes in the ways that Diocletian had addressed them, and sometimes in quite novel ways. And it is to Constantine that we shall turn in our next lecture. Well, welcome back to our series of lectures on late antiquity. In the last lecture, we talked about the reign of the Emperor Diocletian, who addressed himself in a variety of ways to the range of problems that the Roman world had experienced in the 3rd century. His successor, Constantine, continued in lots of ways to institute reforms, to carry on with Diocletian's reforms, and as we'll see, to add a few new wrinkles of his own. So this time, in our 4th lecture, we turn to the Roman Revolution of Constantine. Now, Diocletian's retirement provoked an almost unimaginably complicated succession crisis that was not resolved until Constantine finally secured the imperial office. Initially, it appeared that the Tetrarchy would continue to function. Constantius, for example, succeeded in the West. He had been Maximian's Caesar. Maximian retired, as did Diocletian. Constantius became Augustus in the West and chose Severus as his Caesar. Now, in the process, he'd actually bypassed a son of Maximian. Maximian, of course, had retired along with Diocletian, and his son was not to have any claim on the imperial succession, but Maximian, it seems, kind of hoped maybe that his son would be brought forward, but he wasn't. So Constantius passed over Maximian's son. In the east, Galerius succeeded to Diocletian and chose as his Caesar a man by the name of Maximinus Daia. Now, the young Constantine, who had been more or less a hostage at Diocletian's court, immediately on Diocletian's retirement, fled to his father Constantius, who was then in Britain. There's been some speculation as to exactly why Diocletian has sort of kept young Constantine more or less hostage at his court for a number of years. Probably what it comes down to is that Diocletian was concerned that his tetrarchal system not devolve into a dynastic system. So he was afraid that if Constantine were with his father Constantius, then after Diocletian and Maximian were no longer on the scene, that family politics would once again raise their head, as they had done so often during the crisis of the 3rd century. Be that as it may, Diocletian retired. Young Constantine flees to Britain to his father. It's interesting, too, that he was able to go all the way from the Balkans to Britain without being molested along the way. So he may very well have had support in certain quarters. Hard to say. Constantius died in the year 306. And immediately his troops in Britain elevated his son Constantine to succeed him. So far, this was not necessarily a violation of the tetrarchal principles. We'd have to wait and see what happens next. Meanwhile, Maxentius declares himself emperor in Rome, and Maximian came out of retirement. Constantine is now facing an interesting situation. He's not yet chosen a Caesar. Severus dies in 307. So Severus, you'll see, was not promoted to Augustus with Constantine as his Caesar. Constantius's troops elevated Constantine immediately to Augustus. Severus was still in place, but he, rather conveniently, died under no untoward circumstances. He died in 307. So now you have Maximian, who has come out of retirement, once again trying to press his own claim, and you have Maxentius down in Rome declaring himself emperor. Well, Constantine was able to defeat Maximian in southern Gaul in 308 and basically forced him back into retirement, and nothing further was heard from him. It took Constantine 4 more years until at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, fought just north of the city of Rome, just north and a bit east of the city of Rome, he defeated Maxentius and now became supreme ruler in the West. What would happen next? That remains to be seen. In the east, Licinius succeeded to Galerius and Maximinus Daia, and he ruled until Constantine defeated him in 324. So after Galerius and Maximinus Daia are no longer in place, Licinius succeeds, more or less orderly, you see, but he and Constantine are oftentimes at daggers drawn. Finally, Constantine marches an army into the Eastern Empire and in 324 defeats Licinius, and then Constantine is himself supreme in the Roman world. What Constantine did over the course of several years was name in 317 his son Constantine II as Caesar, his son Constantius II in 323 as Caesar, and his son Constans in 333 as Caesar. So now what we have is Constantine as Augustus and his 3 sons as Caesars. We have a kind of a blend of the tetrarchal and dynastic systems. There is shared rule. There's 4 rulers, as a matter of fact. But in reality, what we really have here is family politics. Constantine has now put the imperial succession and command of the empire in the hands of his own family. But all of the constant battles of the 3rd century did not recur. The grave crises of the 3rd century did not repeat themselves. Basically, the system introduced by Diocletian, as modified in certain respects by Constantine, was holding. And the worst political dimensions of the 3rd century crisis did not recur. Now, Constantine continued the reforms initiated by Diocletian. Indeed, he made it very clear that he admired what Diocletian had done. He aimed to rule in the tradition of Diocletian. He aimed to carry on with Diocletian's reforms. He didn't see himself in any meaningful sense at all as an innovator. Nevertheless, he did add a few wrinkles to Diocletian's military reforms. For instance, he regularized now what we call the mobile field armies. These are these armies that were drawn back in this defense-in-depth strategy, that were drawn back behind the frontier, infantry units equipped with cavalry detachments settled in or just outside cities that were themselves behind the frontiers. Constantine maintains the mobile field armies, and he now makes them sort of the fundamental element in the Roman military establishment. But he liked the idea so well that he actually created many new military units. Now, this is interesting if you think about it. The expansion of the number of military commanders occasioned by the multiple threats faced by the Roman world in the 3rd century had, of course, resulted in, among other things, political and institutional and imperial chaos. Diocletian, as we saw, risked expanding the size of the army while creating a much more sophisticated administration to oversee the operation and the provisioning of that army. Constantine, in a sense, extends the risk. He creates more, smaller. He doesn't actually increase the size of the military establishment very much. He creates more military units, however, making larger units into smaller ones, which means he creates more officials, and he does so without, once again, provoking the kinds of crises that had beset the Roman world during the course of the 3rd century. Another wrinkle introduced by Constantine is that he began recruiting more barbarians into the regular army. Why would barbarians enter the Roman army? Well, they get paid. That's not such a bad thing. But also it was a path to citizenship. And citizenship in the Roman world brought all kinds of civil advantages that did not pertain to non-citizens. So there were real inducements, there were real incentives for barbarians to join the Roman troops, and Constantine began entering more and more and more barbarians into the regular Roman army. Now, it's an interesting question. Was it the case that the Roman establishment was having a little bit more difficulty finding troops? Was there a manpower shortage? And so turning to barbarians, in a sense, was a way of remedying the manpower shortage. Well, we'd know the answer to that question a whole lot better if we had anything like real population figures or the kinds of statistical data that are characteristic of a modern society. All we can do is kind of guess and speculate. The fact is, Constantine began to include large numbers of barbarians in the regular units of the Roman military establishment. And he does something else. He begins to use treaties. In Latin, a treaty is a foedus, the plural foedera, as a regular way of raising frontier troops. He begins to put men along the frontiers called federati, literally treated people, people who have these military treaties with Rome, all right? They are now settled along the frontiers. Now, you'll recall that when we talked about Diocletian's defense-in-depth strategy, I had suggested that the troops immediately on the frontier were really sort of like speed bumps. They were simply meant to slow down an enemy incursion. One of the interesting elements of using barbarians is that basically they're going to be slowing down people like themselves. Does this give them greater familiarity with these people? Does it give them a greater sense of loyalty to Rome and a greater awareness of how to deal with people beyond the frontier? Or did it put them in a position of divided loyalties? The answer, as it worked itself out over the next couple of centuries, is both of these things. On the one hand, they were pretty good, loyal soldiers. On the other hand, yes, sometimes they did have divided loyalties, but it was another interesting way for the Romans to draw people along their frontiers into the defense of the empire. Constantine also instituted 2 new military officers. Now, you'll recall Diocletian creates this much expanded imperial administration, and he also attempted quite sharply to differentiate between the civil administration and the military administration of the empire. What Constantine does is carry on in that vein, and he institutes 2 new military officers, the master of the horse, the chief cavalry officer, and the master of the foot, the chief infantry officer, in each of the 4 prefectures. So now there is a considerably reformed and revised and expanded military hierarchy created inside the basic structure that had been created by Diocletian. Constantine also was able to stabilize the currency. I'd mentioned the terrible problem of inflation during the course of the 3rd century. I mentioned that Diocletian tried but failed to stabilize the currency. What Constantine did was strike a new gold coin, the solidus, that were struck at the rate of 72 to the pound. Now the purity of this coinage was maintained. Now, most people, we'll see in a later lecture, for example, that an ordinary person in the Roman world, his annual income might have been something like 5 solidi, that a Roman soldier's annual pay was something like 6 or 7 solidi, so nobody in the Roman world went around with a pocket full of solidi. This was a money of account. This was a money of account, all right? But it remained the fundamental money of account in the Mediterranean world for centuries. People would have carried around in their pockets maybe some small silver coinage, or quite likely small copper or bronze coins that were of much smaller denomination and value, but themselves set in value against the value of the solidus. Constantine continued to raise taxes. He continued raising taxes. This is something that, until actually into the 5th century, as we'll see in some later lectures, the Roman administration was continually forced, from its point of view, to continue raising taxes. So Constantine raises taxes, but he's following pretty much in the steps of Diocletian in doing so. He continued to expand the imperial bureaucracy. It's estimated, for example, that when the crisis of the 3rd century dawned, the Roman world was governed by a few hundred men. The entire Roman Empire was governed by a few hundred men. By the time Constantine died in 337, it's estimated that the Roman administration probably numbered something on the order of 40,000. So we have a sense here of the remarkable increase in the sheer size of this government. Constantine also substantially expanded the number and the function of the great officers of the imperial government. Now, I'm going to hold that subject off for a later lecture, in fact 2 lectures, when we'll really talk about the structure of the Roman Empire as a whole. How did this machine operate? So for the moment, indulge me and just let me say that Constantine increased the size of the administration and the various competencies of the officers in that administration. Remember, we also talked about the emergence of the dominate. That is to say, the emperors adopting Persian-style rule. Constantine persisted in that tradition. For instance, he erected in Rome a great triumphal arch after his victory over Maxentius at the Milvian Bridge. That arch is still there and can be viewed. He also, poor Maxentius built a magnificent basilica in the Roman Forum. Constantine took it over and put his own statue in it. A statue that was more than 30 feet tall. The head alone on that statue, more than 8 feet tall. It is not at all on human scale. Here is the Dominus, the Lord and Master. Moreover, the eyes in this statue meet no one's gaze. We are unimportant. We are not even here. He doesn't see us. We see him. We can't miss him. So we have a sense of the way these rulers are understanding, are manipulating, are making good on this new way of thinking about the imperial office and the ideology of imperial rule. Now, one of the things, of course, that had been central to the Tetrarchy was that there would be 4 rulers, 1 empire, but 4 rulers, and that there would be rulers in the east, where some of Rome's oldest provinces were, where some of Rome's richest provinces were, and where, given the threat from Persia, whatever we may say about the barbarians, the Romans understood that their great foe was Persia. So there was a need to address the security and the interests of the eastern half of the empire. After considering various possibilities, you'll recall perhaps that Diocletian had ruled from Nicomedia. After considering various possibilities, Constantine established a new capital for his empire at Byzantium. Now Byzantium, or Byzantion in Greek, was an old Athenian colony. It had been founded 1,000 years almost before. It was a remarkable site strategically, really on the bridge between Europe and Asia. So Constantine took this old Greek city of Byzantium and began refitting it as his own eastern capital. And perhaps somewhat immodestly, he named it after himself, Constantinople. Constantine's polis is what that means. Now, it must be said, Constantine didn't invent this idea of naming cities after himself. This goes back to Alexander the Great. If you look at a map of the ancient world, look at all those cities named Alexandria, Alexander the Great went around naming cities after himself. It had been a long time since this had been done, but now we see Constantine doing this in connection with his great city at Constantinople. So I think you would agree, up until now, what we have seen is a great deal of continuity from Diocletian to Constantine. A few wrinkles, a few modifications, but fundamentally two men who over a period of more than 50 years followed very consistent policies in addressing the dimensions of the crisis of the 3rd century. In one fundamental respect, Constantine broke with Diocletian. He legalized, patronized, and eventually embraced Christianity. Now, persecutions had been pretty sporadic between 305, when Diocletian retired, and about 311, when Galerius, on his deathbed, urged an end to them. Galerius had carried on with sporadic persecution in the East, and eventually he came to the conclusion that it hadn't worked, it wasn't helpful, it didn't accomplish anything, and it really ought to be, and persecution really ought to be ended. In 313, at Milan, Constantine and Licinius met. Now, as I mentioned a moment ago, they eventually become enemies. Constantine eventually defeats Licinius in 324. He's killed, and Constantine takes over the whole empire himself. But there were periods when Constantine and Licinius were able to collaborate, were able to cooperate, and one of these moments took place in 313. Licinius and Constantine met at Milan and issued an edict that outlawed persecution, that conferred legal status on all religions. So it granted Christianity licit status in the Roman world. It made it legal. It put it on an equal footing with all other religions. And what is more, the Edict of Milan, so-called, restored some church properties that had been seized during the persecutions. In other words, there was a feeling that in many cases Christians had been abused, not only personally, but in terms of the material resources of the church. During the persecutions, these would now be restored. Constantine himself proceeded very, very cautiously on his path to Christianity. His mother Helena, eventually recognized by the church as Saint Helena, was Christian herself. No question about that. It seems clear that young Constantine would have been introduced to Christianity and perhaps nurtured in the faith when he was a young boy, but let's remember that he grew up as something like a hostage at the pagan court of Diocletian. He'd have had very little opportunity there to worship or to practice his faith, whatever that faith might have been. The next thing we know, the next thing we learn, is the remarkable scene shortly before the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. Supposedly, Constantine saw, against the sun in the sky, a cross with the words, "In hoc signo vinces," in this sign you shall conquer. And supposedly he put crosses on his soldiers' shields and on their uniforms. And they marched into battle under the sign of the cross. Well, of course, Constantine prevailed in the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. Maxentius, for that matter, drowned in the river. The gods, or God, chose for Constantine. In a certain sense, how very traditional for the Romans to turn to the gods in their moment of need, but how very untraditional to turn to the God of the Christians. People have tried for a very long time to find secular political motives for what Constantine did. It is simply hard to credit any. Christians were a minority virtually everywhere in the empire. Maybe by the early years of the 4th century, in a few cities of the East, there would have been large, possibly even majority Christian populations. But thinking of the Roman Empire as a whole, Christians were still a tiny minority. They had no clout. They had no prestige. They didn't hold high office. They weren't rich. They weren't famous. They weren't important. So there's nothing in what Constantine did that said he was getting in with the next great wave. Now that wave is going to start flowing pretty fast and furious after Constantine, but it's very hard to look at Constantine, and, well, unless we imagine him to have been spectacularly prescient, it's very hard to look at Constantine's decision to march into battle at the Milvian Bridge under the banner of the Christian God as having been calculated on the basis of some kind of secular political advantage to be gained. We shall never know. We can't open up his head and look inside it. Exactly what motivated him? Well, perhaps it was indeed faith. Perhaps he believed in that vision he had seen in the sky. Now, it's also true that once Constantine prevails over Maxentius at the Milvian Bridge and is now pretty much in a position, mind you, he's got Licinius in the east to deal with for a few years, but he's basically in a position to do whatever he pleases. It didn't please him to purge pagans. There was no wholesale roundup and slaughter of the pagans. They weren't denied offices. They weren't denied privileges. They weren't harassed in any way. We know that he had pagan philosophers at his court. We know that for a long time he maintained Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, on his coins. Now, this was probably, as much as anything, a kind of traditional Roman conservatism. I mean, imagine what it would be like if you went to the store today and you bought something and you handed the clerk $20 and the clerk handed you back change and you didn't recognize any of the money you were given. Well, you'd say, well, what is this stuff? Is this real? Is this counterfeit? Does this any good? Can I spend this? I mean, we'd be quite shocked. In a certain sense, therefore, in the Roman world, maintaining the coinage, and remember, Constantine tried very hard to stabilize the coinage. He really wanted to build confidence in the coinage in the Roman world. So the fact that he leaves Sol Invictus on his coins doesn't necessarily mean that he's half a pagan or that he's given the pagans a free pass. There are probably lots of other reasons, as I think you can see, why he would have done this. You may think, for instance, of a very familiar story of Jesus in the Gospels when the Pharisees are trying to trick them and he says, hand me a coin. He said, whose picture is that on the coin? Well, it's Caesar's. How very familiar a coin would have been, you see, in the Roman world. So messing with the money, you see, is something we can probably explain. In other places, Constantine was really rather ambiguous. For example, on his triumphal arch in Rome, he referred simply, the triumphal arch, celebrating his triumph over Maxentius. He attributes his triumph, he mentions the highest God. Now that's a phrase that wouldn't offend anybody. At the same time, it's a phrase that doesn't say anything. That could be the God of the Christians. That could be Jupiter. That could be anybody. People could read that, in other words, without feeling somehow threatened. We know, for instance, that Constantine was only baptized on his deathbed. That actually doesn't tell us very much either, because that was common in the late antique world and for a very long time. We'll come back to that subject in a later lecture. Baptism was imagined then as now as cleansing the baptizand, the person being baptized, of all his or her sins. So many people put off baptism until the end of life so that they would sin no more before going off to meet their Maker. If you were baptized earlier in your life, well, then you had a problem. You might sin, and there were not yet the mechanisms for penance, for confession, etc., that would later emerge in the church. And these are some themes that we'll come to, as I said, in later lectures. But the fact that Constantine was baptized on his deathbed, I'm simply saying, doesn't mean, therefore, that he wasn't sincere, he didn't quite believe it, or he wanted to have it both ways, or was playing both ends against the middle. Constantine implicated the imperial regime in the affairs of the church, in ways, obviously, that could never have been done before. He involved himself, for instance, in doctrinal quarrels. One of the things that happened is that when Christianity was granted legal status, was made a religio licita, a licit religion in the Roman world, lots of the quarrels, the struggles, the controversies that existed in the Christian communities, and we'll talk about some of these in later lectures, but these controversies now became very public and sometimes very difficult. At the Council of Arles, for example, in the year 314, a council of bishops that met in the city of Arles in the south of Gaul in 314, with imperial support and approval, the Donatists were condemned. Now, we'll have a little bit more to say about Donatists in a future lecture. Suffice it for now to say that in North Africa, there was a rigorous party who believed that anyone who had sort of collaborated with the authorities during the Great Persecution, during the persecution of Diocletian, was unfit for religious office, and they refused to accept these people. They were called Donatists. Others said no, if people had been compelled to collaborate with the authorities, or if after having done so, they were genuinely sorry, they were genuinely repentant, they could be received back into full graces. That was basically Constantine's position. He wanted as much peace and harmony as he could possibly get. So here's one example of him involving himself in a doctrinal controversy. The big doctrinal controversy of Constantine's day turned around the question of Arianism. Again, we'll have a lot more to say about that later on. Arius was a priest from Alexandria in Egypt, who, in an attempt to sort of define God, to talk about God, and to maintain strict monotheism, basically said there was a time when the Word was not. He made Jesus ever so slightly subordinate in time to his Father, to maintain strict monotheism. Well, this did not wind up being the fundamental position of Christianity, of course, throughout the Roman world. The Council of Nicaea was called. In 325, more than 300 bishops assembled. Constantine was not there present. He said, "It is not proper that I sit among you." But he was paying attention. And his great advisor, a bishop from Spain by the name of Hosius from Cordova, basically made sure that Constantine's interests were represented in that council. That council issued a lot of legislation bearing on the church, but it also issued the first iteration of what we know today as the Nicene Creed. And the whole point of the Nicene Creed, yes, from one point of view, it's to spell out what is it that Christians believe, but the line that says one in being with the Father, that was the criticism of the Arians. That's what the whole thing was actually all about. Constantine granted significant tax privileges and personal privileges, for example, to the churches and to members of the clergy. Members of the clergy could not be taxed. Members of the clergy could not be required to serve in the military. There were various kinds of civic duties and responsibilities that could not be laid on the church. Church property was, generally speaking, not taxed. I mean, if we really went into that subject in great detail, we'd find a few exceptions. But on the whole, church property was not taxed. Constantine had Christian bishops as key advisors. I just mentioned a moment ago, for example, Hosius of Cordova. There were others. The first time that an emperor of the Roman world has Christian bishops as his key advisors. Now, he has lots of advisors, but among them are Christian bishops. Constantine founded and established a whole series of churches. For example, in Rome, St. Peter's. Not the St. Peter's that's there now, which is the 16th and early 17th century Renaissance church, but old St. Peter's, established by Constantine. St. Paul's outside the walls. And the Lateran Basilica, which was given to the bishops of Rome. We know them as the popes, as their sort of center and focus of authority. We always think of St. Peter's as being the Pope's great church now, and the Vatican Palace is near St. Peter's. But the Church of St. John Lateran is Rome's cathedral church. That is actually the Pope's home church. The Church of the Holy Apostles in Constantinople was created by Constantine. And the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem was established by Helena, Constantine's mother, although Constantine certainly played a role. Let's draw a quick balance sheet on Diocletian and Constantine. The tetrarchal and dynastic systems were in precarious balance, but stability reigned. The frontiers were stable and generally peaceful. The imperial office was more dignified and prestigious, but also in many ways more remote. The imperial administration was massively overhauled. It was more effective, but it was also larger and more intrusive than it had ever been. The military establishment was vastly larger, substantially reorganized, and on the whole successful. The economy was proceeding toward a fragile stability. The empire had embraced Christianity, but the implications of this step were not yet clear. When Constantine died in 337, he bequeathed an empire that Augustus Caesar would not have recognized. The late antique world had dawned without anyone having wished or willed it to do so. Welcome once again to these lectures on late antiquity. This time, the fifth lecture in the series, Crisis and Response, the House of Constantine. We're going to look at the period from the death of Constantine in 337 until the death of Julian in 363. Now, given the dramatic changes introduced by Diocletian and Constantine, just over 5 decades of remarkably able leadership and remarkably dynamic reform, we must ask in this lecture one really basic question. What happened next? How did the great issues of the 3rd century continue to be addressed? Were they addressed? Did all the problems of the 3rd century recur? Did the reforms hold up? Is one quite simple way of formulating the issue. All of the kinds of things that Diocletian and Constantine did between 284 and 337, did these reforms hold? And then, thinking about the kinds of issues that we raised when we talked about the 3rd century crisis, and thinking about the kinds of issues that we discussed in connection with the reigns of Diocletian and Constantine, we can turn a little bit more specifically to some concrete areas of investigation: the imperial office, foreign relations, the economy, and religious problems. What can we learn about these issues in the decades after the death of Constantine? So, to begin, Constantine's succession sheds some light on both the imperial office and also political issues, a little bit more generally, in the empire. From 324 until May of 337, when Constantine died, as you may recall, Constantine ruled as sole Augustus, but his 3 sons were Caesars under him. Very shortly before he died, Constantine actually named his nephew, Dalmatius, as Caesar, so now there were 4 Caesars. This is an interesting adjustment of the system created by Diocletian, for instance, where the empire had been divided among 4 tetrarchs, and 4 great prefectures had been created, and generally speaking, the tetrarchal theory would have held that there should have been an imperial presence in each one of those great prefectures. Well, Constantine has now created a situation where he was sole ruler and his 3 sons ruled with him. Then he adds a nephew. So now we sort of have 5 people over the Roman world. So they didn't have the same kind of territorial designation that had been envisioned by Diocletian when he introduced the tetrarchy. In the summer of 337, shortly, in other words, after Constantine's death, 9 close relatives of his and a number of very high officials in the Roman government were murdered. There was a real bloodbath. Constantine's sons kind of cleaned house. In September of 337, the original 3 sons named themselves Augustuses. Dalmatius had been sort of shoved aside by his cousins, and Constantine the second, another of Constantine's sons, was sort of shoved aside by about 340. So now Constans was ruling in the west, and Constantius II, you'll remember Constantine's father was named Constantius. Sometimes these names and numbers get a little bit tricky here, and I'll try not to overburden you with names and numbers, but this is, strictly speaking, Constantius II. Constantius II is ruling in the east. So what has happened? Within a few years of Constantine's death, there are 2 rulers in the empire, one east and one west. Now, the fiscal and administrative management, I should say fiscal and administrative mismanagement, plus charges of homosexuality, led a Frankish officer by the name of Magnentius to rise up against Constans in 350 in Gaul. Constantius named his nephew Gallus as Caesar and sent him to Antioch to deal with the East, where the Persian threat was, of course, always very real, potentially a serious problem for Rome, and Constantius himself marched to the west to deal with the situation there. In 351 at Mursa, Constantius defeated Magnentius with, we are told in the sources, 54,000 casualties. We're going to see a couple of further instances of this in later lectures. One of the interesting problems in the Roman world in the 4th and then even in the 5th century is not so much losing great armies to foreign foes as losing vast parts of armies in internecine strife in the Roman world. 54,000 men is a lot of casualties in a battle in modern times, in ancient times, or any other time. But in any case, having defeated Magnentius at Mursa, Constantius now, from 354 until 361, ruled as sole Augustus. So the empire now has a single ruler. In 355, Constantius named his cousin, Julian, Caesar for Gaul. Among family members, only Julian and Gallus, whom I mentioned a moment ago, who had been sent to Antioch, only Julian and Gallus had survived that bloodbath of the summer of 337. In 360, Constantius demanded from Julian Gallic troops. He wants troops from the west, troops posted in Gaul, to come to the east to fight in a war against Persia. Julian balked. He wasn't willing to send his forces to the east, and the forces in the west were increasingly loyal to him and weren't going to march off of their own volition or answer Constantius's call. The western troops then declared Julian Augustus. And Julian tried very hard to get Constantius's recognition. Now, from one point of view, there shouldn't have been any problem with this. The idea of shared rule had been common for a long time. Julian had, after all, been sent into the western provinces and raised up to high office by Constantius. But Constantius balked at naming him Augustus, at sharing imperial rule fully with Julian. But then, curiously, very shortly before his death, Constantius named Julian as his sole successor. Constantius himself had no children, so he had no direct heirs, and he didn't name a great general or a great military figure, a great political figure. He named Julian. Now, we'll talk a good deal more about Julian in a few minutes, but let me just say at the moment that from 361, when Constantius died, until 363, when Julian was killed fighting against the Persians, he ruled alone in the Roman world. He didn't share rule with anyone. But when Julian was killed by the Persians in 363, Constantine's dynasty was gone. So we had ever since Constantine himself fled his basically hostage status at the court of Diocletian to go and join his father Constantius in Britain when Diocletian retired from the imperial office. From that moment on, the empire had shared rule, more or less consistent with the tetrarchal principle of Diocletian, but the shared rule had always been among members of Constantine's own family. Dynastic principles, we may say, had trumped Diocletian's tetrarchy. But some sense of shared rule persisted. So the idea that there would be a sort of a more widespread, if you will, imperial presence in the Roman Empire did continue. But it continued not through the kind of tetrarchal system that Diocletian had envisioned, but through the dynastic system that had been favored by Constantine. We might regard this as a kind of a blend of tetrarchal and dynastic principles. Now, the rule of the army was still a troubling reminder of the 3rd century. Bear in mind, of course, that Magnentius had raised a considerable army in Gaul and made himself a threat. Bear in mind that the Gallic troops had attempted to get the Augustus title for their great commander, Julian. But still in all, between 306, when Constantius became Augustus in the west, Constantine's father, and 363, when Julian died, only members of Constantine's family, again apart from Magnentius, only members of Constantine's family had been advanced to imperial rule. So the army had not gone outside the family and raised up various individuals, nor had the family itself turned to individuals who were not their relatives. This is interesting in light of the vastly expanded army. All right, we saw, for example, that Diocletian increased the size of the army. We saw that Constantine had increased the number of units in the army, thus multiplying, of course, military commanders. So this vastly expanded army, with its many more military commanders, had not produced multiple claimants to the imperial title. That, of course, is precisely what had precipitated the political and institutional dimensions of the 3rd century crisis. That didn't recur. So we may conclude on this particular issue, then, that the new system, the system of Diocletian and Constantine, to be sure, Diocletian's system somewhat modified by Constantine, but the new system appeared to be holding its own. The Roman army was now not so much a force in Roman politics as a military force meant to defend and provide for the security of the Roman Empire. So, some decades on from Diocletian's initial reforms in the 280s and 290s, we can see that his system is holding. It was fortunate, I think, that during this period, foreign relations did not complicate the situation and spawn new challenges. If we were to play a little what-if history, and we were to say, well, what would have happened if during these early decades of during the first half of the 4th century, if Rome had faced the kind of sustained military threats and challenges that Rome had faced in the 3rd century, what would have happened then? Well, of course, we'll never know. That didn't happen. But it's worth pointing this out because, as we saw, this was precisely, these threats were precisely what occasioned many aspects, anyway, of the 3rd century crisis, and this time we don't get a recurrence of those kinds of threats. We know, for example, that Constans dealt pretty successfully with the Rhine frontier. We know also that he crossed to Britain in an attempt to put down some internal disruptions there. Constans was the last Roman emperor ever to visit Britain. Small little factoid that may be of some small interest, but in any case, he shored up the defenses in Britain and defended Gaul pretty well. Constantius dealt effectively with the Alamans, a barbarian people who had aided Magnentius. The Alamans are one of the Germanic barbarians. If you know French, you know that Germany is called Allemagne in French. Well, it takes its name from the Alamans. The Alemanni, the everybody's, is what the word actually means. So Constantius sort of dealt them a blow for having had the temerity to assist Magnentius when he attempted to raise his own colors in the 340s and 50s. Constantius achieved no successes, but suffered no losses against the Persians. I've emphasized several times, we'll emphasize again, we'll encounter Persians in later lectures. The Romans always understood that the Persians were the great threat out there. This they understood absolutely. Well, Constantius didn't gain back any ground, but he didn't lose any ground. Stalemate. But in any case, stalemate has its uses. Julian, meanwhile, you'll recall that Constantius sent Julian to Gaul. Julian was perhaps the greatest general of the entire family. We may think of Constantine and all of his military reforms, or defeating Maxentius, for example, at the Milvian Bridge, or defeating his colleague Licinius. We may think of Constantine as a great general, but in point of fact, there isn't much evidence on the books that Constantine was, in fact, a great warrior. Constans and Constantius were not particularly great military figures. Julian, on the other hand, was. He defeated, for example, the Alamans near Strasbourg. He defeated the Franks, another of the barbarian peoples with whom we'll be much occupied in some later lectures. He increased the Channel fleet from 200 to about 600 ships. You may recall, going all the way back to Diocletian, Diocletian had sent Maximian into Gaul in the first place because of robbers and bandits and rebellions. Maximian had appointed Carausius to secure the Channel coast, basically the coast of Normandy, against these various pirates. and then named himself head of the Imperium Britanniarum, the Empire of the Britons, something which, as I mentioned in an earlier lecture, didn't actually exist. But in any case, the Channel coast of Gaul was vulnerable. So Julian addressed this issue by substantially increasing the Channel fleet. As I said, multiplying it by some 3 times, from 200 to perhaps about 600 ships. He also rebuilt some 45 cities that had been damaged during the barbarian incursions that had existed in Gaul in the 340s and 350s, and in a few instances, actually, damage that had been inflicted on Gallic cities all the way back in the 3rd century, but which had not yet been repaired. So Julian was an extremely effective military commander, and contemporary sources are uniform in praising Julian and in holding him in very, very high esteem. In 362, Julian announced that he would no longer pay subsidies to the Persians. All right, so Constantius has died in 361. Julian is now sole emperor in the Roman world. Constantius, you'll recall, had been in the East. I had said just a second ago that basically Constantius had achieved stalemate with the Persians. Well, one of the ways that stalemate worked, actually, was that the Romans had been paying the Persians, in effect, protection money. They'd been paying them fairly substantial subsidies. Now, we may think that that's a kind of a dicey racket, and in a way it is, but at the same time, if you can pay off your enemies and you have the resources to do this and you avoid having to fight them, it's not necessarily such a bad deal. Well, Julian now announces he's no longer going to pay subsidies to the Persians, and in 363, he won a great victory over them. Now, given that Julian was such an effective military commander, given the fact that he was not an old man, given the fact that he had won a great victory, one can only imagine what might have happened if he'd followed up that victory with a series of additional campaigns. But it was not to be. In a very minor, unimportant skirmish following his great victory in 363, Julian was killed. Terrible blow for the Roman world. Terrible bit of luck. It reminds us that no matter how sophisticated we may be in trying to find explanations for things that happened in history, sometimes just dumb luck seems to be as big a force as anything else. The empire, in other words, neither gained nor lost any territory under Constantine's successors. Now, the empire, and I've mentioned this in earlier lectures, had stopped expanding already in the early 2nd century by the time of the Emperor Trajan. Okay? So the Roman world is no longer going to expand. This is not going to be an issue. So when we say it didn't gain any territory, in a way that's making a point that isn't terribly important, but it didn't lose any territory, and that is an important point. So Constantine's successors, from 337 until 363, basically held the frontiers. They remained secure. Now, economic activity, and let's remember that economic issues were central to the crisis of the 3rd century, that both Diocletian and Constantine attempted in somewhat different ways to address economic problems in the Roman world. What we can say, broadly speaking, about economic activity is that it reveals very little gain or loss. There aren't any really dramatic changes in the economic life of the Roman world during these central decades of the 4th century. The basic reforms of Diocletian and Constantine were left in place. We do notice, for instance, that the price edict proved unenforceable and was revoked. I had mentioned last time, or perhaps 2 lectures back now, that when Diocletian had issued the Edict of Maximum Prices in the year 301, it tended to make some goods disappear from the market. It put other goods on the black market. In any case, by the middle decades of the 4th century, it was perfectly clear that this edict was unenforceable, and it was withdrawn. There remained the problem, an acute problem, of paying for this vastly expanded military establishment that had been created by Diocletian and Constantine. To pay for this military, to defend the frontiers, and then also to deal with the usurper Magnentius, the emperors had continually to raise taxes. Now, eventually, this tendency on the part of the imperial government to raise taxes, and at the same time, no longer to provide security and no longer to provide the kind of domestic benefits that the Roman administration had always provided, will, in the 5th century, so I'll just hint that we're going to come to this problem in a later lecture, by the 5th century, this will begin to relax the bonds between Rome and its far-flung provinces around the empire. That didn't really happen yet in the 4th century. The Roman world was reasonably prosperous. It had considerable capacity to generate resources, and this expanded Roman government had very considerable ability to extract those resources from the Roman world. Now, it's also true that Constans and Gallus were both profligate. They were deeply unpopular because they raised taxes and seemed to waste money on all kinds of frivolous activities. Julian, on the other hand, was fiscally austere. He was popular with the people, he was popular with the Roman administration, and his restraint might very well have made him unpopular with the soldiers. After all, the taxes basically paid the military establishment, so if the emperor himself were incredibly open-handed and generous with the military, presumably the soldiers would like him. If the emperor were a bit stingy, a bit austere, perhaps the soldiers wouldn't. What seems to have won for Julian a kind of a free pass here is that he was, in point of fact, a charismatic and also very capable military leader. He led his troops on to victory upon victory upon victory. This meant that various donatives, cash paid out to soldiers when they won a great campaign, these were possible, and also booty. The soldiers were able to acquire a great deal of booty and plunder as a result of their successful military campaigns. So Julian's fiscal austerity didn't cost him in popularity, and his military victories, in point of fact, even enhanced his popularity. So what we would say, broadly speaking, I think, if we think about economic activity, there were neither initiatives nor failures. The economic situation in the Roman world got neither better nor worse. Basically, it held its own. The economy was relatively stable, we would say. Now, that already is a gain. In the 3rd century, the Roman economy was anything but stable. Religious issues in the age of the house of Constantine's sons and successors, religious issues in this period were intensely complicated. Now, we saw in our last lecture, when we talked about Constantine, that the empire, having embroiled itself in the affairs of the church, was almost certain to have long-term serious consequences. But of course, in Constantine's reign itself, it's not yet clear what those consequences would look like. In the reigns of his sons, and then in the reign of Julian, we begin to see what some of those consequences might have been. For instance, one of the things we see under Constantius is that Jews, and actually his brother Constans as well, Jews, heretics such as the Donatists, remember the North Africans, the rigorist party who didn't want to have anything to do with people who in their view had collaborated with the persecutors during the Great Persecution, Diocletian's persecution. So the Donatists are that party in Africa. They take their name from a bishop by the name of Donatus. Manichaeans. We'll have more to say about Manichaeans in a later lecture. Suffice it to say, a very popular, a very widespread traditional dualist sect coming from the teachings of a kind of a prophet teacher called Mani, flesh, spirit, light, dark, good, bad. So dualist, this is the basic core of Manichaean teaching. Manichaeans then, and also pagans, were harassed, often faced with forced conversions, often subjected to financial penalties, often visited with various kinds of legal disabilities in the Roman world. In other words, the empire was now becoming militantly Christian and was finding less and less and less place open for those who were either the wrong kinds of Christians on the one hand, or else not Christians at all on the other hand. This is interesting if you stop and think about it, because from the 1st century A.D. until the Edict of Milan in 313, Christians themselves had been persecuted and then had been made a licit religion. Constantine, remember, granted legal status to all religions in the empire, put them all on basically equal footing. Now the balance was shifting, you see. Actually, things were going out of balance, if you will, and now Christianity was itself increasingly dominant and penalizing and punishing its own foes, its own enemies, its own opponents. Now, without specific encouragement, Christianity also began now to spread outside the Roman Empire. This is a rather interesting phenomenon in a variety of ways, and we'll have a little more to say about this in some later lectures. If we think of the end of Matthew's Gospel, the great commandment, go forth and teach all nations, well, that had been understood in Roman times essentially as teaching all nations inside the Roman Empire. Slowly but surely, Christianity had begun to spread. It had begun to spread to the Arab peoples, for example, those peoples essentially who lived to the east of Syria and Palestine, all the way out across what we would call Iraq and down into what we would call the Arabian Peninsula. Christianity spread from Egypt south into, for instance, Ethiopia, but then also Christianity spread across the Danube among the Goths, one of the Germanic peoples, one of the barbarian peoples, about whom, again, we'll have a lot to say in subsequent lectures. Here the story is an interesting one and is a poignant one. A man by the name of Ulfilas, the name means little wolf, born about 311, died in 383. He was a Goth who had studied at Constantinople. He was a very highly educated man, a very intelligent man. He was then consecrated a bishop and sent out to his own people. Very interesting step, this. The first time that the Romans showed, people inside the Roman Empire, that is, showed any interest actually in the conversion of people living outside their empire. As I said a moment ago, when Christianity spread among the Arabs or spread into Ethiopia, this was simply by accident and by happenstance. It wasn't a policy. Now, Ulfilas did a number of things. For instance, he translated the New Testament and parts of the Old into Gothic, which only fragments of this survive today, unfortunately. It would be wonderful if we had the whole thing. This is the oldest written material in any one of the Germanic languages. So it's quite a remarkable document that we have at all, these biblical translations of Ulfilas. I mentioned a moment ago that the story is kind of poignant. Here's where it gets poignant. When Ulfilas was in Constantinople, the Roman regime, the regime of Constantius II, in point of fact, was Arian. So he learned the Arian faith, he professed the Arian faith among his people, and tragically, in a sense, converted them to what had been and would again be a heresy. But at the time he embraced Arian Christianity, this was the Christianity of the imperial court of Constantius II. Now, Constans, we must say, was militantly Catholic. Constantius II was Arian. Now, there are some hints in the sources that this was at his wife's prompting. It's hard to know whether to believe that. That is to say, it may very well be that what the sources are trying to do is not blame Constantius and pass it all off on his wife, because sources written after his reign, generally speaking by anti-Arian writers, were a little embarrassed by the fact that the emperor himself had been Arian. Now, Arianism, we saw when we talked about Constantine, had been condemned at the Council of Nicaea in 325. But it gained ground in many eastern cities under Constantius, and then, through the work of Ulfilas and the work of other missionaries, some of whom we'll encounter in some later lectures, several of the barbarian peoples, not just the Goths, but several of the barbarian peoples, embraced Arianism. Under Julian, who is called by Christian writers the apostate, because he apostatized from his Christian faith, he abandoned his Christian faith, there was a pagan reaction. The last one in Roman history. Brief and without much consequence in the long run, but interesting all the same. Julian had probably been raised as an Arian. There's some evidence to suggest that he had been raised as an Arian, but he remained very discreet about his religious inclinations until Constantius II died in 361 and Julian himself took over. We know, for example, that Julian was taught by several Greek tutors, so he would have been brought up on the Greek classics. We're going to have occasion in some later lectures to talk about those classics and the role that they continued to play in educational schemes in the ancient world. The interesting problem here is, and great Christian writers like St. Augustine, for example, had to address themselves to this, if you're going to equip people with basic literacy, they're going to read the classics. If they read the classics, they're going to encounter stories that are sometimes obscene and profane. That's a bit morally dubious, but they're going to read all of these accounts of the pagan gods and goddesses. You can't strip that stuff out of the literature. So my point here is quite simply, this is the way Julian, as an upper-class member of the Roman elite, this is how he was educated. In 361, Julian grew his beard. He declared that the gods could be worshipped again. He opened and repaired some temples that had been closed during the 4th century. He restored sacrifices and various public celebrations to the pagan gods, some of the traditional civic celebrations of the Roman world. He forbade Christians to teach in public. He didn't forbid them to teach, period. He forbade them to teach in public. And he attempted to stop all of the legal, fiscal, and so on privileges that had been accorded to Christians by, in the first place, Constantine, and then by Constantius II. Julian did not persecute Christians. In an interesting way, however, Christian writers were annoyed by his tolerant attitude. Yes, it's true he laid some disabilities on Christians. Yes, it's true that he didn't give them the kinds of privileges that they had been enjoying now for some decades. But Julian was basically tolerant, live and let live. And actually, Christian writers, remember I started off a few minutes ago talking about these religious issues and saying that the Christians had become much more militant over the course of the 4th century. So Julian's tolerant attitude essentially offended various Christian writers. Julian's model was the philosopher-emperor Marcus Aurelius. Now, later Christian writers vilified Julian the apostate, you see, but he was immensely popular in his own time. That's very important to bear in mind. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, he may very well have been the greatest general of the House of Constantine. So apart from Julian's religious and cultural experiment, which lasted only a couple of years and had no consequences, continuity was the hallmark of this age. In other words, we can say that the kinds of reforms that had been introduced by Diocletian and Constantine remained in place. The expansion and refinement of the palace administration continued apace. The government kept getting bigger. Constantius II gave the city of Constantinople a full set of urban institutions and amenities. Constantinople is really Constantius's city more than Constantine's city. The empire continued to be well governed, and fortunately, it faced no serious foreign threats. Things held. The Roman world did not fall back into the disasters of the 3rd century. But with the end of the House of Constantine, an interesting question did arise. What would happen next? Welcome to the 6th in our series of lectures on late antiquity. This time we're going to talk about the end of a unified Roman Empire. We're going to come to the reign of Theodosius the Great, Theodosius I. During the next 5 decades, that is to say the 5 decades following the death of Julian in 363, the Roman Empire lurched from crisis to crisis to crisis to crisis, but also raised up one of late antiquity's greatest rulers. Let's look at the situation immediately on Julian's death. It was dire. Julian had named no heir. So the army, remember Julian died in Persia, died fighting the Persians. He died in Mesopotamia fighting the Persians. Julian named no heir, so the army elevated a man by the name of Jovian. Now Jovian came from a sort of a low-born, but nevertheless fairly distinguished military family. Another one of these individuals, Diocletian was one such, who had risen fairly high through the Roman military establishment. Jovian's first task was to get his army home. So he negotiated sort of on the spot a 30-year truce with Persia, and he ceded a good deal of territory to the permanent ruin of his reputation. On his way back from Mesopotamia, Jovian died. There are hints in the sources that he may have been poisoned. Now, in a repeat of 284, a council of generals elevated Valentinian I as emperor. He would reign from 364 until 375. The army also pressed Valentinian, however, to give them a co-ruler. So he elevated his own brother, Valens, who would rule from 364 until 378. Now it's interesting. The empire was divided between Valens and Valentinian as it had formerly been divided between Constans and Constantius. Valentinian would rule in the west, Valens would rule in the east. We have, in a sense, a new dynasty, the House of Valentinian, which will now rule for some decades in the Roman world. We see the army, again a reminder of the conditions of the 3rd century, we see the army calling for a particular individual to be made emperor, and then insisting on that person naming a co-emperor. But the army didn't repeat the disastrous and multiple changes in imperial office that had characterized the 3rd century. once again, the reforms of Diocletian and Constantine were holding. Now, in 367, not long after having been proclaimed Augustus, Valentinian fell ill, and he made his own son Gratian, who was then only about 8 years old, a second Augustus for the West. Okay. The reign of Valentinian was generally successful. He pacified the Rhine frontier, and his deputies secured Britain on his behalf. He was frugal, like Julian had been, which made him popular with certain segments of the population, perhaps not quite so popular among the soldiers as Julian had been. The provincial and urban elites in the empire had one bone to pick with Valentinian, and that was he tended to promote men of modest background to high offices, to various offices in the Roman government. We're going to talk about the Roman government in a lot of detail in the next couple of lectures, and this will be a little bit clearer. Valentinian was very much interested in promoting people who were competent, who were loyal, who could do their jobs, rather than people who came from elite families and who felt that they were owed preferments and appointments in the system. So certain elites disliked Valentinian, but actually the reasons they disliked him are evidence in some way that he was a pretty effective ruler. In religious policy, Valentinian was generally tolerant. Generally tolerant. That means he wasn't going to lean heavily on the Catholic side or on the Arian side. Now, Valentinian died in a fit of rage. He seems to have popped a blood vessel in his head while negotiating with barbarians along the Danube. A faction of soldiers then elevated Valentinian II, who was 4 years old. Well, he ruled in Italy while his brother Gratian was in Gaul. Obviously, Valentinian II wasn't ruling any place. He was only 4 years old. But he was, nevertheless, in Italy, and his brother Gratian was in Gaul. So, on the whole, we can say that the reign of Valentinian had been reasonably successful. Rather like the period that we talked about in our last lecture, the years after the death of Constantine in 337, things basically held. Steady state in the Roman world. No great initiatives, no great failures. That's the West. The East is a different story. The rule of Valens, the reign of Valens, was a disaster. Now, he very briefly faced a usurper, a man by the name of Procopius, who had actually been an associate of Jovian, who, as I mentioned a moment ago, died maybe poisoned trying to bring the Roman army out of Persia in 363, 364. Procopius is interesting because he called to his assistance a force of Goths, about 3,000 men, about 3,000 Gothic soldiers who joined him in his attempt to make a claim on the Eastern imperial office. This marked the first time that barbarian soldiers played a significant role in internal Roman politics. This would not be the last time, as we'll see again in just a few minutes, and as we'll see repeatedly in future lectures. But this is the first time that barbarian soldiers had played a decisive role in internal Roman politics. Now, Valens rightly feared pressure along the Danube. He could see that this was a seriously threatened frontier and one with which he needed to deal. He had successfully campaigned beyond the Danube in 369. He had made peace with a man by the name of Athanaric, who was a fairly major leader among the Gothic peoples living beyond the frontier. Now, this had been, going back centuries actually, a fairly traditional Roman policy. In other words, you draw the border at a certain point, and from time to time you campaign beyond that border, not because you aim to take over that territory, but in a sense to pacify it, to sort of clear it out, to create a kind of a cordon sanitaire just immediately beyond your frontier. So nothing particularly original or unique or novel about what Valens was doing here. And he'd been reasonably successful. The Goths at this point are split into a pagan group under the recently defeated Athanaric and a Christian group under a leader by the name of Fritigern. Now, it was Fritigern who had requested missionaries, and it was Valens who sent Ulfilas, the little wolf, out among the Goths. We talked about Ulfilas in our last lecture. The Goths, meanwhile, basically all of them, were facing pressure on their northern and eastern flank from the Huns. Now, we're going to hear a good deal more about the Huns in later lectures, so I'm not going to pause at this moment to talk about them in detail. Suffice it to say that the Huns had been coming along the western coast of the Black Sea into the northern Balkans and coming into the area where the Goths were then settled. Hunnic pressure led Athanaric basically to retreat with his people into the Carpathian Mountains. Fritigern, on the other hand, approached the Danube and requested permission to enter the Roman Empire. Now this was unheard of. We saw, for example, that Constantine had begun the process of recruiting larger and larger numbers of barbarians into regular Roman military units, but they came as individuals. We saw that Constantine had from time to time used various barbarian peoples as federates, as treated peoples, as allies, but they were outside the empire. They were on the other side of the border. Fritigern and his people wanted to come inside the Roman world. Valens at the moment was in Antioch. He was seeking to deal with the Persians when Gothic envoys reached him. Now, his immediate reaction was positive. Valens was an Arian, the Goths were Arians, and he wondered perhaps if these Arian Goths could be recruited to help him secure the Danube frontier. So there's something new and something old here. See, elements of his way of thinking about this policy reach all the way back to the time of Constantine. But the idea of actually admitting these people as a people en masse into the empire, that's new, that's different. Now, between 376 and about 378, a lot more Goths than had been anticipated crossed the Danube and began settling in the northern Balkans. The local officials simply could not control the Goths, and the Goths themselves were increasingly restive. They expected to be paid in food. They expected to be paid in cash. They expected to be given land to settle on. These people were farmers, after all. They had been farmers when they were north of the Danube. Now they've crossed the Danube. They have no food. They have no means of producing food. What will they do? What will become of them? So it's a very difficult, volatile, explosive situation. Roman sources portray Gothic activity at this period as a revolt. Well, that's probably not actually a very useful term to think of. What the Goths were is rather angry at their present straitened circumstances, and angry, too, at the terrible treatment that was being meted out to them by Roman officials. Roman officials, for instance, the Goths need food, right? Roman officials were trading them dog meat for Gothic children who were then sold into slavery. Now, who's the barbarian here and who's the civilized person here? That's an interesting thing to think about, isn't it? Well, anyway, Valens comes to the realization that he's going to have to march north and deal with this situation. He's got to deal with this Gothic revolt, if indeed revolt is the word we want to use about it. So he marches north into the Balkans with a very modest force. He wasn't himself a terribly capable military commander. He wasn't bad. He wasn't one of Rome's great generals. He seems to have underestimated the number of Goths and their resolve. And as a result, Valens was defeated and left dead on the battlefield at Adrianople in 378. This was a pretty remarkable event. It's the first time a Roman army had been defeated by a barbarian army inside the frontier of the Roman world. An emperor had been left dead on a battlefield. What was to happen next? Well, we'll come to that in just a few minutes. Suffice it to say for the moment that some have seen the defeat of Valens at Adrianople in 378 as the beginning of the end for the Western Empire. Now you'll say, well, gee, this is odd because isn't this in the East? Yes, it is. But of course, we're going to see in future lectures that these very Goths are going to wind up in Gaul and Spain eventually. But that's not our task today. So some see, you see, the Battle of Adrianople as the beginning of the end for the Western Empire. Others look at this, and I would put myself very much more in this camp, others look at this as the beginning of yet another transition in the history of the later Roman Empire. Okay, as so often now in the 3rd century crisis, in the reigns of Diocletian and Constantine, in the house of Constantine, now in the house of Valentinian, what's going to happen next? Well, after Adrianople, Gratian named Theodosius as Augustus for the East. Now, not a relative. Theodosius was a Spaniard. He'd been born and grew up in Spain. He was an outstanding soldier, a really superb military commander from an old, wealthy, well-connected military family. So he wasn't the sort of low-born fellow that a number of these other great generals that we've talked about in recent lectures had been. When Gratian himself was murdered in 383, Theodosius effectively ruled the West through a series of barbarian generals. So Gratian had sent Theodosius to the east to deal with the very difficult situation there, and Theodosius then basically is not much interested in the West. Gratian is murdered. Then he uses a series of barbarian generals as kind of placeholders, as lieutenants, quite literally, serving on his behalf in the West while he attempts to deal with the eastern situation. By 392, the nonentity Valentinian II, remember he came to the throne when he was 4 years old. By 392, the nonentity Valentinian II was dead, probably murdered. Until his death in 395 then, from 392 until 395, Theodosius ruled the Roman Empire alone. He would be the last man ever to do that. Rome had one emperor over the one empire. On his death, he was succeeded by his two sons, Arcadius, who ruled in the east from 395 to 408, and in the west, Honorius, who ruled from 395 until 423. We'll bump into Arcadius and Honorius a number of times in future lectures. Let's say for the moment just this. They were capable men, on the whole, but they were also bitter rivals. Bitter rivals. What this produced is a situation where the Roman East and the Roman West were now clearly beginning to drift apart. In theory, there was still one empire with shared rule, as under Diocletian, as under the Tetrarchy. But in lots of ways, that theory was becoming increasingly threadbare. East and West are beginning to drift apart. That's the key point to retain at this particular moment. And we'll come back to that point again and again in future lectures. Now then, Theodosius. I said at the outset that at another moment of crisis, the Roman world produced, with great good fortune, great good luck, another remarkable ruler. And Theodosius was certainly that. It's particularly interesting to think of Theodosius and his successes given the challenges that he faced. All right, there is disruption, political disruption in the West. Persia is restive in the East. And the Balkan frontier has been breached, and the northern Balkans are in a state of, well, what kind of a state are the northern Balkans in? You've got a substantial Gothic population and Gothic army sort of loose in the Balkans. No one in previous Roman history had ever had to deal with a situation like that. On the whole, Theodosius was lucky in that he faced no serious problems in the East. The Persians were not restive at this particular moment. He was not faced, therefore, with having to commit valuable material and human resources to dealing with the Persians or to being distracted himself by the Persians and having to spend time in the East. This left him free to deal with other areas. Primarily, fundamentally, of course, his task is going to be to shore up this shattered Danube frontier. He's got to do something about that. Well, Theodosius began taking a whole series of steps. He rebuilt the Roman army. There had been losses, of course, against the Persians. There had been losses in the Adrianople campaign. There had been losses in Gaul. So Theodosius begins rebuilding the Roman army. And it's interesting, too, in some of his legislation, we see that he severely penalized people who tried to escape from service. For instance, we find that individuals were cutting off their thumbs or cutting off fingers so that they would be ineligible for military service. When it seemed that someone had taken these drastic steps to get out of military service, these people were fined and punished, and in some instances even executed as a result of their attempt to escape from, to evade military service. He made peace with Athanaric, and he settled the Goths in the Balkans under their own law and under their own leaders. Here was a novel step. He let the Goths have their own law. They were in principle subject also to Roman law, but in their day-to-day affairs they were allowed to govern themselves autonomously by their own customs, by their own rules, by their own laws, and they would have their own leaders rather than leaders appointed by him. The Goths agreed in return to defend the frontier. In return for defending the frontier, for being given their own law, for being given their own leaders. They were also given land and paid a cash subsidy. Now, if we look at that, we can say this is in certain ways an adjustment of the old treaty system. Constantine's idea of the federate peoples along the frontier of the empire basically had these people living outside the empire, but along its frontiers, having engaged a treaty with the Romans, and in consequence of that treaty, they might very well be paid cash subsidies, and they would defend a stretch of frontier on behalf of Rome. What Theodosius has done is brought a body of Goths inside the empire, inside the northern Balkans, and given them responsibility for defending that stretch of the frontier on behalf of Rome. They were paid subsidies. That's not new. They were also given land to settle on. Now, what's interesting there, quite simply, is this. One of the things that had happened over the last decade or so was that much of the northern Balkans had been depopulated and devastated as a result of the skirmishing and campaigning and fighting in that particular area. Theodosius has the bright idea, a very good idea actually, that if he settles the Goths on the land as farmers, he's going to make that land productive again. What does productive land produce in the Roman world? Money. What happens to the money? It gets taxed. What is the tax money used for? To pay soldiers. You can kind of follow Theodosius' thinking here, can't you? Pretty clear what he was up to. Now, while he's dealing with the problems in the Balkans, or perhaps we should really say, while he is settling the problems in the Balkans, a rebel by the name of Magnus Maximus was declared Augustus by his troops in Britain. Here's a reminder of the 3rd century. The troops just all of a sudden named their general emperor off someplace in the Roman world. Magnus Maximus crossed to Gaul and engineered the murder of Gratian. Well, Theodosius marched west, and he killed Magnus in about 388. So Magnus's revolt was put down pretty easily, pretty quickly. However, a man by the name of Arbogast, one of the generals through whom Theodosius had been ruling Gaul. Remember I said a moment ago that basically what Theodosius had done while he was in the east was to have great military men sort of manning the situation in Gaul. Yes, the Emperor Gratian was there all the time, but basically Theodosius kind of had his guys looking after the situation. Arbogast had been one of these generals. Arbogast now murdered Valentinian II. I said before that this nonentity Valentinian died probably murdered. Well, it was probably, you see, Arbogast who murdered him. And he tried to elevate his own dependent Augustus. Now, it's not so clear that Arbogast here is really rebelling against Rome or necessarily even serving his own interest. It appears rather that what Arbogast is trying to do is shore up the situation in Gaul. There's been the problem with Magnus Maximus. There have been recent incursions against the frontiers. And it may be that Arbogast should be seen less as a rebel than as someone who had his own good ideas, in his mind, about how he could pacify and stabilize the situation in Gaul. Be that as it may, Theodosius wanted no part of Arbogast and his dependent Augustus. He marched west, and at the Frigidus River in northern Italy, 394, he defeated Arbogast in a terrible slaughter. Now, this is reminiscent of the Battle of Mursa in 351, when Constantius II had defeated a rebel and usurper and lost, remember I said 54,000 men? The slaughter at the Frigidus River was probably somewhat smaller, but nevertheless on a very considerable scale. Bear in mind that Theodosius had already been trying to increase the size of the Roman army, been trying to get more men in arms, that he had settled the Goths in the Danubian provinces in an attempt to get them to defend that stretch of the frontier. So my point is quite simply, he really couldn't afford to lose all of the men that he lost at the Battle of the Frigidus River, but nevertheless, he felt a keen responsibility to address this threat posed by Arbogast. Religious strife occupied Theodosius constantly. Nothing new here. We've seen from Diocletian's persecution to Constantine's various kinds of ecclesiastical legislation to the religious issues in the age of Constantius and then Julian's pagan reaction. Religious issues have been a constant companion of ours as we've been walking through the 4th century here. Theodosius himself came from an old Catholic family, And all evidence points to the fact that he was himself personally pious, a man of deep and authentic religious faith. Between 378 and 380, he passed a series of laws that effectively made Catholicism Rome's state religion. What he decreed in the end was this. He said all Christians must believe as the Bishop of Rome believes. So in effect, he made Roman Catholic Christianity the state religion of the Roman Empire. Now, in a later lecture, we're going to come back and talk in some detail about relations between the Roman state and the Christian church, or the Catholic Church as it was becoming at that time. So we won't pursue that subject in detail now. I just want to point out that what Theodosius has done several decades after Constantine grants Christianity licit status in the Roman Empire has made a specific form of Christianity the state religion of the Roman Empire. Arianism is now outlawed. All deviant, from the standpoint of this legislation, forms of Christianity are outlawed, are declared heretical. Now, this newfound power of the Catholic Church resulted in a series of rather interesting conflicts, rather revealing conflicts, with the very powerful Bishop of Milan, whose name was Ambrose. Now again, in some later lectures, we're going to talk about the fathers of the church, the great Christian writers of the 4th and 5th and early 6th century, and Ambrose will occupy our attention as an intellectual figure, as a writer, when we come to that subject in a later lecture. For the moment, what we want to talk about is Ambrose as the Bishop of Milan and his relations with this militantly Catholic emperor, Theodosius, and also, in the very first place, with the Emperor Gratian in the West. First case. The Emperor Gratian had ordered the altar of victory removed from Rome's Senate House. The altar of victory, Victoria, winged victory. You've perhaps seen victory statues. There's one in front of Buckingham Palace in London, for example. There is a beautiful victory statue in the great staircase of the Louvre in Paris. These beautiful statues of victory. Victory represented, personified Victoria. Victory, Roman victory, military victory. And the cult of Victoria was a very important cult for the Romans. And the statue of victory in the Roman Senate House was bold, was prominent, was traditional. Very often when senators entered the house, they made some act of reverence or obeisance before this statue of victory. Gratian removed the altar of victory from the Senate House. What happened then is that a number of old traditional aristocrats at Rome gathered around a man by the name of Symmachus, many of whom were actually still pagans. Many of whom were still pagans, objected mightily, wrote to the imperial court that Rome's traditions, that its culture, that its history, that its legacy was being trampled underfoot, and they wanted their altar of victory back. Well, Gratian seems to have needed his resolve steeled, and it was precisely Ambrose who opposed this pagan elite, and Theodosius eventually was embroiled in the controversy as well. He also came down on the side on Ambrose's side, in this particular instance, of removing the altar of victory from the Roman Senate House. We also have a situation in Milan. All right, remember we have our non-entity, Valentinian II, ruling there. Valentinian II is almost completely under the thumb of his family and a few advisors. And Valentinian appears to have been an Arian. Ambrose opposed Valentinian so forcefully, so loudly, from the sermons he was preaching, you see, in his cathedral church in Milan, that he severely damaged the prestige and the authority of the emperor. I mean, here was a bishop publicly and loudly and violently criticizing the emperor again and again and again and again. And no one was there to shut Ambrose up, and in consequence, this was really damaging in certain respects to the emperor and to his prospects. Third case. The citizens of a town called Kallinikon, which was on the Euphrates River, destroyed a synagogue. So in these days, there were often controversies between Christian groups and Jewish groups. On this occasion, a group of Christians destroyed a synagogue. Theodosius ordered it rebuilt. He felt that the action of destroying the synagogue was outrageous. He wasn't going to stand for it. He ordered the synagogue to be rebuilt. Ambrose objected fiercely, and Theodosius had to back down. Quite remarkable that, a bishop calling down the Roman emperor. As in our fourth case, Ambrose did again. In Thessalonica, there'd been a riot in the city of Thessalonica. Now, there was a great race course in Thessalonica. Most great cities had large horse racing courses, and the populace often was very much divided, almost like fans of modern athletic teams, divided in their allegiances amongst the various chariot racers, so that you didn't ride on a single horse, you had chariot races. One of these charioteers was apparently a fellow of fairly dicey reputation. He was arrested. Those who supported him went into kind of open rebellion, and Theodosius turned his troops loose on the population of the city to calm the situation. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of people were actually killed. Ambrose forced Theodosius to do public penance, to appear in public in sackcloth and ash, to stop receiving communion in church. So, for a bishop to discipline the Roman emperor in this way suggests to us now, in certain ways, how Constantine's intertwining of empire and church was starting to have real consequences. Theodosius could militantly intervene and impose Catholic Christianity on the Roman world, and a great Catholic bishop could intervene, saying of Theodosius that he is a member of the church, not its head, and therefore is subject to discipline like any other member of the church would be. With the reign of Theodosius, then, we find ourselves, I think, fully in the world of late antiquity. The new regime of Diocletian and Constantine is fully in place. The governmental institutions, the military institutions which they put in place are now there, and it looks as if they're going to be there in perpetuity. The barbarians, at least one group of them, were now settled en masse inside the empire. We also find that most of the great military officers now, the leaders of the Roman army, are themselves barbarians. And finally, the empire has now thrown its full weight behind the Catholic Church. These four elements will be with us in lecture after lecture from now on, and we may take them as being the cornerstones, really, of this late antique world. Well, welcome to the seventh in our series of lectures on late antiquity. This time we're going to turn to the subject of ruling the Roman Empire, and we're going to start with the imperial center, the imperial government at its very heart around the emperor himself. In our next lecture, we'll turn to the provincial hierarchy, sort of the government out and around the empire as a whole. Now, I've spoken many times already in this series of lectures about Rome's government, about significant adjustments to that government, reforms of that government, modifications of that government. So what we want to do now is pause and ask, how was the Roman Empire actually governed? How did it work? What was it meant to accomplish? What did it accomplish? Who were the people who pushed the buttons and pulled the levers of the Roman machinery of state? So, central government this time, provincial government, the overall imperial hierarchy next time. Now, a first question that we can ask ourselves, how do we actually know about the Roman government? What do we know? Well, we know a lot, but probably it's fair to say we know only a fraction of what there would be to know if we had full records. For instance, we can gather up all kinds of tidbits of information scattered through narrative history, scattered through private letters, scattered through ecclesiastical documents. Occasionally, for example, bishops' sermons which survive comment on the doings of the local officials and so on. So we can piece together one anecdote after another, after another, after another, and taken all together, they're pretty impressive as a body of material. But it's not exactly a scientifically, it's not a scientifically presented body of material, even if it is in some scholarly sense scientifically gathered together. Panegyrics are an interesting source of information. What's a panegyric? Panegyrics were speeches that were delivered in the emperor's presence. Now, they are over-the-top lavish in their praise. Not surprisingly, that's the nature of the genre. But we have substantial reason to believe that in these panegyrics, when they're praising the emperor for doing this and doing that and winning this battle and leading that campaign, that the basic substantive information is probably fairly accurate. You couldn't stand in the emperor's presence and in the presence of all his courtiers, more about them in a few minutes, you couldn't stand in the presence of all these people and make up utter rubbish or praise the emperor for doing something or passing a law or winning a battle when he'd never done any of these things. So we can strip away, as it were, some of the rhetorical overlay in these panegyrics, and we can find a good deal about what probably passed as policy in the reign of one emperor after another. We have several dozen of these panegyrics surviving from late antiquity. There must have been hundreds of them delivered. Only a few dozen survive, but those that we have are extremely valuable and interesting, and we dare to think, revealing. By far the greatest source of information at our disposal are the great law codes. Now, it's interesting to think Roman law had been accumulating since the so-called 12 tables, which were probably issued, or at any rate put up publicly in Rome, somewhere in the middle of the 5th century BC. But it was only in late antiquity, and then twice in late antiquity, that Rome's laws were systematically compiled and ordered. That already is one interesting achievement of this particular period. Most of what we now think of and know about as Roman law descends from the two great legal compilations of late antiquity. The first of these was compiled by the Emperor Theodosius II, not the Theodosius we talked about in our last lecture, that's Theodosius I, compiled by Theodosius II, who was ruling in the East in 438. And then there is the Corpus Juris Civilis, the great body of civil law compiled by the Emperor Justinian, actually by a whole staff of officials that he had appointed to the task, between 529 and 532. Now, you may be thinking, well, we've been talking here about the world from sort of Diocletian now to the age of Honorius and Arcadius, from the end of the 3rd century to the beginning of the 5th century, and I just mentioned law codes that come from 438 and 529 to 32. So isn't this anachronistic? Is this material really valid and valuable for looking at this earlier period? The answer is yes. Here's why. All of the material in the codes bears the name of the issuing emperor and of the year in which the various documents, the decrees and edicts and so on, I'll tell you in a second what's actually in the codes, but where all the different kinds of documents in the codes, so when they were issued and the name of the emperor who issued them. So it doesn't matter when the compilation is made, we actually know which emperors passed which laws. And we can then go through the codes and pull out and see the various kinds of things that individual emperors were doing. The codes, of course, systematize this law under a series of thematic and topical headings. So we can then go back and do history by sort of disassembling the parts and saying, well, Constantine passed these laws or Constantius passed those laws, and we can see what was going on at a particular moment. So what's in the codes? What do they contain? Imperial decrees, when the emperor simply made a decree. Judgments by emperors of cases on appeal. In the Roman system, the basic theory and practice, we'll have more to say about this in a few minutes, the basic theory and practice of Roman government was that the emperor was the highest and final instance in all matters judicial. Therefore, in principle, every citizen of the empire had a right to appeal to the emperor. In practice, probably relatively few were ever able actually to do so, but the principle nonetheless obtained that everyone could appeal to the emperor, and we do know, and the codes are full of them, of cases of the emperors judging cases on appeal. Another kind of document, rescripts. A rescript is something re-scripted, written back. Someone would send a petition to the emperor with a query or a request. The emperor, actually the emperor's subordinate legal officials, more about them in just a few minutes too. The emperor's subordinate legal officials, acting in the emperor's name, would then send back an answer to the question, which essentially reformulated the question and said, here's the answer. Almost never do we have the query or petition that went to the imperial court, but we can reconstruct those petitions and queries because the rescript going back restates the question and then says, here's the answer. Finally, edicts. We've talked about the Edict of Milan, for example. Edicts were general statements to the populace as a whole when the emperor acted in his role as chief legislator for the Roman world. So edicts, very important pieces of legislation. We've mentioned one of these several times in earlier lectures, the Edict of Maximum Prices issued by Diocletian in 301, a good example of an edict. Okay? I mentioned in the last lecture a series of laws passed by Theodosius between 378 and 380 that essentially had the effect of making Roman Catholicism the state religion of the Roman Empire. Good example, again, of edicts, the kinds of things that we find in the code. In the two codes, in the Theodosian Code, and then also in the Corpus Juris Civilis of Justinian. Okay, thus far, sources. That's how we know something about this Roman government. The system revolved around the emperor. He was absolutely central to it. He's kind of the hub of the wheel. So let's begin with the emperor. In theory, the emperor was absolute. Anyone could appeal to him. No one could appeal from him. His word was law. What pleases the prince has the power of law, so said one Roman legist. Another had said the law is in the mouth of the emperor. Others said the emperor was living law. So fundamentally, the emperor was absolute. Now, in point of fact, no ruler has ever been absolute. Every ruler is responsive to and responsible to various people, various interests, various constituencies, various contingencies over which they don't necessarily have full control. So we should never press too hard the idea that a Roman emperor or Louis XIV in France or anybody else was ever really absolute. The theory may have made them absolute, but practice and theory were rarely fully in agreement with each other. In the Roman world, everything around the emperor was called sacred. The emperor's person was sacred, his home was sacred, his palace was sacred, his officers were sacred, his armies were sacred. Now, this was something that, in a sense, was inherited, well, not in a sense, it wasn't part of fact, inherited from Rome's pagan past. We've talked about the idea the Romans had that the gods, when there was peace among the gods, that the gods would favor the Romans. And in Christian times, this notion of calling all of these aspects of the imperial regime sacred didn't change at all. But the point is that it conveyed a sense, it conveyed a message, it conveyed an impression that there was something very special about the emperor, about his government, and about all of those who served the emperor and his interests. The panegyrics in particular, though certain other kinds of sources too, poetry is another good example, articulate certain expected virtues. In other words, virtues that the emperor was expected to cultivate and to put on display. Chief among these were moderation, clemency, frugality, accountability, and a willingness to obey laws. Now, does this mean that every emperor behaved this way, that this is what the emperors were really like? No, of course not. But it is interesting that over a period of years, in a variety of sources, we do see these held up as the virtues that an emperor was supposed to display in public. And then, of course, when emperors failed to display one or another of these virtues, this would sometimes be a subject for criticism, sometimes indeed for quite a mocking criticism on the part of various writers. Now, if there were virtues to be cultivated, there were vices to be avoided. Cruelty, capriciousness, unpredictability, inaccessibility. So it's very interesting in looking through these sources. We have some sense of what people expected an emperor to be like. How did you become emperor? Well, we've talked a good deal about this in our earlier lectures, so what we'll really be doing here is just reviewing a little bit. After Constantine, the dynastic principle basically reigned supreme through the rest of Roman history, with only a few exceptions. We've seen a couple of these exceptions already in 363 and 364, when Julian was killed, for example, in Persia, and the army chose Jovian. When Jovian died, probably poisoned, and then the army chose Valentinian and requested that he then appoint his brother Valens as a co-emperor. So, on the whole, the army regularly voiced its opinion. There's no question about that. The army voiced its opinion about whom it wished to have as Augustus in the Roman world, but unlike the situation in the 3rd century, the soldiers selected among the imperial family, among the members of the imperial family, when there were members available. In 363 and 4, of course, there weren't members of the imperial family available. Constantine's dynasty had died out. Okay? But when there were members of the imperial family available, the soldiers might choose among them, but they didn't go outside the imperial family, and they no longer raised up, with only a very few exceptions, they didn't raise up their own generals as emperors or imperial contenders. Now, I suggested a moment ago that although, in theory, the emperor was absolute, that in fact there were various limitations on the emperor's practical ability to govern. In other words, he wasn't really also absolute in practice. What were some of these limitations? What were some of these obstacles? Time and distance, first of all. For those of us living in the dawning 21st century, it's very hard to think our way back to a time those people listening to my words now who are of a certain age can remember a world, good heavens, without cell phones, without the internet. That's not so very long ago. But a world without telephones, without daily newspapers, a world without the telegraph. We go back and back and back, further and further in time. If an emperor issued a decree, issued a law, it would take weeks and weeks for that law to be promulgated throughout the empire. If a frontier were breached, it would take weeks for information about that breach of a frontier to reach the imperial court. The emperor would then attempt to make some kind of decision, to take some steps, to take some actions. It would take weeks before the actions could be brought to bear in the area where they were needed, and it may very well be that by then the situation had changed almost completely. So we just have to keep in mind that time and distance were constant obstacles in this Roman world, as indeed in virtually all pre-modern states. Another issue is that it was impossible for the emperors to know all their subordinates. Many of the subordinates, we'll have a little something to say about this in a few minutes, we'll have a lot more to say about it in our next lecture. A lot of these subordinates had very brief tenures of office, they changed quite constantly, and as a result the emperors didn't really know these people. In principle they all worked for the emperor, but in point of fact the emperor didn't really know all of these people and couldn't bring his influence to bear upon them in a regular and continuous way. Corruption, in one way or another, was a constant problem, and in the Roman Empire, corruption took two very particular forms. Now, these forms are not unique to the Roman Empire. I dare say we probably find elements of them in modern governments too, but they were particularly prominent forms of corruption, though in a lot of ways the Roman elite would not, the governing elite, wouldn't really have regarded these as corrupt practices. They would have regarded them as normal ways of going about the business of governing. What were these two things? First of all, venality. In the simplest sense, dishonesty. When we use venality of a government, we generally speaking are referring to the sale or the purchase of offices. In other words, you wanted to get a good job in the imperial administration, you crossed somebody's palm with a little money. Now, the person would then promote you, would advance your career. That person, and we should say here that most offices in the Roman imperial administration paid very low salaries. So venality was also a way of making a little extra money, okay? But the person who had been paid off to get you a job, to get you an appointment, to promote you from one office to another, now in a way became your patron, and you that person's client or protege. So throughout the Roman system, venality and patronage were the two modes by which an awful lot of appointments were made, an awful lot of business got done, an awful lot of people got drawn into the system, got promoted up through the system. Now, it's very, very interesting that in the course of the 4th and 5th centuries, we find considerable writing in the Roman world about precisely these problems of venality and patronage. And we find people arguing, on the one hand, that these are corrupt practices that should be rooted out, should be gotten rid of, and on the other hand, defending these practices as absolutely essential to getting the business of government done. We stop and think today about the fact that, we'll talk about it's not what you know, but who you know. Well, I mean, that's in a sense a distant echo of something that the Romans understood implicitly. Another problem in the Roman world is that all signs point to poor and uneven record keeping. We have letters, for example, from provincial governors who said they didn't have complete archives, they didn't have all of the latest legislation, they didn't have all of the material at their disposal which they needed. Probably even the imperial archives were not at all times complete and up to date. Part of the reason behind, it's only part, but one part of the reason behind compiling Roman law under Theodosius and under Justinian was to get all this law together in one place, because in effect it was not already all together there in one place. So what we can see then is that we have a whole series of problems, limitations, obstacles, and so on in terms of the emperor's capacity to govern. Now, the Senate was a kind of an interesting presence in all of this, too. And, of course, after the year 340, when Constantius, I mentioned in an earlier lecture, creates a whole set of urban institutions and amenities for the city of Constantinople, I'd mentioned that Constantinople is really, in lots of ways, more Constantius' city than Constantine's city. When Constantius creates a Senate for Constantinople, there's now two of them. On the whole, and over a long period of time, the senators had been marginalized. They'd been excluded from most of the great offices of state. They had been excluded from great military commands. Okay? Now, we've seen this already emerging during the so-called crisis of the 3rd century, but nevertheless, the senators continued to decline in practical, institutional, constitutional significance. That having been said, members of the Senate came from old, prestigious families. These were people who, in the Roman world, and given the way the Roman world, and not alone, I think, the Roman world worked, had enormous influence. And influence, of course, can be translated into power by people who are adept at its use. So if we're asking questions about who worked around the emperor, we could say the Senate sort of, once in a while, unofficially, yes. Crucial was the consistory. Now, the consistory was basically the governing hub of the Roman Empire. Here is where the real business of government got done. Okay? Now, I'm going to just name the various officers who were members of the consistory ex officio, who were there by duty. Officium in Latin means duty, okay? So these are the people whose duty it was to sit in consistory with the emperor. Then I'll go back in just a couple of minutes and talk in a little bit more detail about each of these officers. So first of all, who's in the consistory? Well, the Praepositus Sacri Cubiculi, the Magister Officiorum, the Comes Sacrarum Lagitionum, the Comes Rei Privatae, the Quaestor Sacri Palatii, the Notarii, the writers, military officers, the Comes Domesticorum, the Comes Excubitorum, the Magistri Militum Praesentales, any Praetorian prefect who happened to be in residence at the capital at the moment. All right? We'll talk about Praetorian prefects in considerably more detail in our next lecture. They're at the very top of the provincial hierarchy, okay? But when they happened to be at court, then they were members of the consistory, close friends and associates of the emperor. He could bring in his friends, he could bring in his associates. In other words, this was a flexible, a fluid body. There were no strict rules about who had to be a member or who was excluded from being a member. Trusted ex-office holders. There were people who had held various jobs in the imperial administration, and the emperor thought well of them. He could invite them. And from Constantine's time on, increasingly, there were bishops as members of the consistory. Now, how do we know about this official hierarchy? Well, in addition to all the sources that I've mentioned a few minutes ago at the beginning of this lecture, we have a very precious document called the Notitia Dignitatum, the register of dignities. Any official position in the Roman world was a dignitas, was a dignity, all right? The Notitia Dignitatum is a list of the civilian and military ranks. The surviving version of this document, and it must have been kept up to date all the time, but we have a surviving version from the early 5th century, okay? Now, the Notitia Dignitatum, along with the law codes, along with our anecdotes drawn from one source or another, permit us to see something about the operations of government and the key officers. So let's look at some of these figures in the consistory. The Praepositus Sacri Cubiculi. What that means is the head of the holy bedroom. Okay? This is the individual who runs the imperial household. He oversees the eunuchs, the castrated males who begin to emerge in the Roman government in the 4th century, become much more prominent in the 6th and 7th. Individuals obviously can't form dynasties, and individuals who are of obscure background and are utterly loyal to the emperors. Okay? Also the cooks, the pages, the keepers of the wardrobe, and so on. So the Praepositus Sacri Cubiculi, the keeper of the holy bedroom, he basically manages the domestic side of the palace. There's the Magister Officiorum, the master of the offices. The master of the offices. It's interesting that officium in Latin can mean duty or it can mean office. So office is understood as a duty, not as a privilege. Things are rooted deeply in the Latin language. The master of the offices headed the palace administration. He supervised the scrinia, the pools of secretaries who wrote all the imperial documents, who answered petitions, and so on. He received reports from embassies. He maintained the cursus publicus. The cursus publicus, the sort of the Pony Express, if you will, of the Roman Empire, was quite a remarkable institution. Staging points along all the great roads of the empire so that messengers could go along, get a new mount, get a meal, get a night's sleep at stages appropriately distanced along the great routes of the empire. I stressed the difficulty of distance and time and communication, but the Romans were aware of this and did indeed try to address themselves to it in at least some respects. So the master of the offices had responsibility for the cursus publicus. He supervised the palace guard. He also supervised the arms manufacturers in the Roman world. Obviously very important people in terms of provisioning the troops. The Comes Sacrarum Largitionum, the Count of the Holy Largesse. Largitio in Latin gives us, well, it gave French the word largesse, which we adopted in English. He receives the direct taxes that come to the imperial court, head taxes and land taxes. Individuals were taxed and land was taxed. He received individual taxes, tolls and customs, for example. These taxes are sent into the court. They're collected. And then he uses this money to buy metal. He turns these taxes into metal, into silver and gold, into coinage that is paid as donatives to the troops. The Count of the Holy Largesse also oversees the state mints. He oversees the state mines. He oversees the state quarries. So in a way, this is the financial department of the Roman government. The Comes Rei Privatae, the count or the companion, comes in Latin means companion actually, so there's a notion that all these great officers are the emperor's companions. So the count, we usually translate comes in English as count, the count of the private stuff. In other words, the imperial properties. He collected rents from the imperial properties. He collected proceeds of sales of produce and so forth grown on the imperial properties. He gained various revenues that came into the court, but from the emperor's own resources. So you can see how the head of the private affair is different from the head of the Holy Largesse. The one does public finance, this one a little bit more what we would call private. The Quaestor Sacri Palatii, the Quaestor of the Holy Palace, here's the great legal officer. He drafts imperial legislation and he provides legal advice. Now, under an official called the Primicerius of the Notaries, we have a whole group of notaries who issue all of the imperial documents, but one of the fundamental things that they do is issue codicils of appointment. Every officer appointed in the Roman imperial administration received a codicil, a document appointing him to his office. These came out of this office of the imperial government. Probably this is where the Notitia Dignitatum was maintained. And it also appears that notaries were very often used on kind of special and ad hoc tasks. We see them doing lots of different things, which suggests, pardon me, which suggests to us that that in point of fact, that they could be appointed to various tasks. Very often, for example, serving as imperial messengers. If the emperor needed to send a message to somebody out in the field somewhere, he would use one of the notaries to do such a thing. Our sources very rarely permit us to watch these people at work. You know, we just can't, as it were, look over their shoulder. All indications are that the system functioned smoothly, that it worked well, that it worked effectively over a long period of time. Let's bear in mind that fundamentally what this system was about was identifying the human and material resources of the empire, what it's about since Diocletian, and finding ways to extract via the tax mechanism something of the human and material resources of this empire in order to provide for a military establishment, you see, which was meant to defend this empire. So in lots of ways, it was a fairly simple system, if you stop and think about it. I've emphasized several times already, and so just want to repeat here, that under the Principate, the officers of the empire were relatively few and basically were amateurs. A few hundred men only essentially governed the empire under the emperors, and many of these were aristocratic amateurs who got their offices. Well, that patronage and venality system that I was talking about still obtained even then. They got their offices because of who they knew, because they were owed a favor, because they had some claim upon the imperial generosity. Okay? What happened, quite simply, under Diocletian and Constantine and their successors across the course of the 4th century is that the imperial government, under this regime that we can now call the Dominate, grew and grew and grew and grew. For instance, every one of the major officers, whom I just enumerated, okay, had a huge staff of subordinates, and their reach expanded as well. For instance, we know that we just happen to know that under the reign of the Emperor Theodosius, the Comes Sacrarum Largitionum, the Count of the Holy Largesse, himself had a staff of 446 men. Now, that's a little factoid. We're glad that we have it. Probably the other great offices of state had comparable staffs, but we can't put numbers on those staffs, as in this one delightful instance we can, rather accidentally, with respect to the Count of the Holy Largesse. Thus far, then, the nerve center of the Roman government. What we shall do in our next lecture is look out around the Roman Empire and see what kind of a system the Romans had in place to help them to govern this empire from Britain to Mesopotamia. Welcome once again to our series of lectures on late antiquity. This will be the 8th in our series. Once again, we're going to look at ruling the Roman Empire. In our last lecture, we talked about ruling the Roman Empire, Roman government, and we focused on the central administration, the administration immediately around the emperor, in his presence, his consistory, the people that advised him, and we made some general comments about how we know about this subject and some of the kinds of things that we think we know about how effective it was and how it actually worked. What we're going to do now is go out around the empire and see what kind of an administrative apparatus was put in place. So we've looked at the central government, where policy, if that's not too strong a word, and I think it's legitimate to use, was formulated, we now turn to where policy was implemented, out at the regional and local levels. Bearing in mind, once again, the sheer size and complexity of this vast Roman world. So, let's begin with a look at the overall structure of the Roman imperial administration. Once again, the most valuable source that we have for the structure of the Roman government is the Notitia Dignitatum, this register of dignities, which, as I mentioned in the previous lecture, was probably kept up to date on a fairly regular basis in one of the offices of the consistory, but we have a surviving copy of it from the early 5th century. Now, we're enormously glad to have that, but boy, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had these documents year after year after year after year, so we could really watch the Roman system evolving, changing, responding to various crises, responding to problems, to challenges, and so on. Well, we can't do that. The Notitia Dignitatum lists 114 provinces. Each one of those provinces under a governor. Basic officer in the Roman system is the provincial governor. You may just recall my mentioning that when Diocletian acceded to the imperial office, there were about 50 provinces, and I said that he increased the number to more than 100. So by the early 5th century, the Notitia Dignitatum lists 114 provinces, each under a governor. The provincial governors had judicial, administrative, and financial responsibilities. So they were basically key public officers in the provinces of the empire. Notice, no military responsibilities. Remember, I talked about Diocletian and Constantine as well, sharply differentiating civilian and military government in the Roman world. We can see this in the responsibilities of the provincial governors. They have sort of limited police power. I mean, they have to keep public peace and order in their province, but they have no military responsibilities, even if it's a frontier province, and perhaps even an exposed frontier province, and even if it's a province where there may be one of the mobile field armies posted. The provincial governors don't have responsibility for military affairs. The provincial governors also supervise the governments of the cities within their provinces. The individual cities of the Roman world are governed by autonomous councils, urban curias, and in later lectures we're going to talk about the cities of the late antique world, and then I'll say a little bit more about the government of cities in and of themselves, okay? But for the moment, let's just say provincial governors supervised the urban governments of the cities within their provinces, and then they also had responsibility for public works projects. Public works projects could be roads and bridges. They could be port and harbor facilities if the province happened to be on a seacoast or on a major river artery. They could be maintaining public buildings. It could be even maintaining sort of statues, triumphal arches, whatever it might be. So the provincial governors had responsibility for public works, broadly speaking, in their particular provinces. Now, the provinces were arrayed under 12 with Diocletian, and later under 14 dioceses. So the provinces are grouped together, okay? The dioceses were under the command of individuals of officials called vicars. A vicar was like a super governor. In other words, the provincial governors answered to the vicar, okay? The vicar also could hear appeals from the provincial court. Now, cases would have ordinarily been decided, for example, in an urban court. If somebody didn't like the decision he got in an urban court, he could appeal to the provincial governor. If he didn't like the decision that he got from the provincial governor, he could appeal to the vicar at the diocesan level. Okay? So the diocese was an intermediate level in the Roman hierarchy placed between the praetorian prefects, to whom we'll come in just a second, and the provincial governors, who were the lowest, not to say low, but the lowest officials in the Roman civil hierarchy. The dioceses, then, were organized under 4 prefectures. 4 prefectures. The praetorian prefects, the presiding officers in the 4 prefectures of the empire, were the greatest civilian officers of the Roman government. These men, they were all men, These men were more important, more prestigious, and more powerful than the officials in the consistory, the officials immediately around the emperor. Now, you'll recall perhaps my saying that if a Praetorian prefect happened to be, let's say, in Constantinople when the consistory was meeting, he would join that body. But the Praetorian prefects obviously were out in their prefectures day in and day out. They weren't in Constantinople or in Trier or in Arles or in Milan or any of the other imperial capitals, so they weren't continuously in the presence of the emperor. Now, it's fair to say these are the greatest officials, the most powerful officials, the most influential well, let me catch myself there and say they may not have been the most influential officials precisely because they were not in day-to-day attendance upon the emperor. That's really where the officials in the consistory had an advantage. They saw the emperor all the time, and they could sort of get in their licks for their pet projects or their perspectives, their point of view, their priorities, and so on. But strictly speaking, the Praetorian prefects were the great officers of the Roman system. Now, the prefects heard appeals next below the emperor. So as I was just saying, a case might be decided in an urban court and go to the governor. It might be decided in the governor's court and go to the vicar. It might be decided in the vicar's court and go to the Praetorian prefect. If then it was to be bounced past the Praetorian prefect's level, it would actually go on to the emperor. It would be very interesting to know how often appeals actually bounce their way all the way up the system. We do know, for example, that emperors on a regular basis, almost on a daily basis, did actually sit and hear legal cases. This was one of the things they were expected to do. But what percentage of all legal cases worked their way up or down this system from one level to the next, we just really can't say. Okay. In addition then to hearing appeals, the Praetorian prefects supervised the vicars and the governors of provinces. The governors answered to the vicars answered to the prefects, but in a sense, indirectly then, the governors also answered to the prefects. Prefects had another very important set of responsibilities. It was they who set the local budgets and who levied taxes accordingly. Okay? First important point. The prefects, the four of them, out there in the Roman world, knew something about the material value of the areas over which they had administrative responsibility. They would also know things like, for instance, whether the land was particularly fertile or particularly infertile in a given area. You couldn't require every farmer in the Roman world to pay X percentage of his crops. If it was an area where the farmers had a very difficult time eking out a living from the land, the tax levels would correspondingly be much lower. If it was an area, let's say parts of central Gaul, which to this day are among the most fertile areas in the world, if it's an area like that, where the land is especially fertile, tax levels can be somewhat higher without actually then depriving the farmer of a decent livelihood. So the Praetorian prefects were in a position, not necessarily personally, but to have people who could tell them exactly what the economic situation was in their particular province, and they could levy taxes accordingly and provide for reasonable budgeting. We saw, for example, that at the imperial court, the Count of the Holy Largesse was responsible for sort of budgeting the Roman system as a whole. Okay? Now, out in the prefectures, then, these Praetorian prefects could set their budgets, as I just indicated, could levy taxes, as I just indicated, and overwhelmingly, point that I've made again and again in these lectures, that money went to pay for the military establishment. But it did something else, too. It provided for the food supply of the great cities within the prefectures, within the dioceses, within the provinces. One of the things that the Roman system had to do was assure a regular flow of food to the great cities of the empire. Now, this would be, of course, places like Rome and Constantinople and Trier and Arles and Milan in the west and Alexandria and Antioch in the east, but also many, many, many other cities of smaller size and somewhat less famous. So it's important to keep in mind that that was another important element of the Praetorian prefects' responsibility. Now, speaking of cities, brings me to a consideration of Rome and Constantinople, late antiquity's two great cities par excellence. These two cities were simply carved out of the rest of the official hierarchy of the Roman world and treated as entities in their own right. Now, in a later lecture, I'm going to talk in some detail about both Rome and Constantinople, in their own right. These are remarkable cities, and I think you'll find that their story is quite an interesting one, and what we know about them and what these two cities tell us about their world. I think these are interesting subjects as well. For the moment, we simply want to say that Rome and Constantinople were treated as different, treated as special. In certain respects, it's a little bit surprising that this might have been the case where Rome is concerned. That is to say, we've had occasion to see already that emperors were rarely, if ever, resident in Rome from the 3rd century on down. Emperors in the West tended to be in Milan, they tended to be in Trier in Gaul, heaven knows, they were in various places. Eventually we'll find them in Arles in southern Gaul, we'll find them in Ravenna in northeastern Italy. What Rome had going for it was history, culture, ideology. This was a city that mattered because it was Rome. Everything that the Romans thought about themselves was somehow tied up with the history, the life of this great city. So Rome was treated as a special case, even though, ironically, the city actually had less and less and less official role in the governance of the Roman Empire. Constantinople, on the other hand, from the time when Constantine created the city, and from the time when his son Constantius II began to equip it with a full set of urban amenities, mentioned this in an earlier lecture, this city was well and truly a capital for the Eastern Empire. Generally speaking, we can say, for instance, that the Eastern emperors were pretty regularly in residence in Constantinople. And as we move across the 5th into the 6th century, we'll find that emperors rarely accompanied their armies in the field any longer. So they were almost all the time in Constantinople. Okay, so Rome and Constantinople, and these two cities alone in the whole empire, were carved out and treated differently. How so? Each of these two cities was given an urban prefect. Now, an urban prefect in the city of Rome or in the city of Constantinople was, in a way, like a praetorian prefect, but just for this one city. Like a vicar, but just for this one city. Like a governor, but for just this one city. Basically, the urban prefects answered to the imperial government and to no one else. Now, in addition to having, then, virtually all administration in their two cities, the urban prefects also saw to the supplies of bread, meat, oil, and wine. Let me just add parenthetically here kind of an interesting sidelight on this. On a few occasions in the 4th and 5th century, we know how much bread and meat was distributed in the city of Rome. We also know from imperial legislation what originally the daily and subsequently the weekly distributions to individual citizens was supposed to be. Using those two sets of numbers has permitted scholars to make some estimates of the population of the city of Rome at certain moments in the 4th and 5th century. We'll come to that in more detail in the later lecture that I mentioned a moment ago when we actually talk about Rome and also about Constantinople. But it is interesting sometimes that one little bit of information can yield another little bit of information and another bit of information. Now, back to our urban prefects. So they distribute food, bread, meat, oil, wine. They supervise the aqueducts. Aqueducts crucial to bring the water supply into the city. They maintain statues and public buildings. Remember, we saw provincial governors had responsibility for public building in their provinces around the empire. The urban prefects in Rome have responsibility for statues and public buildings. A 6th century writer once spoke of Rome as a forest of statues. It's almost hard to imagine all of the statues that existed all around the city of Rome. These were put up, of course, to honor various dignitaries, emperors, rulers, generals, commanders, heaven knows what, and it was expected that these statues would be kept in good order. The urban prefects also had responsibility for putting on public games and entertainments. Now, gradually under Christian auspices, certain kinds of games and entertainments, for example, gladiatorial shows, began to disappear. But there were horse races, there were various kinds of theatrical performances and so on, and the urban prefects were responsible for seeing to it that those kinds of urban entertainments were provided for the people in these particular cities. Now, let's look a little bit closer at the officers of this provincial hierarchy, the officers of this governing structure. Okay? So we have praetorian prefects, vicars, governors, but there's a lot more people out there besides. For example, every major office had typically a set of 3 subordinates plus a writing office. This was a system that depended in certain important respects on the written word. Written orders were sent up and down this system on a very, very regular basis. Boy, wouldn't we like to have all of that writing nowadays, or at least a lot more of it than we do. We have almost nothing, to tell you the truth. If we had a lot more of that writing, we could watch this system in operation. So virtually every officer was equipped with a writing office to prepare documents and transmit them. Technically, everyone in this imperial administration was a soldier. They were all called milites, classic Latin word for soldiers. And they received grain and fodder allocations just like soldiers did. Now, they also received salaries for their official positions, okay? But they were called soldiers. They were understood to be people who were militating on behalf of Rome, on behalf of the Roman Empire, the Roman administration. Now, we can also see this quasi-military side of these officers in that, for instance, the lower officers wore a heavy military-style cloak. It's called a chlamys. The kind of thing that, if you ever see pictures of Roman soldiers, very often what you see them wearing is a chlamys. They also wore a belt of office, the cingulum. You see? Now, a soldier wore the cingulum militare, his sword belt. These individuals wore a cingulum, which was a belt of office. Okay? Now, this was another way of symbolizing that they were in some sense like soldiers. Now, the Praetorian prefects, these guys were real dandies. They wore flame-colored cloaks with gold stripes, a deep purple tunic, and a crimson belt. Must have been quite a show when the Praetorian prefect came walking or riding down the street. It's also important to say, in the Roman world, it was a capital offense for any ordinary person to wear purple. Only the emperor, and by delegation, certain high members of the imperial administration were permitted to wear purple. Now, the urban prefects, for their part, wore a toga with purple bands. Going all the way back in Roman history, the ordinary white or slightly off-white toga would have certain bands of certain widths and of certain colors on them, and this was a kind of a code that everybody understood that signaled what offices people held, how prestigious they were, how important they were. So the urban prefect wore a toga with purple bands and then some really snappy red shoes with black straps. He must have also cut a very fine figure as he was going up and down the street. Okay. Now let's take a step back in a sense and see if we can get some other perspectives on these various officers who served in this Roman imperial administration. This may be sort of interesting and helpful in various ways as we think about how this system worked. There was fairly rapid turnover, first of all. Praetorian prefects, for example, normally served about 3 to 4 years. Urban prefects and provincial governors, typically 1 to 2 years. Other officers for varying periods. Generally speaking, what one can say is the lower down the hierarchy you were, the longer you were likely to stay in office. Why these brief tenures? Why this relatively rapid turnover at the higher levels, at any rate, of the provincial hierarchy in the Roman world? Though actually these relatively brief tenures and fairly rapid turnover also existed in the consistory around the emperor. Why? Basically, it was aimed at checking the concentration of power in the hands of any one particular individual. You leave somebody in an office like, for example, the Praetorian prefecture for a long period of time, and that person could become enormously powerful, influential, and important. Moreover, if particular individuals held high office for a very long period of time, this tended to diminish, or it tended to veil, the role of the emperor. As in any bureaucratic or quasi-bureaucratic system, what one really has to understand the Roman government as being like, as looking like, is an extension of the emperor. It is as if all these officers somehow make the emperor visible and present at that spot, in that time, in that place, you see? Well, if individuals consolidate too much power in their own hands, this could diminish again and weaken the emperor's capacity to appear to be the one who is actually operating the entire system. And we notice something else, too, that's a little bit disconcerting for our ability to sort of understand how this sort of whole Roman system worked, and that is that the consistory, on a fairly regular basis, made alterations to the responsibilities of virtually all the other officers, moving responsibilities from one to another, adding things, changing things, deleting things. Once again, the idea was to break the notion of there being too much routine, too much sort of continuity in tenure of office by particular individuals or in the responsibilities of a particular office in and of itself. Once again, the whole point of the exercise was that it would appear that, that all the buttons were being pushed and the levers pulled by the central government, indeed by the emperor himself. Suffice it to say, the emperors themselves had no idea what the vast majority of these people all out around this huge empire were doing. But the emperors were aware that they didn't necessarily know what was going on. They were aware that they couldn't necessarily trust official reports. They were aware that people didn't always tell them the truth. They were aware that even their closest advisors might be inclined to tell them what they wanted to hear a little bit more than what they really ought to hear. So the emperors quite regularly used, in effect, spies. Remember I was saying last time when we were talking about the central administration of the empire that the notarii, the notaries, people who basically wrote documents and copied records for the imperial office, that they were sometimes used ad hoc for different things, very often as messengers. They were also very often, when they were sent out as messengers, given a little extra charge. They were to check up on the workings of particular officers, to check on conditions in given places, to kind of find out what was going on. Now, they had a perfect opportunity to do this because they could be sent out very publicly, very visibly, on a mission from the emperor to go someplace and communicate a message or to deliver a document, you see. And then while they were at it, they could be checking up on the system. Now, all through the system, of course, what's interesting here is that if notaries were showing up, you didn't know. If you're a provincial governor, you're a praetorian prefect, or you hold any office in the hierarchy, you don't know when that notary shows up if he's merely bringing a message or if he's actually been sent out to check up on things. There was a whole other class of officials around the emperor that actually worked at the center of the imperial government, though we find them most regularly sort of out and around. They were agentes in rebus. It's a wonderful Latin phrase. There's really no easy way to translate it. It means guys who do stuff. These were individuals who had no particular brief. They had no particular area of restricted administrative competence or responsibility. They could be sent out to do stuff, whatever the emperors wished them to do. They were quite regularly used as, well, what we might call spies to go out and check up on local officials. It's terribly unfortunate that we don't have a lot of these reports that came back from these notarii or these agentes in rebus. Boy, wouldn't we like to know what they went back and told the emperors about what they discovered about how the system was working or failing to work out and around the empire. We just don't know. Now, in this system, promotion was based on seniority. That makes sense. Experience is another word for that, right? It was based on family connections. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Who do you know? Family connections. That's not very surprising. And it's based on patronage. Who you know to whom you're not necessarily related. In other words, individuals who are powerful, who are influential, who have the capacity to promote someone, to promote that person's career, to promote that person's interest, may be a family member, may not be. So if it's a family member, we don't speak strictly speaking of patronage, but in any case, we do certainly see that patronage played a very powerful role in the operations day in and day out of the Roman system. What the system might have lacked in efficiency, relatively short tenures of office, relatively frequent changes of the responsibilities of office, and so on, was balanced against greater central control and influence. Now, this is a hard thing to weigh because, once again, we don't really have the kinds of sources that enable us to assess the situation fully and carefully. But on the whole, the central government's interest was to the central government's fundamental interest was to maintain its authority, to maintain its power, its ability to operate the system. At the local level, there would be a tendency, of course, to maintain oneself in office, to continue to hold local authority and local influence. So these two competing interests had always to be balanced in this Roman system. Corruption and venality, which I mentioned in the last lecture, were rampant. But as I also stressed in the last lecture, and indeed it's very much evident in the central government, and it's very much evident in the provincial hierarchy as well, corruption, venality as a particular form of corruption, patronage as a particular form of corruption, were rampant, but they were actually understood and accepted. People understood this system, and they felt this is how it worked. Let's bear in mind, salaries were way too low in the Roman system for most offices to be attractive in and of themselves, particularly for members of the elite. For members of the elite to serve for a period of time in some major imperial office was actually a distraction from, a period of time taken out of one's ordinary life. This was a way where you could enrich yourself by lining your pocket through the various forms of corruption that existed in the system, but you weren't going to get rich in the Roman system by holding office. It's also a system that in lots of ways was marked by prestige. You know, getting to wear those snappy red shoes was probably a pretty big deal, right? But all up and down this system, around the Roman world, as long as Rome itself remained prestigious, serving Rome was prestigious. It apparently evoked a good deal of jealousy. Not surprising, in any kind of governmental system, some people were jealous of others in the system. It also seems to have produced, at least in certain circumstances, a certain degree of contempt among various of the officials. We do hear reports of individuals reporting back to the central government complaining about other people in the imperial hierarchy. But keeping in mind what I've been saying about how the central government is trying to balance its own interests against the interests of the imperial hierarchy stretched across this whole empire, it actually served the emperor's interest if people out there in the system were kind of keeping an eye on each other. The middle and lower ranks of this system were usually filled by men with legal training. Usually they served for relatively long periods of time. Usually they hoped for promotion up the ranks. Now, these kinds of people were never going to rise to become a praetorian prefect. They might become a provincial governor. They weren't going to become vicars. They weren't going to be high on the staff of a praetorian prefect, for example. But in any case, there was a lot of place in this system, a lot of opportunity in this system for people to serve. When we talked, for instance, about Diocletian, we saw that the imperial administration, when he became emperor, was a few hundred men at most. By the middle years of the 4th century, there were probably 30 to 40,000 men serving the Roman system. The system, in other words, provided ample opportunities for social mobility. It was attractive in many ways to get into this system. Having said that, it's very hard to call this system bureaucratic in any modern sort of sense. Everyone was first of all notionally a comes. That word means companion, or amicus, that means friend of the emperor. Now, the emperor didn't actually know all these people. They weren't actually his companions. They weren't actually his friends. But notionally, this is what all of these individuals were. My point is, they were not a professional civil service. There were no specific standards of training. There was no professionalization. There was no official autonomy. There was no sense of being apolitical. We speak in modern times about an apolitical bureaucracy, an army of officials who one administration comes and goes, another administration comes and goes, and they simply go about doing their jobs. This vast and impressive system was designed, and I've emphasized this several times, essentially to secure peace and order and to generate the tax revenues necessary to maintaining a military establishment that could protect the empire. Now, in later lectures, we're going to see what happened as the empire lost first lands and then the revenues that ought to have accrued from those lands. We'll see what happened when local elites no longer believed that Rome could provide peace and order. But we're also going to see, ironically and perhaps somewhat surprisingly, that models of Roman administration survived the fragmentation of the empire itself. In interesting ways, after Rome was gone, Rome continued to tutor those who succeeded to the Roman regime itself. Well, welcome once again to our series of lectures on late antiquity. In this lecture, the 9th in the series, we're going to talk about the barbarians. And in particular, we're going to talk about ethnicity and identity. Broadly speaking, we're going to ask, who are these people and how do we know about them? Now, you may recall that at the very beginning, in my first and second lectures, I drew your attention to the work of Edward Gibbon. And we talked about his reflections on the Roman world, his discussion of immoderate greatness, the size and complexity of the Roman world, and certainly in our last few lectures, we've been talking about that Roman world and its government and its size and complexity, in a way, Gibbon's immoderate greatness. Gibbon saw those as internal issues, and then, of course, he identified external issues, barbarism and religion, or barbarism and superstition. By religion, of course, he meant primarily Christianity, and we'll turn to that subject a few lectures along in this course. Now we come to barbarians. Well, there are several fundamental issues at stake when we discuss the barbarians. We can ask, for example, in the first place, who are we talking about? Exactly what people do we have in mind? Another question we can ask is, how do we study these people? The point is that their remote past takes place outside the Roman world and wasn't noticed by people in the Roman world, so how do we study these people? That leads on rather naturally to another question. What do we actually know about these barbarians? We know a good deal about them once they enter the Roman world and begin to interact with the Romans. What do we know about them before? And then finally, and this is really the fundamental issue, how, at least in the Roman West, do we get from an empire with that vast institutional structure that I discussed in my last couple of lectures, to a world where there is a series of barbarian kingdoms. We're going to trade provinces, if you will, for kingdoms. And then we can reflect just a little, perhaps, on what connections, if any, might exist between the barbarian kingdoms that were created in the late Roman world, the world of late antiquity, and the states of later Europe. Are there connections at all, and if so, do they matter in any meaningful sense? So, in discussing the barbarians, there's a whole series of things that are at stake. Okay, so if we come then to come back to those questions actually in a little bit more detail now and see if we can supply some answers, we might begin with the question, who were the barbarians? Well, this is both an easy question to answer and a hard question to answer. The easy part is to say they were people to whom the Greeks had originally applied the name hoi barbaroi. They just used two nonsense syllables, ba-ba. They claimed that the barbarians were people who spoke incomprehensibly and therefore were somehow rather inferior to the Greeks, who spoke, from their point of view, a known tongue. Greek, huh? Well, the Greeks also had another word for foreigners, xenoi, and either of these words, barbaroi or xenoi, could be used with various negative connotations. You think today, for example, of our word xenophobia, people who are afraid of or hostile to perhaps foreigners, all right? So fundamentally, the term applies to foreigners with the implication that these foreigners are inferior to us. So any given historical us can view others as barbarians. Now, the Romans, of course, simply took over the term. Barbaroi in Greek became barbari in Latin, and they applied it in the first instance to those who lived beyond the frontiers of the Roman Empire, people who were outside the Roman orbit. And then, of course, they applied it also to some of those people from the outside who came into the Roman world. So barbarians could mean outsiders, they could also mean insiders, and it became a descriptive term, a way of talking about a certain group of people. Okay? Now, we can also say that another term that occurs from time to time is Germans, Germani in Latin. Julius Caesar, when he's writing his commentaries on the Gallic Wars in the 50s BC, appears to have been the first one actually to use this term for some of the peoples he met. The term does not seem to have appeared in Latin literature before Julius Caesar. The term recurs occasionally in late antiquity. It's not a very common term. It's not a very frequently used term for these peoples who were either outside the empire or eventually coming in the empire. Actually, it was Renaissance humanists in the 15th and in particular in the 16th century who sort of revived the term Germani, Germans, for these people who were living outside the Roman world and who eventually came inside that world, who established these kingdoms I was referring to a few minutes ago. The Romans spoke much more often of Germania than of Germans. In other words, they talked a little bit about Germany, which essentially was a kind of a catch-all description for the lands between the Rhine and the Vistula, basically everything north of the Danube. To the Romans, this was simply Germania, all right? But the Romans were actually as likely to speak of the peoples up in that part of the world as Celts or as Scythians. They adopted Scythians from the Greeks. It was just a kind of a catch-all designation for all these people up here. The point is quite simply that the Romans weren't interested in doing any kind of careful scientific analysis of the people who lived beyond their frontiers, and so they didn't develop an elaborate, sophisticated, detailed, descriptive vocabulary for talking about them. Okay? It's also important to say that no pre-modern people we know about ever called themselves German. So we have to be very careful here that we are not talking about the ancestors of modern Germans. Generally speaking, we can say that the peoples with whom we shall be concerned spoke what philologists call Germanic languages. So there is some validity in talking about these people as Germans. There is some validity in talking about the areas where they lived as Germania, as Germany, but fundamentally it's a matter of language. They spoke Germanic languages. And if one thinks even today of German or of Dutch, if one thinks back, for example, to a language like Old English, one can obviously see the filiations among these various languages. Okay, so broadly speaking, who are the barbarians? They are, in a way, them. They're not us. They're foreigners. All right? So let's just provisionally leave it there. We'll add a bit more detail as we go along. Another of the questions that I posed was, how do we study the barbarians? After all, they are pre-literate. It's rather foolish to call them illiterate. They were pre-literate. For the most part, there was no writing in the Germanic world, at least none that we know about. All right? I mentioned in an earlier lecture Ulfilas, who translated portions of the scriptures into Gothic. This is the oldest Germanic literature. It's the oldest Germanic writing which we possess. Now, what this means is that we have to use Roman sources. We have to read what the Romans wrote about these people who lived beyond their frontiers. Now, the Romans tell us a great many things, a great many useful and valuable things, but we do have to exercise certain precautions in reading what the Romans wrote about the barbarians. First of all, for example, there's the old problem of interpretatio romana. In other words, the Romans tended to write about the barbarians in light of their own historical experience, their own social customs, their own religious customs, their own legal customs, and try to draw comparisons between themselves and the barbarians, which is a very different thing, you see, than trying simply to describe the barbarians on their own terms. Another problem, and this is something that actually recurs from time to time, in our own world when we hear people talk about others, there's a notion that the other, those people out there who aren't like us, are just sort of changeless, and that one can just generalize about them. So there's a tendency to talk, for example, in Roman sources, about people who are savages because they live in a harsh climate, people who are large and strong but cruel and uncultured, people who have long hair and beards, who wear trousers. Imagine that. The Romans thought it was a terrible thing for a man to wear trousers. People who are filthy, who are drunken, who are murderous, people who are ungoverned and hence ungovernable. Well, generalizations like that, obviously, tell us something, some interesting things really, about the people who make the generalizations. They don't tell us anything about the people to whom those generalizations are applied. Roman sources also present us with what we might call the Tacitus problem. Now, Tacitus was a Roman historian, a very gifted historian, who wrote in the last years of the 1st century AD. Tacitus wrote a little book called the Germania, sort of a little kind of ethnographic gazetteer of the Germanic world. He essentially sort of went along Rome's frontiers and described the various people who lived up there. When we read Tacitus, we notice something. If we, for example, compare him with Julius Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written about 150 years earlier, a good many of the people mentioned by Julius Caesar are no longer there in Tacitus. Now, if we think of Tacitus and we read sources, let's say, for example, the great Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus, who wrote towards the end of the 4th century AD, a great many of the people in Ammianus are not there in Tacitus. So we're left with a kind of a curious phenomenon. Do we have people appearing and disappearing out there along Rome's frontiers and beyond Rome's frontiers? What in the world is going on out there? Or was it simply a case of these people being having different names applied to them at various points in time? So a very real problem in the Roman sources is exactly who were the Romans talking about, which obviously complicates our ability to say, well, who are we talking about? It's important also to say that very few Mediterranean peoples, very few people inside the Roman world, ever had any actual encounters either with Germania, the territory up there, or with Germans, with barbarians. Now, Rome certainly had long commercial relations. It had long diplomatic relations. The Roman government was generally aware of sort of who was out there and what was going on in that part of the world. The Romans' interest was not to conquer all these people. Fundamentally, the Roman interest was simply to maintain peace along the frontiers. And they felt that good intelligence was one way of securing that peace. But for the overwhelming majority of people in the Roman world, there was just no familiarity with these barbarians. Now, we can say also that eventually the barbarians themselves got their own histories. For instance, a man by the name of Jordanes wrote a history of the Goths round about 550 AD. Gregory of Tours wrote a history of the Franks between about 570 and 593. Bede wrote a wonderful history of the Anglo-Saxons. He was writing this in the late 720s, early 730s. A man by the name of Paul the Deacon wrote a history of the Lombards in the 790s. Well, a first point that I want to emphasize here is each one of these histories was written long after the inception of those people's relations with Rome. They are very much retrospective. What is more, the perspective of these historians is quite interesting. They tended to join barbarian history with biblical and/or Roman history. In other words, a number of these histories actually begin with the creation. And they carry the story along in a grand sweep until eventually the people being discussed in the history are just brought into the story. Or they begin at an earlier moment in Roman history and sweep along and then bring the people into the story. In other words, these people didn't see themselves as outsiders, as aliens, as different. They saw themselves as a part of, and in certain respects even as a continuation of, the Roman story or the biblical story. Now, that's a fact of some interest and consequence when we think about what these barbarians thought about themselves. It's also true that in many cases these historians tended to turn the past into history. What I mean by that is that they took legend, they took lore, and they attempted to sort of equip it, to trick it out with details, with names, with events, with great battles, with crossing of seas and crossing of rivers. We have absolutely no way of going back in about 99.9% of cases and verifying any of this. Now, to say that the Germanic people had a past is only to state the obvious. But to say that we can turn that past into a history, that is to make a fairly dicey statement indeed. Now, another way that we can approach the barbarians, for example, is through language. I've said that we label them, we call them Germanic peoples, because in general, we're talking about the Germanic languages. But language has to be approached with caution. Language, for example, does not reveal racial or ethnic identity. Anyone today can learn another language without changing his or her identity, without changing his or her ethnicity. Where language is helpful is in certain areas, for example, personal names and place names. Sometimes the very names on a map, names of towns, names of regions, names of rivers, for example, can reveal something about, linguistically speaking, the people who were at some point in time in that particular place. So language, place names, personal names can be revealing. It can tell us some things, but we have to be very careful not to press language too hard, because there are many things that it simply cannot tell us. Another very important way, today in lots of ways, I dare say, perhaps the most important way of learning about barbarians is turning to archaeology. This is the fastest growing field of research by a long shot. Now, one can say, of course, that when archaeology began emerging 3-4 centuries ago, really, as an amateur discipline, what archaeologists did is they went out looking for Greeks and Romans. They were trying to dig up beautiful classical things to fill out their museums or to fill out even private collections. Gradually, as scientific archaeology began to emerge in the 19th century, it was for a long time rooted in certain 19th century racial and ethnic ideas. And these ideas then, in the 1920s and 30s, received some very, 30s and 40s really, received some very unfortunate emphasis from the Nazis, who were very interested in, on the one hand, racial purity, and on the other hand, in trying to claim as much territory in Europe as possible for Germans, for the pure Aryan Germans. Well, what had happened among these earlier archaeologists, and one thinks of figures like Gustav Kozina, for example, who was one of the key ones, is that they believed they could identify culture provinces, that was their terminology, that were stable, that were exclusive, and that were identifiable from artifacts. In other words, when archaeologists found a relatively common set of artifacts scattered over a certain geography, they would equate those artifacts with people and say that a given people had been long in that area, and indeed that these were themselves coherent groups of people. Well, gradually people began to see that actually race was an artificial concept. It's in various ways we can say that modern notions of race are invented in the 19th century. And they are usually invented in order to draw invidious comparisons and invidious distinctions between one group of people and another. Until maybe the 1960s, ethnicity, well, I should say that beginning really in the 50s and 60s, scholars began to talk about ethnicity instead of race. Now, ethnicity was in lots of ways a more flexible, a more useful concept, but until the 60s or thereabouts, ethnicity, study of ethnicity, was dominated by individuals who are called primordialists. They saw ethnicity as biological, they saw it as inherited, they saw it as determinative, they saw it as non-elective, and they saw it as coercive. In other words, you are who you are. You can't change it. You have no choice in the matter. Your ethnicity is something that is simply a part of your physical makeup. Well, scholars gradually weren't very happy with that way of thinking either, and they started to turn much more to identity. The idea here is quite simply that people can elect, in different circumstances, a great many aspects of those things which mark them out as individuals and which mark them out as distinctive from other people. If we're going to talk about the barbarians, we could say, for instance, weapons, diet, clothing, hairstyles, language. All of these kinds of things can be adopted, can be changed, can be added to, can be subtracted from, and they go to making up a given people at a given moment in time. But they're not primordial. They don't come from time immemorial. They aren't biological, and they aren't determinative. A given people, therefore, may be polyethnic. You may have a given group of people. For example, if you were to think for a moment, what is the American ethnicity? Well, there isn't one. We are a polyethnic people, you see? So, what happened then? We go from race to ethnicity to identity as a way of talking about people. And we use identity as a relatively flexible kind of term that is sort of useful for capturing the qualities and characteristics of a given group of people at a given place and in a given time. What this has added up to more recently is a prevailing model, though a model that is, to be sure, for some historians, for some scholars, controversial in various details, but a model to which we apply the label ethnogenesis, the making of a people. In other words, how do these various peoples, and we're talking about the barbarian peoples here, how do they come into being? How do these people come into being? All right, let me offer two quotations, both from original sources, that give us a little bit of a feel for this process of ethnogenesis. First of all, the historian Jordanes. I mentioned a moment ago, he writes a history of the Goths round about 550. Jordanes says, now, from this island of Skansa, he's talking about Scandinavia, as from a hive of races or a womb of nations, the Goths are said to have come forth long ago under their king, Barig by name, sometimes Varig, think of the Swedish airline Varig. As soon as they disembarked from their ships and set foot on the land, they gave their name to the place. So that's one kind of story. That's a case of what I was referring to a moment ago of turning the past into history, you see? Now here is a Turkish inscription. Here's an inscription carved in stone out in the steppe lands, roughly the areas of all of those Stan countries that run between Russia and then Afghanistan, Pakistan, and South Asia, and so on. The inscription reads, "My father, the Kagan, went off with 17 men. Having heard the news that he was marching off, those who were in the towns went up mountains, and those who were on mountains came down. Thus they gathered and numbered 70 men. Due to the fact that heaven granted strength, the soldiers of my father, the Kagan, were like wolves, and his enemies were like sheep. Having gone on campaigns forward and backward, he gathered together and collected men, and they all numbered 700 men. After they had numbered 700 men, my father, the Kagan, organized and ordered the people who had lost their state and their Kagan, in accordance with the rules of my ancestors." So here you see a model where a group of people are simply assembling around this Kagan, around this ruler, around this leader. Now these stories relate two different models of ethnogenesis. Late antiquity actually presents us with a series of models, maybe really about 3 of them. In the first place, we can say that a royal warrior family attracted followers. The traditions of this family become the tradition of a people. Imagine that word people in flying quotation marks. The tradition traced origins to a distant, named divine ancestor who led the people from a homeland, who won victories, and then settled somewhere on Roman soil. Leaders had to defeat opponents and to make some kind of accommodation with the Romans. Broadly speaking, that's the sort of story, really, that Jordanes tells. The Huns of Attila drew on charismatic leadership of the Central Asian steppe peoples. We'll also encounter people named Alans and Avars who were similar peoples. These polyethnic collectivities were even more diverse and complex than those of the first model. The groups retained laws, they retained customs, they retained language. War, terror, and booty held them together more than territorialization. And in general, these kinds of peoples, this process of ethnogenesis, produced ephemeral results, people who existed for a brief period of time and then passed out of existence. There were also decentralized people, where there wasn't charismatic leadership, there wasn't this great event in the past or something that seemed somehow to be the glue that held them together. We think of people like the Alamans, I've mentioned them once or twice in earlier lectures, the Bavarians, the Slavs, for example. They show a much weaker sense of communal identity. They lacked strong rulers. They tended, on the whole, to be dominated by others. Broadly speaking, we can say that the people who created successful, even if temporary kingdoms, inside the Roman Empire, and it's those people to whom we'll be turning in our next series of lectures, these were of the first type, more or less like the Jordanes type. In sum, then, peoples resulted from concrete historical processes that were variously remembered in later times. These people weren't simply out there all the time. Biological models simply don't work in talking about any of these enormous numbers of barbarian peoples, Franks and Goths and Lombards and Gepids and Herulds and Vandals and all the rest of them. Ethnic unities, these tribes, as the Romans sometimes called them, possessed some or all of the following characteristics, for instance. A firm aggregate of peoples settled in a given territory. Relatively stable peculiarities of language and culture. An awareness of their own unity and an awareness that they were somehow different from other people. All right, This has a very important implication for one of the chestnuts of late antique history, the barbarian invasions. We simply can't speak of long-term barbarian invasions as a coherent process involving Romans and definite tribes. Those tribes were changing shape again and again and again and again. Most people, I suspect, have seen a history textbook with all of those lines and arrows marking the movement of the barbarian peoples all around the place. Utter fiction. Utter fiction. That's simply not what actually happened. Nobody sort of blew a whistle and the game began and the barbarians started invading, and the barbarians themselves, as I've been trying to emphasize, were themselves very complex and changing, continually changing groups of peoples. So what kinds of things then do we actually know? We can say in the first place, barbarians were basically small communities of farmers and herders. They were free people, organized as far as we can tell in nuclear families. Status among the barbarians depended on wealth, oftentimes in terms of the possession of land or the possession of cattle, for example, or the possession of horses, for example, and on military prowess. Okay? Bear in mind, then, that we are not talking about nomads. So if we, from one point of view, cannot talk about the barbarian invasions because there was no coherent barbarian other to do the invading, we also can't ascribe nomadic habits to these barbarian people and say, well, after all, they were just always moving around, and so eventually they kind of moved inside the Roman world. They were farmers. They were people who tended to live in relatively stable communities over fairly long periods of time. When one or another of the barbarian peoples encountered the Romans, a specific historical process began to unfold. To understand the whole process of how the barbarians got, from a Roman point of view, from out there to in here, would actually require us to sit down and take in detail every single barbarian case. So, now, what happened with these people? Who were these people? Why did they encounter the Romans? How did they encounter the Romans? And so on. Well, not in this course of lectures, nor even in the course perhaps of a lengthy lifetime, would we be able to provide that kind of detailed analysis. So, not so much in this lecture, but in the next ones, we'll use some concrete examples to try to illustrate the process. But we can't simply talk about invasions, and we can't talk about migratory nomads. Now, we know also, for example, among the barbarians, that their households tended to have been organized into clans. In other words, there was a sense of a larger familial group to which any given individual belonged. It appears that these clans could trace descent either in agnatic terms, in other words, always from male relatives, male ancestors, or in cognatic terms, which means quite simply that you traced your descent from both your father and your mother. You would trace descent on both sides. In other words, women could be bearers of nobility, bearers of prestige among the various barbarian peoples. The people seem to have shared certain common legends and cultural traditions. This is the kind of thing, again, that lurks behind that Turkish inscription that I quoted a few moments ago, but certainly behind, for example, Giordani's account of the Goths being the people who rallied round this person called Varig or Barig and crossed the sea and began their movement across Europe, eventually bringing them, of course, into the Roman world. As I've emphasized, we really don't have any way of checking up on those stories. I mean, are they true? Is there a kernel of historical truth behind them? Gosh, who knows? But there do appear to have been, among these various barbarian peoples, stories like that. There was a story that kind of gave force and meaning and coherence to the experience of these peoples. But in addition to those stories, to those legends, there were also certain other kinds of cultural traditions which people seem, on the whole, to have held over fairly long periods of time. For example, dress. For example, hairstyles. Certain kinds of religious practices, diet, what people ate, weapons, battle tactics, how people actually fought when they were engaged in military encounters, pottery, ceramic styles. This has been something extremely valuable for archaeologists because pottery, you can break a beautiful pot, but the pot shards themselves then are virtually indestructible. And slowly but surely, archaeologists can collect enormous numbers of ceramics and plot them on a map and eventually begin to work out chronology and so on. So pottery tells us a lot about people that other kinds of sources perhaps don't. Jewelry, personal adornments is another characteristic. Crafts, another characteristic. Language, another characteristic. After all, you can adopt languages, you can learn new languages, you can stop speaking one, start speaking another. And finally, law. All right, so we can have all of these different characteristics, any group of which, in some combination, can help us to understand who these people were. So, just to repeat, they weren't nomads, so their movement demand explanations. They were communities that appear to have been regulated by councils of elders, over whom some kind of a headman exercised authority. There were leaders. We call them, we find in the sources, theudans, reiks, not unlike the Latin word rex, koning, not unlike the word king, who were perhaps once hereditary sacral rulers, but who then were supplanted by an aristocratic warrior class with sworn companions around them. Many of these people had subgroups. The Franks, for example, we'll have lots to say about the Franks, were a confederation of Kamavi, Katuari, Bructeri, Amzavari, and so on. So a lot of different people made up Franks. Raiding and plundering was always a way of life for these people. But my key point is that beyond the Roman world, there was a kaleidoscopic and volatile region with which the Romans in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th centuries began to enter into relations. Well, welcome once again to this series of lectures on late antiquity. This one, the 10th in the series, will address the subject of Rome and the barbarians. In particular, what we're going to do is use the Visigoths as a case study and before proceeding immediately to that case study, to attempt to establish a few preliminary points. You may recall my mentioning in the last lecture that actually all of these many barbarian peoples had very individual and particular relations with Rome. And if we were really going to try to understand the process, we'd have to take each of those people in turn and relate their history. Well, there isn't time or patience to do that, so we're going to use the Visigoths as one kind of case study. Okay, so a few preliminaries. Let's keep in mind that Rome had very long, extensive relations with the peoples who lived in Germania. Where the Visigoths are concerned, they had first made a treaty with them in 325. Constantine made this treaty. So, whatever happened when the Romans and the Visigoths began to interact with each other, we can't talk about a sudden, startling event, something that just came out of the blue. The next place, various bands of Goths, Ostrogoths along the Black Sea, and Visigoths along the Danube had been familiar to the Romans for a long time. The Romans knew these people were out there, and they knew something about them. The next place, Rome's encounter with the Visigoths in the 370s was precipitated by the unexpected appearance of the Huns, who attacked the Ostrogoths in around the 350s and who began pressuring the Visigoths along the Danube just a little bit later. So a kind of an accidental series of processes here, not something that had a long history behind it. We saw in an earlier lecture that the Visigoths, fearing the Huns, requested permission to enter the empire in 376. We also noted at that time that more Visigoths than expected crossed the Danube, that the local officials mistreated them terribly, and that eventually the Goths actually revolted. We saw that the Emperor Valens marched north with inadequate forces, and that at Adrianople in 378 he suffered a humiliating defeat. We then saw that Theodosius sort of patiently pacified the very tense situation in the northern Balkans, trying to make peace with the Visigoths and reestablish the security of the Danube frontier. It's there that we'll pick up our story. Now, to set the stage, let's turn to the west after the death of Theodosius in 395, when a man by the name of Stilicho was very much in control. So a first question that will naturally come up in your mind is, who is Stilicho? Who is this guy? Well, he's an interesting character in lots of ways. He was the son of a Vandal father and a Roman mother, so he was half a barbarian. He had risen, like so many others, to very high position through the military ranks. Theodosius had made him master of the foot, chief infantry officer, in 391. In 384, he married Theodosius's niece, Serena. Theodosius entrusted the empire and his two sons to him. Stilicho married his own two daughters in succession, Maria in 398 and Thermantia in 408, to Honorius, Theodosius' son and successor in the Western Roman Empire. He also betrothed his own son Eucharius to Honorius' half-sister, Galla Placidia. Well, let's note carefully the prominence of this barbarian. Let's notice that this is a man who was married into the imperial family. So obviously we're not dealing with some wild and woolly, uncouth character here. Stilicho's great crisis came in dealing with the Visigoths. All right, the problem has several dimensions. First of all, he needs to replace the Western troops who had fallen at the Frigidus River in 394, this terrible battle that we talked about in an earlier lecture. To do so, he recruited along the Rhine. You might think, well, why didn't he use the Goths, whom Theodosius had been settling in the Balkans? Well, the point is, Stilicho didn't trust Alaric, the Goths' king. Whether he should have or not is hard to say. Fact is, he didn't. Moreover, the eastern, Arcadius the ruler there, and the western, Honorius the ruler there, with Stilicho really the one in charge, these two courts, the eastern court and the western court, did not trust each other at all, and both of them were actually trying to use Alaric against the other. So we're going to see that Alaric is a bit like the shuttlecock in a game of badminton here, being knocked back and forth by these two courts. Well, Stilicho wanted to see if he could use Alaric and his men to press an old claim to Illyricum. So the eastern coastline of the Adriatic Sea, an area that the West always claimed that Stilicho and his court wanted to have the land of Illyricum attached to the Western Empire, to the Western prefectures, whereas the East wanted to retain Illyricum. So in any case, Stilicho has it in mind that he might be able to use Alaric and his Goths to press a claim to Illyricum. Arcadius, for his part, the ruler in the east, basically wants the Goths out of the Balkans. He wants to move them west. He just wants to get them out of the Balkans. Now, Alaric, who was at that point the king of the Goths, had fought alongside Theodosius at the Frigidus River. So he'd been a loyal supporter of Theodosius, but he increasingly chafed under the suspicion of a Goth, another Goth, whose name was Gainas. Now, Gainas had been his comrade in arms at the Frigidus River, but had then risen to very high office, indeed to be master of the soldiers, to be the chief military officer of the Eastern court under Arcadius. So Gainas doesn't like Alaric. Gainas is making policy at Arcadius's court. Alaric doesn't like Gainas very much. This is a very difficult and complex situation. What does Alaric want? He was demanding a clear Roman military title. He wanted to be given some kind of a title in the context of the official Roman hierarchy. Gainas had such a title. Stilicho had various titles. Alaric wants an official title. He wants a firm treaty. He wants a clearly defined set of duties, obligations, rights, responsibilities, and so on, and he wanted specified lands for his people to settle on. Point of fact, what he really had in mind was North Africa. But in any case, he wanted lands for his people to settle on. Now, when his requests were denied, he began raiding in the Balkans. Now, he wasn't doing this because, well, he's a wild and woolly barbarian, and that's what barbarians do. He was basically trying to put pressure on the Eastern court to see if they would accommodate him. We're going to see in just a minute that he then begins to turn to Italy. In 401, indeed, Alaric headed for Italy, just as Stilicho headed north to Noricum to deal with some peoples called the Alans and the Vandals who were raiding in that particular vicinity. At this moment, some rather consequential steps began being taken in the Western Empire, Stilicho, for instance, withdrew troops from Britain. Effectively, he was abandoning Britain, leaving Britain, cutting Britain loose. So a province that Caesar had visited Britain, Julius Caesar had visited Britain, Britain was effectively conquered and made part of the empire in the middle of the 1st century AD, and now, in effect, Stilicho really withdraws Roman military forces from Britain. Well, what was he doing? He wanted to defend the Rhineland. All right, he's got problems with Alans, Vandals, people like that in the Rhineland area, so he basically draws troops out of Britain to put them along the Rhine. Moreover, he moved the capital of the Western Prefecture from Trier, up in the Rhineland, to Arles. This looks in retrospect and has long been viewed by some historians as a conscious, deliberate policy on the part of Stilicho to abandon a great deal of the West. Simply to let a great deal of the West, northern Gaul and Britain, to kind of go its own way. Now, in 402, Alaric and Stilicho fought 3 indecisive battles. So Alaric had been raiding in the Balkans in the late 390s. That hadn't availed him anything. He now began sort of carrying out modest raids in Italy, once again trying to pressure the court there, trying to get a better deal for himself out of the Western court. Alaric then withdrew to Illyricum, so he goes back to the Balkans, and Stilicho, interestingly enough, moved the Western court to Ravenna, to the city of Ravenna in northeastern Italy, which will thereafter, to the extent that one can say that the Western Roman Empire has a capital, it will be Ravenna. Not Milan as it had been in the past, not Rome as it had been in the more remote past, but now the city of Ravenna. Ravenna is kind of surrounded by swamps, and it's a very difficult city to take. So there was some rationale for some good reason for Stilicho to move to Ravenna, but also this placed him a little bit closer both to the threatened area of Noricum, where Vandals and Alans had been a problem, and also a bit closer to Illyricum, where he had Alaric to deal with. Then, in 406, a conglomeration of peoples under a leader by the name of Radagaisus attacked northern Italy. And on the last day of that year, December 31st, 406, Alans, Sueves, and Vandals, 3 barbarian peoples, crossed the frozen Rhine. A particularly bitterly cold winter, the Rhine froze over. And Alans, Sueves, and Vandals crossed the Rhine and then pillaged right across Gaul, eventually crossing Gaul entirely, going over the Pyrenees and into Spain. We're going to encounter these people again a little bit later in this lecture and also in some future lectures. So in any case, now things are beginning to look rather difficult in the Western Empire. Britain has been abandoned. Much of northern Gaul is not effectively defended. The Alans, Vandals, and Sueves have crossed the Rhine, marched through Gaul, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake, and then crossing the Pyrenees into Spain. Meanwhile, Stilicho is continuing to try to use Alaric to press his claim to Illyricum. He's not giving up at all on this idea that he's going to be able to lay claim to the rich and valuable territory of Illyricum. Stilicho even goes so far as to blockade all of the western harbors against eastern ships. Now, what this in effect was a hostile act. In a way, it was almost a declaration of war against Honorius's brother Arcadius, the ruler of the Eastern Empire. Alaric, for his part, is continuing to demand money for his services. So Stilicho is trying to use Alaric to press his claim to Illyricum. Alaric basically said, well, all right, I want to get paid. Honorius, meanwhile, the Western emperor, son of Theodosius, is sort of chafing under the control of Stilicho. Honorius is beginning to reach a point where he just doesn't really like being under Stilicho's thumb any longer. And when Arcadius died in 408, Honorius decided he would try to press a claim to the entire empire. His father, after all, had, from 392 to 395, his father Theodosius, had ruled the empire by himself. So now Honorius has it in mind that he will try to rule the empire himself. Stilicho has slightly different ideas. Stilicho wants to be sent to the east to rule there. In what capacity, it is somewhat difficult to say. Did he imagine being sent as some kind of a prefect? Did he imagine being sent there as a master of the soldiers and just to exercise military authority? Did he think Honorius would actually make him Augustus and share rule with him? Well, let's remember these men are related to each other by marriage. They have had amicable relations for a long time, though also, as I was pointing out a second ago, Honorius had begun to chafe under Stilicho's domination. So it's a little hard to know just exactly what Stilicho had in mind. But the point is that he seems to have wanted to be sent to the east, where he would then take over control of the Eastern Empire under Honorius. Honorius, meanwhile, of course, has it in mind that what he would like to do is rule the empire as a whole. Well, what began to happen in this set of circumstances is that Stilicho had a lot of enemies. There were a lot of people who simply didn't like him. There were a lot of people who didn't like his policies. There were a lot of people who did resent the fact that a barbarian had risen so very high, and he was portrayed by these enemies by his own personal enemies, as an enemy of the Theodosian house. His scheme, his idea, his plan somehow perhaps to go to the east and there to take over rule of the Eastern Empire, probably in his own mind on behalf of Honorius, but in any case, the very fact that he had formed such a plan led his enemies to portray him as an enemy of the Theodosian house, and Stilicho was murdered in 408. Now, this was a very foolish act, actually. Stilicho was an enormously able man. He was an ambitious man in various kinds of ways, but it doesn't appear that he was solely out for himself, solely out for his own interests. And in any case, he was a more capable man, certainly, than Honorius was. And he was sort of the only one who was really in a position to effect a good government policy, effective defense of Italy, and so on in the West. Alaric now marched his army to Rome. Now, bear in mind, Alaric has been dealing with Stilicho for a long time. Not very successfully on either party's from either party's point of view, but he has been dealing with Alaric and Stilicho have been dealing with each other for a long time. Now Stilicho's dead, so Alaric marches his army to Rome, and he was paid a massive bounty. Now, Rome's Aurelian walls were still in pretty good shape, so the idea that the Goths could sort of besiege Rome, could settle in for a siege that might have taken months and months and months before Rome would have had to open its gates and yield. The Goths clearly didn't have such a thing in mind. But anyway, Alaric simply demanded a bounty. What was he given? 5,000 pounds of gold, 30,000 pounds of silver, 3,000 skins dyed purple, 4,000 silk robes, and 3,000 pounds of pepper. Pepper was enormously valuable in late antiquity. It's interesting that one of the problems that the police, the officials who supervised Roman markets discovered is that people put silver shavings in pepper so as to increase the weight. Pepper was more valuable than silver. Anyway, so Alaric winds up with this enormous bounty. Throughout most of 409, Honorius continued to refuse Alaric a military title. Now, remember, Alaric had been trying to get a title out of the Eastern court for a long time. All right, Arcadius is dead in 408. He's not around to worry about it anymore. Alaric is now effectively turned to the West. So he keeps pressing Honorius to give him a military title. Honorius continues to refuse to give him a military title. And when Alaric approached Rome again, the Senate, in a sense, jumped the gun and named Alaric master of the soldiers. So they gave him now a very high military title, but they refused to give Alaric and his people North Africa, which is what Alaric was now asking for. He basically wanted to go to southern Italy, take ship, and cross to North Africa. The Senate was not prepared to go that far. They weren't going to give him North Africa. Well, negotiations failed again. And on August 24, 25, and 26, in the year 410, Alaric and his men sacked the city of Rome. The gates were opened, actually, by a Christian woman of senatorial rank. A very high-born Christian woman opened the gates of Rome to Alaric. So once again, he didn't really have the capacity to besiege the city, to take the city by storm, but he was let in by stealth. Now, the sack of Rome is pretty interesting in a lot of ways. For example, all of the apostolic churches, the great churches of the city, St. Peter's and so on, were spared. None of the great churches of Rome was looted. None of them was entered. Moreover, the population of Rome was permitted to seek asylum in these churches, and the people who went into those churches to seek asylum were left in peace. There was no slaughter of the population. Considerable booty was indeed taken from the city, including, for example, Galla Placidia, Honorius' half-sister. Far away in Bethlehem, St. Jerome said, "In that one city the whole world fell." That was an exaggeration. It was a real exaggeration. The sack of Rome had been a pretty desultory affair. I mean, as sackings go, this was not a big deal. But certainly it was a symbolic blow to Rome that this barbarian army had entered the gates of the city of Rome and had spent 3 days enjoying the pillage and plunder of the city. Well, the obvious question that now arises is, what is going to happen next? Now what? Alaric has taken the city of Rome and then pulled back out. He didn't want to become the emperor, never entered his head to become the emperor. He doesn't kill Honorius. He doesn't sort of round up and kill or even pressure the senators. He still basically wants confirmation of his military title, land to settle on, and a treaty. Well, Alaric marched south, but he couldn't acquire ships to cross to Africa. Now, apparently, he's just going to press the case for North Africa pretty much on his own. But he wasn't able to find ships, and as a result, he turned around now and starts marching back to the north. Alaric then died suddenly, and his brother Ataulf took command, and what is more, he married Galla Placidia, Honorius' half-sister. So again, he's trying to effect connections with the Roman regime, not trying to supplant that regime, but indeed trying to effect connections with that regime. Now, in 411, 412, Ataulf marched the Visigoths sort of up the west coast of Italy and into southern Gaul. For a brief period of time, it appears that Ataulf was sort of looking for into the possibility of creating a kind of a shadow emperor who might support them, who might, in other words, give them the kinds of things, the kinds of official recognition, titles, lands, treaty, and so forth, that they'd been seeking for a long period of time. But that plan, whatever there was to it, and it's a little hard to say, but whatever there was to it, it didn't come to anything. So Ataulf did not get his shadow emperor. Ataulf himself was then killed in a feud in 415, and a man by the name of Wallia took over. In somewhat obscure circumstances, and it really would be wonderful if we knew in a little bit more detail exactly what happened here, in somewhat obscure circumstances, around the year 418, the Visigoths finally got their treaty. Now, the treaty required that they suppress brigands in Gaul. You remember going all the way back to the time of Diocletian. He'd sent Maximian to Gaul to suppress brigands. A certain amount of brigandage had always been a real problem in Gaul. So first of all, the Visigoths are kind of play a police role. They're going to suppress brigandage in Gaul. They're going to guard the western coast against pirates. This has been a problem too over a long period of time. And they're going to agree to fight alongside the Romans in Spain against the Alans, Sueves, and Vandals, those peoples who, as we saw a few minutes ago, had crossed the frozen Rhine in the last day of the year 406 and had pillaged across Gaul and then went on into Spain. Centered now on the city of Toulouse, there was a recognized barbarian army and indeed a barbarian kingdom on Roman soil. The first time this had happened. Yes, it's true, the Visigoths had been settled in the northern Balkans by Theodosius after, under complex and difficult circumstances, between 376 and 378, they had crossed the Rhine, crossed the Danube. But now they are settled as a kingdom, in effect, in southern Gaul, with the city of Toulouse as something like their capital. Okay, if we just sort of briefly recapitulate where we are here, we'll remember, first of all, that the Visigoths were impelled by the Huns in the first place. Had the Huns not sort of bumped into the Visigoths in the back, the Visigoths in the front would not probably have crossed the frontier into the Roman world. In the second place, excuse me. In the second place, we have seen that the Goths were batted back and forth, back and forth, back and forth by the Eastern court and the Western court. So in many respects, it was Roman policy, or the absence of effective Roman policy, or the complexities and contradictions of Roman policy, that played as big a role in the movements of the Visigoths as anything which the Visigoths themselves did or wanted or desired. Let's bear in mind, too, that what the Visigoths wanted all through this entire period was a clear title. They wanted official recognition for their leader, for their king, Alaric for a long time, and his successors after him. They wanted land. They wanted to be assigned specific land that would be given to them, and they wanted a treaty with Rome. Now, they finally get their treaty under, as I pointed out a few minutes ago, somewhat obscure circumstances round about the year 418. I mean, they move into southern Gaul in 411. There are continuing negotiations with the Romans. Somewhere between about 416 and 418, they get a treaty. Well, what if they had gotten a treaty, well, let's say in 408 or 409, when they'd brought pressure to bear on the city of Rome? There might have been no sack of Rome. The next series of steps may never have been taken. What if they had gotten a treaty in 401, when they first kind of gave up on Arcadius and the Eastern court and turned to the west and began raiding in Italy in an attempt to kind of pressure a deal for themselves? How many other events might not have taken place then? Stilicho, for example, might never have found himself in the straitened circumstances in which he did find himself in 408. Stilicho might have survived. The Western Empire, the course of developments in the Western Empire might have been very, very different if Stilicho had lived on for some years. So it's very interesting to think, what if, let's say in the 390s, after Theodosius' death in 395, but before 401, when the Goths began raiding in Italy, when they had been raiding a little bit in the northern Balkans, basically trying to extract a deal from Arcadius and his court. What if they had gotten a deal anytime in 497, 397, 398, 399, during those years? Again, then all of the raid in Italy might not have taken place. The Visigoths may never have gone to Gaul. There wouldn't have been a Visigothic kingdom centered on Toulouse. You see, we can play what-if history from a whole variety of different points of view, and it's all very, very interesting to do so. But the point that I'm trying to make is that it's very hard to look at this process that brought the Visigoths from living north of the Danube before 376 to settling in southern Gaul between 411 and 418. It's very difficult to look at all of that as a consistent or a coherent process. And finally, what I would suggest is it's very difficult to look at this as a barbarian invasion. Where is the invasion? Well, we might say, yes, to be sure, there was an invasion when they crossed the Danube in 376. But let's keep in mind that when they crossed the Danube in 376, they had sent envoys to the Emperor Valens to request permission to enter the empire. Let's bear in mind that in 376, the Visigoths had already, at least some among them, had already, since 325, enjoyed a treaty with Rome. They were federates. They were allied, treatied peoples, you see. They had been defending a stretch of the Danube for a long period of time already. So the Valens, as we saw, had some feeling that maybe these Arian Goths, who after all had been Roman allies, would be useful to him in securing the Danube frontier. He's concerned after all with Persia. He doesn't really want trouble along the Danube frontier if he can possibly avoid it. So, it made a certain amount of sense. As we saw, more Goths crossed the Danube than had been anticipated, and this provoked problems then in the Balkans. The Goths are then settled in the northern Balkans. Valens is killed at Adrianople. Theodosius comes west, pacifies the situation momentarily, and the Goths continue to try to find some accommodation within the Roman system. All right? We saw also that Alaric himself, and indeed a number of other Gothic leaders, Gainas for instance, served with Theodosius at the Battle of the Frigidus River in 394. Not against him. They didn't fight against Theodosius. Yes, they'd left the Emperor Valens dead on a battlefield in 378, but now they are serving shoulder to shoulder with the Romans against a usurper in the year 394. All right, we have the raiding in the Balkans to which I've just referred. We have the raiding in Italy to which I've just referred. Yes, we do have the sack of Rome, but in each case, these actions were ploys. They were steps that were taken basically to wrest from the Romans some recognition, to wrest from the Romans a better deal than they had up until then been able to get. All right. It happens to be the case that for a variety of reasons, we know a great deal about the Visigoths. They appear constantly in the sources. We have very rich materials about them, and it's possible to trace their story in considerable detail. There are many other barbarian peoples who are virtually only names to us. We don't really know very much about them. There are some others, Franks, Lombards, some others, and we'll come to some of them in later lectures, about whom we also know quite a lot. But the point that I want to make is that if we were really going to understand this long process whereby a large number of people, once upon a time outside the Roman world, came inside the Roman world and created something like the model of the Visigothic kingdom centered on Toulouse, created for themselves states, kingdoms inside the Roman world, if we were really going to understand that process, we would have to go through dozens upon dozens of peoples in something like the detail that we have just lavished on the Visigoths. Well, as I've said a number of times, there isn't time, and probably no one has patience to go through the story in quite that kind of detail. I use the Visigoths as a case study because it illustrates very well indeed some of the more interesting and complex aspects of this long, complex relationship between the Romans on the one hand and various barbarian peoples on the other. In our next lectures, what we're going to do is look, but in much less detail, at some of the other peoples who had similar experiences to those of the Visigoths. Some other peoples, in other words, who created kingdoms inside what had been the western provinces of the Roman Empire. Well, welcome to the 11th in our series of lectures on late antiquity. This time we're going to talk about barbarian kingdoms in Gaul. We put the Visigoths there in our last lecture, so we'll begin the story actually with the Visigoths this time, but we're also going to talk about two other peoples, the Burgundians and the Franks, who also erected kingdoms within the area that had been Roman Gaul. All right, let's just bear in mind that our Visigoths had been settled in Gaul between sort of 411 and 418. In 418, maybe as early as about 416, they'd eventually gotten a treaty with the Romans and had been assigned various, largely military responsibilities. In the next decades, that Gothic army that was settled in Gaul sort of evolved into a kingdom. And this kingdom served as a loyal ally to Rome for a number of decades. For instance, you may recall my saying that one aspect of the Visigoths treaty required them to serve with the Romans against the Alans, Vandals, and Sueves who had crossed into Spain. Indeed, in 418, in 422, and in 446, Visigothic soldiers served with Romans in Spain against the Alans, Vandals, and Sueves. Now, it is true, for instance, that the Visigoths attempted to seize the city of Narbonne in the south of Gaul. In other words, they tried to expand their holdings a little bit. It's also true that on one occasion they attacked the city of Arles. You may recall my mentioning in the last lecture that Stilicho had moved the capital of the western prefecture from Trier to Arles. Now, why attack Narbonne? Narbonne provided an outlet to the Mediterranean. It was a port city of considerable consequence, but it also offered a secure route to Spain around the eastern end of the Pyrenees. So there were various reasons why holding Narbonne would have been a good idea, would have made sense in the context of the Visigoth kingdom as a whole. The city of Arles, as I just mentioned, was now the seat of the western prefecture. So attacks on the city of Arles were probably gestures aimed at adjusting the terms of the Visigoths treaty, pressure tactics, if you will, much more than any outright attempt to conquer the city. Arles would not have been particularly valuable to the Visigoths for any specific reason. Now, Gothic expansion and then the development of their kingdom resulted from a series of larger developments in Gaul. In other words, basically the Goths are settled in the area more or less around the city of Toulouse. All right, they're moving to the south, as I indicated, towards Narbonne. They have brought some pressure to the south and southeast on the city of Arles. But eventually, the Visigoths really expand from the Pyrenees pretty much up to the River Loire. In other words, they're expanding into virtually all of what was then southern Gaul. First of all, the context for this Visigothic expansion was that two other peoples, the Franks in the north and the Burgundians in the east, were also expanding in Gaul at this time. So what we really have is a whole series of barbarian peoples, sort of each expanding, sometimes at the other's expense, oftentimes at the expense of the Romans. Now, did the Romans stand idly by while all this was going on? No, in fact, they didn't. The Roman master of the soldiers, effectively the real person in charge in the Western Empire at this time, is a man by the name of Aetius. Aetius had been using for a period of time the Huns as mercenary troops, particularly against the Burgundians. Now, when the Huns really reached their apogee under their great and fearsome leader Attila, after about 440, what Aetius did then is he sort of reverses his tactics. Now what he does is he uses Burgundians and Franks and others against the Huns. So in any case, the Romans do have some sense of order in Gaul, and it would have looked as though this man Aetius was still pretty much in control of the situation. Now, in the year 451, the Huns were actually dealt a devastating military defeat on the Catalonian field in sort of north-central, what we would call France today. Attila retreated to the Hungarian plain, and a couple of years later, he died. And the great Hunnic threat, the great Hunnic pressure, vanished. Now, you'll recall that the beginning of our story of the Visigoths began when the Huns pressured them, had begun pressuring the Ostrogoths in the 350s, perhaps, had begun pressuring the Visigoths in the 360s and 70s, and set in motion this series of events that we've been talking about in the last lecture and to a degree in this one. Now, in the mid-450s, the Hunnic state effectively vanishes. So that provocation is gone. Now, the army that Aetius led on the Catalonian field in 451 is called, by the sources at the time, a Roman army. The soldiers in that army are called Romani, Romans, but in point of fact, that army was made up almost entirely of barbarian contingents, of Franks, Burgundians, and especially of Visigoths. So now the Romans were actually barbarians who were fighting in defense of the Western Roman Empire against the Huns, of course, who had recently been the allies of the Western Empire against some of these same barbarian peoples. Gee, that's clear, isn't it? I mean, how do you make sense of exactly what is going on in the Western Roman Empire at this period of time? Well, as I mentioned a moment ago, after Attila's death in 453, the Visigoths now become the major players in the West. In the year 466, a man by the name of Euric murdered his brother Theodoric II, who had been ruling fairly effectively, became king, Euric did, and now he begins really initiating a major Visigothic expansion to the south and also to the north. Between about 471 and 476, Euric seized control of virtually all of southern Gaul. Now, by now, Aetius is long dead, and there really isn't any longer an effective Roman counterweight to the Visigoths or to any of the other peoples who were living in and expanding in Gaul. The Visigoths themselves couldn't prevent Burgundian or Frankish expansion. It's an interesting question, and one to which we don't really have a good answer. Did the Visigoths see themselves somehow as the heirs to the Romans in this section of the Western Empire, and did they think of themselves as having some responsibility or some role in defending Gaul against Burgundians and Franks? It's possible to think that way, but it isn't clear that that's the situation. Be that as it may, the Visigoths were unable to prevent continuing, I should say, Frankish and Burgundian expansion. The Visigoths clearly had played a key role in ending direct Roman rule in Gaul, in one of the oldest, wealthiest, most important parts of the Western Empire. But it's very difficult to find a hint anywhere in the surviving primary sources that this had ever been their intention. The Visigoths didn't come to remove Rome, didn't come to supplant Rome. The Visigoths quite simply worked within the Roman system and then, in effect, survived it. One historian has said somewhat wryly that what we really see here is an imaginative experiment that got a little out of hand. In other words, let's bear in mind that the Romans, basically suffering as they did from manpower shortages and having pulled a good many troops out of various sections of the West, saw the Goths as a way of remedying certain military shortcomings. And then eventually, of course, the Goths wind up taking over. Okay, let's look in a little bit more detail at this Visigothic kingdom. Nothing like the kind of detail we lavished upon the institutions and structures of the Roman Empire, but let's understand what a sub-Roman state, we might call this, looked like. For the Visigothic kingdom was a sub-Roman state of very considerable ability and promise. I always like to say, you know, if you were a betting person and you put yourself at a certain moment historically, how would you see the future? Would you bet on it or wouldn't you? Well, I think one would have made a reasonable wager on the Visigothic kingdom. You lost the bet. It did fail in the long run, but the fact of the matter is that it did show a lot of promise. In the first place, there are arguments among historians over exactly what kind of terms the Visigoths were settled on in southern Gaul. Some suggest that they were actually given land. Others argue that they were allocated a share of local tax revenues. It appears, I mean, the evidence seems to suggest actually that probably both processes were involved. At least some Goths definitely got land. But it's also true that there was no massive expropriation of the local population. Indeed, there is not a hint anywhere in the sources that local Roman people, from the elites down to ordinary farmers, had their land taken away from them to give them so that land could be given to the Goths. If, as seems certainly to have been the case, tax revenues were given to the Goths, then, after all, this is something that provincial populations had for a long, long time, decades, centuries even, been experiencing. That is to say, the produce of their land, of their farms, had been turned into cash sometimes, or sometimes agricultural produce was itself shipped out to provision the army. So in a way, the Roman state as the middleman had sort of been cut out here. Tax revenues were simply being handed directly over to the Goths in at least some circumstances. This certainly is very consistent with the system that's been in place since Diocletian. So there was nothing terribly novel about this. It's also important to say that whereas the Visigoths functioning as a more or less autonomous people, as their own army, living in certain respects under their own law, this was novel, but the idea of Visigothic military commanders playing a key role in defending the Roman state and carrying out the interests of the Roman state, this is something which ever since Constantine has been a constant feature of the Roman scene. So again, the settlement of the Visigoths in southern Gaul would not have been seen as particularly unsettling, unusual, or anything like that. We also know, for example, that southern Gaul in the 420s, 430s, 440s, 450s, and so on, was peaceful and prosperous. So the Visigoths did a pretty good job of maintaining peace in this area. Archaeologists have excavated more than 300 villas, for example. Some of these have beautiful mosaics. In other words, a fairly cultured form of life seems to have persisted in lots of places. We find a great deal of rich, beautiful, and technically proficient sculpture, which testifies, again, to a very high level of culture. People can afford these kinds of things. People still appreciate these kinds of things. Gallo-Romans, large numbers of Gallo-Romans, the indigenous Roman population of Gaul, served in the Visigothic government. Increasingly, of course, the Visigothic government was the only government in town. The Roman government, of course, slowly but surely vanishing from the scene. But the very fact that locals made their peace with the Goths is in and of itself a matter of real significance and of real consequence. But how they made their peace with these Goths is very well revealed in a remarkable description of King Theodoric II. Now, this is the fellow who was murdered by Euric, I mentioned just a few minutes ago. But anyway, there's a remarkable description of Theodoric II penned by a man named Sidonius Apollinaris. Sidonius was an enormously wealthy man, lived on a beautiful country estate, became a bishop at the end of his life. He was related to an emperor. He himself had been prefect of the city of Rome. So this is an extremely well-connected man. Here's how he describes Theodoric II. He's a man who deserves to be studied even by those who are not in close relations with him. In his build, the will of God and nature's plan have joined together to endow him with a supreme perfection. And his character is such that even the jealousy which hedges a sovereign has no power to rob it of its glories. His figure is well proportioned. He is shorter than the very tall, taller and more commanding than the average man. The top of his head is round, and on it his curled hair retreats gently from his even forehead. His neck is not squat and sinewless, but erect and sinewy. Each eye is encircled by a shaggy arch of brow. When his eyelids droop, the extremities of the lashes reach almost halfway down the cheeks. The tips of his ears, according to national fashion, are hidden by wisps of hair that are trained over them. His nose is most gracefully curved. His lips are delicately molded and are not enlarged by any extension of the corners of his mouth. Every day there is a clipping of the bristles that sprout beneath the nostril cavities. The hair on his face grows heavily in the hollows of the temples. But as it springs up on the lowest part of the face, the barber constantly roots it out from the cheeks, keeping them as though they were still in the earliest stage of manly growth. Before dawn, he goes with a small retinue to the service conducted by priests of his faith, and he worships with great earnestness, though one can see that this devotion is a matter of routine more than of conviction. The administrative duties of his sovereignty claim the rest of the morning. Nobles in armor have places near his throne. A crowd of guards in their dress of skins is allowed in so as to be at hand, but excluded from the presence so as not to disturb. Meanwhile, deputations from various peoples are introduced, and he listens to a great deal of talk. When one joins him at dinner, there is no unpolished conglomeration of old silver set by panting attendants on sagging tables. The weightiest thing on these occasions is the conversation, for there are either no stories or only serious ones. To sum up, you can find there Greek elegance, Gallic plenty, Italian briskness, the dignity of state, the attentiveness of a private home, the ordered discipline of royalty. That, I think you would agree, is quite a remarkable description of a barbarian. Yet these are now, in a sense, Rome's barbarians. Local elites gradually shifted from looking to the imperial court for civilian promotions to serving in the Visigoths' military forces. Now, it's true that the Visigoths were Arian Christians, but they carried out no anti-Catholic policies, and they basically permitted the Catholic bishops to hold church councils. They left the Catholic Church in southern Gaul basically in peace. So they weren't aggressively Arian. Now, despite efforts to promote peace and harmony, the Visigoths were in the end no match for the Franks, who dealt them a devastating defeat at Vouillé in 507, later largely confining the Visigoths to Spain. In our next lecture, we'll actually talk about the Visigoths in Spain, and then in a little bit later lecture, we'll come back and visit our Visigothic friends in Spain once more. For the moment, we have now moved them over the Pyrenees and out of our view. The second people to find accommodation in Gaul were the Burgundians. Now, there are lots of legends surrounding the Burgundians, but their early history is extremely obscure. And again, the Burgundians were people who, as a result of a process of ethnogenesis, sort of probably formed from a whole group of other people who were named heaven knows what at some earlier stage. Roman writers, for instance, mentioned Burgundians as early as the 1st century. Valentinian I enlisted their aid against the Alamans in 369. They played an obscure and shifting role in the politics of Gaul and the Rhineland in the early 5th century. You'll recall perhaps my mentioning that Burgundian pressures had actually prompted Aetius to get in alliance with the Huns against the Burgundians, and then subsequently turned around and allied with the Burgundians against the Huns. In about 443, the Burgundians seem to have gotten a treaty and were settled in the area of Savoy. In other words, the area where these Burgundians settled runs essentially from Lake Geneva down to sort of Vienne. So they're not in historic Burgundy, the area of France where the great Burgundy wines and so forth come from. That area actually forms and comes to be called Burgundy rather later in history. So these Burgundians are in the area that we would call Savoy. Now, in certain respects, we can say the Burgundians acted like the Visigoths. They remained loyal to Rome, but they looked out for their own interests too. Although occasional leaders among the Burgundians were Arians, the Burgundians were generally Catholic. King Gundobad, one of the most effective of the Burgundian rulers, for example, was named Master of the Soldiers in 472. Now, this is only 4 years before the effective end of the Western Empire, so this was perhaps not as big a deal as it might have been in earlier times, but nevertheless, he seeks out this high Roman military office, and he gradually sort of unifies his people, and he issued a rather prominent law code. Well, this is an interesting way of imitating the Romans. What do Romans do? They issue laws. So what does this barbarian king do? He issues laws. Now, the Burgundians were allied with the Franks from time to time, and indeed, as the 5th century turns into the 6th, they were in a more or less continuous state of alliance with the Franks. But eventually, in 533, 534, the Burgundians were overwhelmed and conquered by the Franks, and yet another of our barbarian peoples who had settled inside Gaul sort of go off our map and out of our view. We come now to the people who are going to become the most powerful, the most durable, the most important of all these barbarians, the Franks. Now, the Franks emerged very, very slowly, again in very obscure circumstances, over a long period of time. Roman sources first mention Franki, about 250. But it's clear, and I just hinted at this in the previous lecture, so the point bears repeating now, it's clear that the Franks were actually a confederation of a considerable number of peoples who lived near the lower Rhine. In other words, basically where the Rhine empties into the North Sea. The Franks basically begin living sort of slightly north of the Rhine, and gradually they expand to the south. In a sense, thinking in modern terms, they sort of begin moving from the Netherlands into Belgium, and then from Belgium into France. So if you're thinking of that map as it would now be, this is basically the area then where our Franks are expanding. Later Frankish sources relate two very interesting stories about Frankish origins. Now, they differ a little bit in details, and I don't really have time to go through the whole story here, but both of them make the Franks Trojans. They make them descendants of King Priam of Troy. Now, who else were Trojans? Who else descended from the ruling family of Troy? Who else had been losers in the Trojan Wars? Well, of course, the Romans. The Romans, indeed. Why on earth would the Franks tell a story about themselves making themselves Trojans? Well, it seems that perhaps in the 4th and 5th century, stories like this may have arisen in sort of diplomatic circles to suggest that there were fraternal bonds between the Franks and the Romans. By the 7th and 8th century, when the second version of the story clearly begins to circulate, it seems that these kinds of stories were probably told by way of suggesting for the Franks, claiming for the Franks, a kind of an historical parity with the by then vanished Romans. But this is a very interesting way of thinking about how the Franks thought about themselves. Were the Franks descended from Trojans? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. So the story itself is not one that we need to pay any attention to, that we need to worry about, that we need to think about as revealing something interesting and important about the origins of the Franks. You'll recall when I was talking in the last lecture about ethnogenesis, I said one aspect of this ethnogenesis is that a story begins to be told and people buy into that story and they claim it as their story. That's a very different thing from saying that the story is true. So what the story tells us is something about the people who tell the story. So in this case, it's quite interesting that the Franks don't see themselves as inferior to the Romans, as second-class Romans. They are brothers to the Romans, in effect. And when the Romans have passed away from the scene, the Franks are the equal of the Romans. Not superior, they are the equal of the Romans. So this is really quite an interesting way of thinking about the Franks and of thinking about how the Franks thought about themselves. Now, in the mid-years of the 5th century, a particular family, the Merovingian family, or the Merovingian dynasty, emerged among the Franks and became their kings. It appears that this Merovingian family, probably great war leaders and probably great landowners, okay? It appears that this Merovingian family emerged in the region of Thuringia, basically the central part of what we would think of today as Western Germany, okay? Now, here we have further legends. King Clodio's wife went swimming, and while she was swimming, she was impregnated by a quinator. The offspring of Clodio's wife and the quinator was a man by the name of Merovech, who is the eponymous hero then, the eponymous founder of the Merovingian dynasty. Now, by the 460s, a ruler by the name of Childeric begins to come into fairly sharp focus. This man Childeric had fought both for and against sort of the remnant of Roman administration in and around the region of Paris in northern Gaul. So he'd fought both for these guys and against these guys. In 1653, in Tournai, in what is today Belgium, Childeric's grave was found. It is a remarkable blend of Roman and barbarian artifacts. For example, Childeric had a signet ring, something which would have been used by Roman provincial officials to seal documents. But there were also horses killed and buried with him, or buried immediately nearby to him. So there's a remarkable array of things that were found in Childeric's grave. They were for a long time in the Louvre in Paris. In the early 19th century, they were stolen. The entire hoard has never been recovered. A few artifacts, such as the gold cloisonné ornament of Childeric's sword, were recovered, but the rest is still lost. But fortunately, in the 18th century, a whole series of drawings had been made of the things that had been found in Childeric's grave, so we basically know what was in there. The material, though partly Roman and partly barbarian, is utterly pagan. That's clear. Something else that's interesting about it is various of the items that were found in Childeric's grave indicate that they had come from very far away. So evidently these Franks had very far-flung commercial and perhaps also cultural and possibly even diplomatic relations. They were not sort of isolated people living up there in the north of Gaul. Now, the greatest of the early Frankish kings was unquestionably Clovis. Now, his Frankish name would have been Clodovec. That Latinizes as Ludovicus. This is effectively the first Louis as a king of France. Clovis was Childeric's son. Clovis reigned, we think, from about 481 until about 511. The basic narrative of Clovis's reign depends primarily on the writer Gregory of Tours, who wrote his 10 books of histories in the period between about 570 and 593 or 594. Now let's bear in mind right away that Gregory of Tours is writing some 60 years after Clovis's death. Okay? But his account is still an extremely important source for us. We also have two quite remarkable letters that were written to Clovis by bishops Remigius of Reims and Avitus of Vienne, and these letters also contain valuable information. Gregory's picture of Clovis is pretty much the familiar one. Clovis defeated the last of the Roman rulers of the north in about 486. He married the Catholic Burgundian Clotilde, who tried but failed to convert him until God gave him a victory over the Alamans in 496. He then converted. Clovis and thousands of his followers received baptism from Remigius at Reims round about 496. Clovis then allied with one faction of the Burgundians against another round about 500. In 507, Clovis led what the sources portray effectively as a crusade against the heretical Goths. This is the great victory at Vouillé, which I mentioned a few minutes ago from the Gothic point of view. Well, it's a wonderful tale. And of course, Clovis's conversion to Catholicism directly from paganism was celebrated in France in 1996, commemorating that great event. But the fact is that almost every aspect of this story is open to question. Almost none of it is credible. For example, Clovis's conversion probably followed his victory over the Goths. His conversion to Catholicism probably falls as late as 508 or thereabouts. It doesn't precede it, and it certainly doesn't go back as far as 496. Clovis was married to a Catholic Burgundian, that's true, but her influence on him is pretty hard to grasp. It's perfectly true that Clovis defeated the Visigoths, but this was simply part of traditional politics, what were becoming traditional politics in sub-Roman Gaul. This was not a crusade by the Catholic Clovis against the Arian heretic Goths. Now, it is interesting to notice, for example, that way over in Constantinople, the Emperor Anastasius named Clovis patrician. In other words, he gave him a kind of a Roman official honorific title. Patrician was not an office. You didn't do anything because you were a patrician. There was no job. It was an honorific title, but nevertheless a significant one. It's also interesting that Clovis himself acted in certain of his public ceremonies like a Roman emperor. For instance, he would ride through crowds of adoring people on horseback, throwing coins to the people. Precisely what Roman emperors had done when, for instance, they rode into a city, an adventus, that's called, the ceremonial arrival of an emperor in a city. Among other things, he would ride wearing an imperial cloak on horseback and throw money to the crowd. Clovis did this. We know of him doing this in the city of Tours on at least one occasion, probably did it other times in other places as well. So my point, quite simply, is he's behaving very much like a Roman ruler. So, as the 6th century dawns, virtually all of Gaul was in the hands of the Franks. They had defeated the Visigoths, and then they had defeated the Burgundians. They maintained close connections with the Roman government in Constantinople. The Franks were Catholic, and they were aligned with both the church and the traditional local elites. In interesting ways, Rome's need for manpower and constant Hunnic pressure had precipitated, yet again, a series of dramatic transformations. The Huns' pressure occasioned by Aetius and his alliances with the Huns had worked changes in Gaul, just as Hunnic pressure on the Visigoths had worked changes in the Balkans. Well, we're going to move in our next lecture to Spain and to North Africa, where further barbarian kingdoms were created. Well, welcome to the 12th lecture in this series on late antiquity. This time we're going to look at barbarian kingdoms in Spain and in North Africa. You'll recall that last time we talked about barbarian kingdoms in Gaul, roughly what we think of as France. We talked about the Visigoths, the Burgundians, and the Franks, seeing that by the early years of the 6th century, in effect, the Franks had pretty much taken over the entire show for themselves. The Iberian Peninsula, Spain, was one of Rome's oldest and richest provincial regions. The Romans had actually moved into Spain in a fairly serious way in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC. Among Rome's earliest provincial conquests were territories of Spain. So in lots of ways, the fate of Spain, the fate of Spain itself mattered very deeply in the transformation of the ancient world, as indeed did Gaul. Now, Spain's late antique history unfolded in a series of stages, and we're going to pursue some of those stages here in this lecture. The Alans, Sueves, and Vandals, we've seen, crossed the Rhine. Remember, the Rhine froze. They crossed on the last night of the year 406, moved across Gaul, and then moved into Spain. Initially, the Romans refused to acknowledge the legitimacy of these new settlements. When talking about the Visigoths in the last lecture, one of the points that I emphasized was it's really pretty hard to think of the Visigoths as having invaded the Roman Empire. Well, when we talk about the Alans, the Vandals, and the Sueves, and this movement across Gaul in the year 407, this really was an invasion. Now, it was prompted, of course, by the fact that the Rhine froze. That was lucky. It was prompted by the fact that Stilicho had pulled significant troops away from the Gallic frontiers, from defending the Gallic frontiers. That Stilicho had moved the capital of the Western Prefecture from Trier, smack in the Rhineland, to Arles in the south of France. So there was a variety of circumstances which the Alans, Sueves, and Vandals took advantage of in crossing Gaul and moving on down to Spain. But we may very well regard this as an invasion. An opportunistic one, to be sure, but an invasion. Well, as I was just saying a second ago, the Romans had a very real sense of the difference between their relationship with the Visigoths on the one hand and their relationship with the Alans, Vandals, and Sueves on the other hand. So they wouldn't officially recognize these newcomers. They wouldn't deal with them in the ways that they eventually came to deal with the Goths. Now, it's true that eventually the Romans accommodated the Sueves. We'll have more to say about that in just a few minutes. But then the Visigoths expanded into Spain and took over virtually the entire peninsula. So earlier Roman attempts perhaps to make some kind of an accommodation with the Sueves, not with the Vandals, not with the Alans, but with the Sueves, sort of came to nothing. And indeed, after 507, when the Visigoths were defeated by the Franks at Vouillé, the Visigoths were largely confined to Spain. Okay, so that's the broad framework for our discussion of the fate of Spain, the fate of the Iberian Peninsula in the 5th and the 6th centuries. Now, let's slow down just a bit and look in a little bit more detail at the people and at what was involved. The Sueves entered Spain in about 409. So they'd crossed Gaul, crossed 407, 408. They entered Spain basically about 409, and they took over a very wide swathe of territory. I dare say that, among the various people I've been mentioning, most people have probably heard of Goths, and they've heard of Franks, maybe heard of Burgundians, but Sueves are probably not a household word or a household name. And yet they were actually a people, as we'll see here in the next few minutes, of some considerable historical consequences. Now, the Sueves were actually assisted, unintentionally, of course, because the Visigoths, under the terms of their treaty with Rome, remember the Visigoths were to suppress brigandage in Gaul, guard the western coasts of Gaul against pirates, and aid the Romans in Spain against the Alans, Vandals, and Sueves. Well, the Visigoths, according to the terms of their treaty with Rome, defeated the Alans and defeated one significant group of Vandals. What this meant is it left a situation where the Sueves were now sort of the major power inside the Iberian Peninsula itself, and they were able to expand at the expense of the defeated Alans and the defeated Vandals, those defeats having been visited upon those people by the Visigoths. So as I say, in a curious kind of way, the Visigoths sort of unintentionally helped the Sueves in Spain. Now, in 429, the greater part of the Vandals left Spain for North Africa. We'll come back to the Vandals in just a few minutes' time. This also benefited the Sueves in the short run. Their major remaining potential foe, competitor, rival inside Iberia, the Vandals, have now decamped and crossed the Straits of Gibraltar and gone to North Africa. Now, the Sueves produced a number of kings who were able and effective rulers. For example, their king Recula, who ruled from 438 until 448, and Reciarius, who ruled from 448 until 456, continued Suevic expansion until they had taken over virtually the entire peninsula except for the region of Tarraconensis. Now, these two kings established a capital for their kingdom at the city of Merida. Reciarius was the first of the Germanic kings to become a Catholic and to seek accommodation with the Roman population. Now, this is something, of course, as I mentioned in my previous lecture, that the Franks would do, and that the Franks would do very, very effectively, but the Sueves do this a couple of generations before the Franks do. In 452, Requieres did get a treaty with Rome, and the treaty was renewed in 454. Now, emboldened perhaps somewhat by their recent successes, the Sueves invaded Tarraconensis in 455, and the emperor sent the Visigoths against them. Now, this happened just as the Visigoths were consolidating their kingdom in Gaul. This is basically the period when, for instance, a figure like Theodoric II was ruling among the Goths, that figure whose description I read from in my previous lecture. So the Visigoths were doing very, very well at this particular moment, and the Sueves in Spain attempted to expand, so the Roman authorities decided to send the Visigoths into Spain against the Sueves. Now, Visigothic service in Spain against the Sueves is a reminder that they, the Visigoths, had remained loyal to Rome. It's also interesting, if we look at this from the Roman point of view, so we're in the mid-450s, the Western Empire's only got another 20 years or so to live, the Romans were acting as if they still believed themselves to be very much in control. Whether they were actually in control or not is open to question, but the Romans are acting as if they are in control. Well, we keep bumping into the Visigoths, so it's time to sort of pause for a bit and talk about them once again. We talked about them last time in terms of their kingdom in Gaul. All right, we also saw that they were defeated by the Franks in 507 at Vouillé, and gradually they were, because of Frankish expansion throughout much of Gaul, the Visigoths were confined largely to Spain. From 418 to 455, however, the Visigoths had occasionally been active in Spain. 3 or 4 times at least during this period, they had campaigned in Spain as Rome's allies against the various peoples, initially Alans and Vandals, whom they defeated. They defeated one group of the Vandals, they defeated the Alans, and then eventually, of course, as we just saw, they went in 455 to fight against the Sueves. Well, the Sueves were very able and effective in a whole lot of ways, but they were no match for the Visigoths. And as a result, the Visigoths wound up, in the campaign of 455 and just after, conquering virtually all but the extreme west and northwest of the Iberian Peninsula. Those areas remained largely in Suevic hands and would continue to remain in Suevic hands for quite some time into the future. Now, the kingdom that was established by the Visigoths in Spain after their defeat by the Franks at Vouillé in 507 had some things going for it, and it also had some real difficulties. Well, I mean, let's bear in mind that the Visigoths had now almost a century of experience as a kingdom on Roman soil before they were defeated by the Franks and sort of pushed into Spain. But once they go into, and then also, just to repeat the point I've been making a moment ago, the Visigoths had been, from 418 to 455, pretty continually involved in the Iberian Peninsula. So they knew the local turf pretty well. All right? But once they are confined largely to Spain, as a result of their defeat by the Franks, they suffered, as I said, certain disabilities, certain disadvantages. First of all, it was very hard to recapture the earlier prestige of the kingdom after this devastating defeat at Vouillé. I mean, this was really a blow to the prestige, to the pride, to the political cohesiveness of the Visigothic people. Moreover, on the field at Vouillé, the Visigothic king Alaric II was killed. What this produced is a situation where, at that very moment, at that very fraught moment, the Visigoths didn't have a king. For the next century, for basically the next century, one of the problems among the Visigoths was a lack of political and then of social stability around the monarch. The Visigoths didn't, again, produce really effective, capable rulers in the way that they had during the period of time when they had been settled primarily in Gaul. It's also true that the Franks, the Visigoths' powerful neighbors to the north, the Ostrogoths, we'll talk about them in our next lecture, the Ostrogoths, related peoples who were then in Italy, and the Romans of Justinian, way off in Constantinople, all meddled in Spain in one way or another. to the detriment of the prestige and power of the monarchy, and oftentimes producing a situation that fomented social and military and political divisions in Spain. So the kingdom really did suffer from a number of fairly serious disabilities. There was a further problem. Until King Recared opted for Catholicism in 587, and then at the Council of Toledo in 589, essentially the Visigoths as a group embraced Catholicism. Whether they actually did it all in one fell swoop, kind of at one moment, that's pretty hard to believe. But officially, the king becomes Catholic in 587, the Visigoths become Catholic in 589. But prior to this time, the Visigoths had been Arians. Once in Spain, and possibly occasioned somewhat by their defeat by the Catholic Franks in 507, even though, as I've pointed out, that was no crusade, even if certain Frankish sources almost portray it as one. Once the Visigoths get into Spain, they seem to have become somewhat more militant in their Arianism. They were a little harder on the Catholic population, a little bit harder on the Catholic Church. The Visigoths also, for example, were particularly hard on the Jews of Spain. There was a significant Jewish population in Iberia, and the Visigoths were very, very hard on the Jewish population of Spain also. But once the Visigoths become Catholic at the end of the 6th century, this removed some of the sources of contention, some of the problems, some of the difficulty, to be sure. But by then, the Visigoths had already been suffering under these other disabilities that I've just been detailing, and as a result, the conversion to Catholicism wasn't the sort of panacea that fixed everything in Visigothic Spain. Still in all, Iberia produced impressive law books. The Visigoths issued a series of law codes that are quite impressive law codes, to be sure. They are much infused with the legal learning and the specific legal provisions of the Theodosian Code. Remember, we talked about the two great Roman codes in an earlier lecture, the one of Theodosius II from the 430s and the one of Justinian from the late 520s, early 530s. Well, the Theodosian Code, of course, was basically the code of Roman law that was in force at the time when these various Germanic kingdoms are being created round about the provinces of the Western Roman Empire. And in various important respects, the various barbarian peoples embraced Roman law, sort of adapted it, blended it with their own legal traditions and legal enactments, and then issued new law codes. I mentioned King Gundobad, for example, among the Burgundians, having issued a law code. There is some evidence to suggest that Clovis issued a law code, and a series of Visigothic kings issued law codes. What we have here is very much an imitation of Roman emperors, of Roman rulers. If you're going to be a ruler, by golly, you issue laws, you see? But also there's a very powerful sense here of wanting to live an ordered life under law, okay? That's not necessarily the way we think about barbarians, is it? So, impressive law books produced in Visigothic Spain. Beautiful churches produced in Visigothic Spain. Stunning works of art produced in Visigothic Spain. There was an admirable collection of Christian writings. In later lectures, we'll actually meet some of the figures who wrote in Visigothic Spain, and we'll have an opportunity to get acquainted with them a little bit and some of the kinds of interests that they had and some of the kinds of things they wrote about. For the moment, then, let me just say that there was impressive Christian writing. There was also a long series of church councils held at Toledo. It is a matter of great good fortune that the records of those councils survive. In the standard edition, they make up several hundred pages of material. So we have, from the 6th and 7th centuries, we have a long series of ecclesiastical records from Spain that show us sort of the church in Spain going about its business and about much else besides. Given the challenges that it faced, the Visigothic kingdom's achievements are really quite thought-provoking. We know what the Franks were able to accomplish in Gaul, and one wonders if the Visigoths had not experienced the difficulties, the challenges, the problems that I detailed a few minutes ago, one wonders how successful their kingdom in Spain might have been. Well, it wasn't to be. And we'll come back to the Visigoths on a later day when we see that they actually suffered the final indignity of being overrun by Muslims from North Africa in the very dawning years of the 8th century. But that, as I said, is a story for another day. The Vandals. The Vandals, as we saw, among those people who crossed the Rhine on the last day of 406, moved down into Spain. Then, as we saw, the Visigoths had defeated one group of Vandals, okay, the Siling Vandals, so-called, whereas then the Hasding Vandals crossed over into Africa, North Africa, in 429, as I mentioned a little while ago. The Vandals seem to have left utterly no trace in Spain, unless, and there's some question about this, unless the region of Andalusia, you see, is if the Vandals left their name on that particular region of Spain. It's not perfectly clear that the one word equates to the name of the Vandals, but it might be the case. But in any case, they left very little in the way of footprints in Spain. North Africa, quite different. Now, it appears that the Vandals, like so many of these other peoples, were trying, while they were still in Spain, to get a treaty with Rome. The Romans were not going to give them a treaty. Remember, the Romans finally do, in 452 and 454, give the Sueves a treaty. They've given a treaty to the Visigoths, so there's precedent now, certainly, for doing this. But they're not going to give a treaty to the Vandals. The Vandals also seem to have felt considerable pressure from the Sueves, and possibly they also faced pressure from the Visigoths. In other words, Spain was getting to be a little bit too hot a neighborhood to be in. We also know, and I'll have occasion to refer to this briefly in some future lectures, there was now some factional strife in North Africa. There were some problems with the effectiveness of Roman rule in North Africa. There are hints in the sources. Unfortunately, it's one of those places where our evidence kind of fails us. It just doesn't quite tell us everything we'd like to know. There are hints in the sources that amidst factional strife in North Africa, the Vandals may have been invited in. Now, if this is the case, did they see here an opportunity, as it were, to fish in troubled waters and perhaps get some advantage out of the deal? Or did they imagine that the parties in North Africa who had invited them in, or who at any rate were open to the idea of their coming into North Africa, were going to give them a treaty, were going to give them some kind of a settlement which they had been looking for? As I say, we just don't really know for sure, and that's a shame. It would be very interesting to know in more detail exactly what was going on in this set of circumstances. By 430, the Vandals had taken the great city of Hippo in North Africa. Now, they finally got a treaty in 436. Why? Well, it may very well have been because the Romans were extremely sensitive to the food and tax resources of North Africa, and they had no effective counterweight against the Vandals. Let me pause there and explain what I'm saying here. We don't perhaps in modern times think of North Africa as one of the world's great rich areas. But if we were to go back and look at, for example, the spectacular Roman remains of cities like Timgad and Leptis Magna, if we were to read the sources for Roman North Africa, what we would discover is this was one of the wealthiest, possibly the wealthiest area of the Roman world. The growth of cereal grains was possible because there was adequate rainfall, and a little bit behind the coastal regions, olive oil was produced in enormous quantities, and shipped all over the Mediterranean world. So important tax revenues had always come to the Roman state from North Africa. The Romans certainly had an interest in maintaining those tax revenues. And then the city of Rome in particular was provisioned. It got its grain fundamentally from North Africa. Yes, it's true that earlier some grain had also come from Egypt, but now basically Egypt was feeding Constantinople and North Africa was feeding Rome. Egypt and Constantinople and all that, those will be subjects that will engage us again on a little bit later days. For the moment, the point that I'm making, quite simply, is that the Romans were in a situation where the Vandals, having taken North Africa, they hadn't been invited by the Romans certainly to take North Africa, so the Vandals go into North Africa, the Romans give them a treaty round about 436, perhaps, you see, thinking that, well, if we make some kind of a deal with these guys, if we accommodate them somehow, maybe we'll have some influence on them. Because, I mean, the Romans were basically faced with a dilemma. They didn't really have any good options in this particular set of circumstances. Now, it may very well have been the case that the Vandals were keenly aware of the fact that the Romans had given them a treaty, not because the Romans had really changed their mind about the Vandals, not because the Romans had all of a sudden become generous and accommodating, but rather because they, the Vandals, sort of had the upper hand. So now they begin expanding their conquest of North Africa. By 439, for example, they took the city of Carthage. This clearly violated their treaty, the treaty which they'd received only in 436, 3 years before, a treaty which they had been trying to get. They'd been trying to get some form of treaty ever since they'd been in Spain. So the very fact that they were willing so quickly after securing their treaty to violate its terms by expanding their conquest suggests that the Vandals were pretty keenly aware that they really did have the upper hand in North Africa. In 440, then, the Vandal fleet ravaged Sicily. Now, Sicily was another crucial food source for Rome and for central Italy. So this was a matter, again, of real consequence for the authorities in Rome. And the Vandals also began taking, one by one, the islands in the western Mediterranean. It's not clear, actually, exactly what the Vandals were up to. They're expanding their conquest. That's perfectly clear. But why? I mean, was there a point? In 442, for example, the Vandals extracted a new treaty, but they also got a marriage alliance with the Romans. In other words, they may have been trying to pressure the Roman regime to give them a little bit better deal, to make them fit a little bit more graciously inside the Roman system. Valentinian III, then the emperor in the west, betrothed his daughter Eudokia to Geiseric's son. Geiseric was the king who had led the Vandals into North Africa. So Valentinian III betrothed his daughter Eudokia to Geiseric's son, whose name was Huneric. Now, when Valentinian was overthrown in 455, we'll overthrow Valentinian a couple of lectures down the road here. When Valentinian was overthrown in 455, the Vandals attacked the city of Rome. Now, what's interesting here is that they subjected the city of Rome to a much more severe sacking than the Visigoths had done in the year 410. The pretext here, of course, was that Valentinian had betrothed his daughter to the Vandals. When Valentinian's overthrown, the marriage alliance comes unstuck, and the Vandals felt that they had been double dealt, and so sacking Rome was sort of their payback. Now, at this point, the imperial government basically resolves to get rid of the Vandals. Now they've decided these people have simply gone around the bend, and they are no longer to be tolerated. Unfortunately, expeditions were sent out in 461 and 468 that proved to be complete and utter disasters. The Romans didn't really have the reach to deal with the problem of the Vandals in North Africa. It wasn't until the years 532 to 534 that the Roman Emperor Justinian sends his great general Belisarius with adequate forces and adequate financing to North Africa. And in that couple of year period, the Vandal kingdom was defeated very quickly and totally. Now, it's important to note then that in all of the West, the one kingdom that refused to sort of, let's say, play ball with the Romans was eventually destroyed by the Romans themselves. That's worth reflecting on. The one kingdom that sort of wouldn't go along with the Romans is the one that the Romans themselves finally destroyed. So we can say that if Rome's position was a bit perilous at this time, nevertheless the Romans did still exercise some measure of control over the situation. Now, in Africa itself, the Vandals had lots of serious problems. We've talked a little about the disabilities experienced by the Visigoths in Spain. That's true, but the Vandals had some real problems. First of all, they couldn't control the Berber tribesmen. The Berbers, these sort of wandering, semi-nomadic tribesmen who lived just on the edge of the desert and the more settled, more civilized areas of North Africa. So the Vandals couldn't control them. Unlike the other barbarian peoples who settled kingdoms, the Vandals undertook massive expropriation of the Romans. Now, what this did over the long haul, short haul too, but over the long haul, was it made the chances for peaceful accommodation almost nil. See, the Visigoths, the Franks, etc., didn't expropriate the Roman population. The Vandals were militant and persecuting Arians. Now, this further diminished their chances of peace with the local population. From the 490s, moreover, the Vandals were pretty much under the thumb of the Ostrogothic king Theodoric. We'll have more to say about Theodoric in our very next lecture. The fact that the Vandals were sort of under the protection, under the domination of Theodoric, was a blow to the prestige of the Vandals' rulers. Now, King Hilderic broke the Gothic connection. He realigned himself with Constantinople, he recalled Catholic exiles, he permitted the local bishops to hold a church council. Hilderic's policies, however, prompted a kind of a violent anti-Roman reaction amidst another faction of Vandals, whose leader, a man named Gelimer, overthrew Hilderic. Now, it was interesting in that it was Gelimer's usurpation that served as the pretext for the Emperor Justinian to attack North Africa by his general Belisarius and eventually to reconquer the area. So, to be sure, the Vandal kingdom fell to the Romans, fell to Justinian and to Belisarius' army, but this was not a kingdom that was particularly promising during the century or so of its existence. Let's sum up provisionally this first phase of Rome's Western transformation. What we've seen is that Rome's need for manpower had led the Romans to improvise by settling large, coherent groups of people within the frontiers of the Roman Empire. So it was basically a need for manpower, a need for soldiers, that prompted the Romans to kind of think their way around to this new stratagem, to this new plan, to this new policy, call it what you will. In crucial respects, these tribes, Franks, Burgundians, Visigoths, Sueves, etc., did not enter the Roman world as such, as coherent peoples. They basically became peoples on Roman soil. In other words, it's really when they enter Roman history that they take on a history of their own as a coherent group of people under a government settled on a particular piece of land and so on. Now, in differing ways and under varying circumstances, Visigoths, Burgundians, Franks, and Sueves honored their treaties with Rome. Each of these people sought, each of these people got, and each of these people honored a treaty with Rome. In this particular respect, as we've just seen in the last few minutes, the Vandals were different. Yes, they did finally get a treaty, but as we saw, under rather dubious circumstances, and not one which, not a treaty which they actually intended in any meaningful sense to honor. We've noticed that religious division was a problem everywhere except among the Franks, and perhaps actually among the Sueves, but the Sueves didn't get to have a very long run on the stage. But only among the Vandals did the Arian Catholic divide really prove fatal. For example, the Visigoths were Arians for a long time, until the 580s, but it wasn't a serious problem among the Visigoths. Religious division was not. It wasn't a good thing, but it wasn't a serious problem. This was a big issue for the Vandals. Each of these post-Roman kingdoms maintained relations of some kind with Constantinople, right through the 6th century. They maintained, in other words, a connection with the Roman Empire. Moreover, when we look into these kingdoms, and even North Africa, Vandal Africa would hold true in this particular respect. When we look inside these kingdoms, their cultural life does not suggest that somehow civilization had collapsed in the 6th century. There were and there remained two very powerful enveloping agents, two very powerful tutors, if you will, of these barbarian peoples. One was the Roman Empire, in which they had assumed their historical existence, these barbarian peoples had done, and the other was the Catholic Church. These two very powerful forces continued in all sorts of ways to shape these peoples and their historical experience. Well, we've left Italy out of account, and in our next lecture, we'll turn to the fate of Italy. Well, welcome back once again to this series of lectures on late antiquity. This time, lecture number 14, The Eastern Empire in the 5th century. Now, in the last few lectures, when we've been building and unbuilding these various kingdoms inside the Western Empire, we have actually been on imperial soil and for a very long time under imperial rule all the time, but we haven't actually been looking at the empire itself. We'd started off, of course, with a series of lectures on Diocletian and Constantine and the House of Constantine and so on, and then the Roman government, and we looked at the empire. So now let's take a step back once again and look at the empire, in particular the empire in the East. Now I think you'll remember that when Theodosius died in 395, he divided the empire between his two sons, Arcadius and Honorius. Arcadius in the east, Honorius in the west. We've also noticed on a number of occasions that the brothers were fierce rivals. And in the end, their rivalry had some fairly serious, indeed in some cases almost disastrous, consequences. So what we want to do then is look at the Eastern Empire from the age of Arcadius, very briefly, and then a little bit more detail across the course of the 5th century. I'm going to sort of organize my remarks, organize my reflections on the empire in the East around a series of 4 themes. First of all, then, let's look at the imperial succession. Who became emperor and who were these people? All right, when Theodosius died in Italy, he left his 17-year-old son, Arcadius, as Augustus in the East. Arcadius was under the domination of the master of the offices. Remember, we've talked about all these great officers of the government. The master of offices go to the chief official administrative officer in the palace. So he's under the domination of the master of the offices, a man by the name of Rufinus, and under the eunuch chamberlain, a man by the name of Eutropius. Now, Eutropius was, and I'll have a little bit more to say about these eunuchs in just a minute, Eutropius was particularly influential. As near as we can tell, he's really the first of the eunuchs in the East to become a kind of a personality on the historical scene and to exercise considerable authority. Anyway, Eutropius persuaded Arcadius to marry a woman by the name of Aelia Eudoxia, the daughter of a Frankish military officer named Bauto. So again, we see these barbarian military officers holding very high positions, east and west, inside the empire. It's also interesting to notice that this man with a perfectly good Frankish name, Baudo, has a daughter with the beautiful Greek name Aelia Eudoxia. So this is a sign, I think, of sort of the blending of cultures. Now, Aelia was herself the first in a long line of very powerful women in the East. She produced 5 children, and we're going to encounter several of these very powerful women of the Theodosian house as we go along here in the next few minutes. Arcadius died in 408. He left a 7-year-old son, Theodosius II. Theodosius, born in 401, he died in 450. He had been made Augustus at the age of 1. He succeeds to his father sort of at the tender age of 7. His was the longest reign in Roman imperial history. Now, of Theodosius himself, we can say a number of things. He was very well educated. He was bookish. He was pious. And he wasn't at all political. He really was not a man who had a kind of a keen sense of all the swirling intrigue around him. Now, he was not a nonentity. We've had occasion, for instance, in an earlier lecture to talk about the Theodosian Code, the great compilation of Roman law effected by Theodosius. He didn't do it himself, but he caused it to be done. We might also notice that it was Theodosius II who vastly expanded and built the landward fortifications of Constantinople. The city of Constantinople, of course, sits on a narrow peninsula. It is virtually unattackable by sea, but of course it was wide open at the back door, so to speak, by land. Walls had been built across that landed strip in the 4th century, and now Theodosius vastly expands those walls during the course of his reign. So he was not an utterly ineffective ruler. As a boy and as a young man, he was very much under the influence of his 2 years older sister, whose name was Pulcharia. He took the extraordinary step of making her Augusta in the year 414. Since the inception of the Tetrarchy, sources from time to time refer to the emperor's wife as Augusta. The emperor, of course, is Augustus, So occasionally the emperor's wife is referred to as Augusta. This was not always the case, and it's perfectly clear that as Augusta, the emperor's wife didn't have any specific area of responsibility, any jobs, any duties, any legal position in the empire. Clearly, some emperors' wives were very influential and important advisors. They had important influence on their husbands, but they didn't have an official position. But for Theodosius to name his sister as Augusta was really a very unusual step. Now, Pulcheria decided that she was going to look around for a suitable wife for her brother, and she eventually settled on the beautiful Athenaeus, the daughter of an Athenian philosopher. She'd been raised as a pagan. On her baptism, she was required to become Christian to be baptized in order to marry the emperor. She took the name Eudokia, another of these lovely Greek names, and a name that passed very often through the Theodosian, through the women of the Theodosian house. Made Augusta herself in 423, Athenaeus had 3 children. One of them was Licinia Eudoxia, who married the Western Augustus, Valentinian III. Now, we're going to meet Valentinian III in our next lecture, so I'm not going to pause over him at this moment. But it is interesting to think about this marriage between the Eastern imperial family and the Western imperial family, which in better times might just have led to a restoration of imperial unity. In the end, that didn't happen. But again and again and again, I've sort of played what if here. And so here's another really good sort of what if. What if this marriage alliance had produced an heir who would succeed East and West? Well, that didn't happen. Theodosius died in 450 without a male heir. Now, a barbarian general, yet again, a man by the name of Aspar, along with Pulcheria, Theodosius' sister, selected an obscure courtier and soldier, a man by the name of Marcian, who then reigned for about 7 years, from 450 to 457. Now, in order to give him a connection to the Theodosian house, and also to confer upon him an element of legitimacy, Pulcheria actually married him. When Marcian died, the Senate passed over his own son-in-law and offered the office to Aspar. Aspar declined. So the Senate appointed another military man, whose name was Leo. Leo reigned from 457 till about 474. Now, it's interesting that Leo was acclaimed by his troops in Germanic fashion. Presumably this means acclamatio. They shouted out their approval at his becoming emperor and perhaps also banged their swords upon their shields, which would have been a typical way for Germanic peoples to acknowledge, to acclaim their new ruler. It's also the case, however, that Leo was crowned by the Patriarch of Constantinople. It was the first time for this. Let's just look at this for a second. What we have here is an individual who doesn't really have an obvious claim to authority. He isn't connected to the Theodosian house. He doesn't have wide backing. He doesn't come from an old elite family. So on the one hand, he gets legitimized by his troops. On the other hand, he gets legitimized by the Patriarch. It's rather interesting here that this attempt is being made to make this guy, as it were, look as good as possible, to make him seem as acceptable as possible as the imperial successor. Now, Leo chafed under Aspar's influence. And here, let's just pause and say, isn't it interesting that even the Senate wanted Aspar to accept the imperial title, and Aspar declined? So we don't find these barbarian generals, these barbarian military officials, ever trying themselves to take over the imperial office. Well, there had been a few instances when usurpers had tried to do so without success. Here Aspar has a perfect opportunity, and he turns it down. So Leo chafes under Aspar's influence, and he turned to an Isaurian, a man from the east, from Asia Minor, whose name was Zeno. Leo married his own daughter Ariadne to Zeno. So this then attempts to kind of bring Zeno into the family, not the Theodosian house, mind you, but into the family. In 474, a baby son of Zeno and Ariadne was accepted as successor. But the baby died almost immediately, and Zeno himself became Augustus. Now, he reigned a fairly long time, actually, from 474 to 491. On Zeno's death, his widow Ariadne got the 60-year-old Anastasius, who reigns for 20 years then, from 491 to 511, she gets Anastasius accepted, and to shore up his position, she married him. Now, this is very interesting, going all the way back to Pulcheria choosing a wife for her brother Theodosius, on again and again and again, over the course of the 5th century, the women of the Theodosian house, or after the death of Theodosius, and particularly after the death of Pulcheria, the women of the imperial family are playing a decisive role in transmitting the imperial office and in getting men recognized as legitimate emperors. You might say, well, why didn't one or another of these women simply take over on their own? Well, this had not yet happened in Roman history. It wouldn't happen, as we'll have occasion to see, till the very end of the 8th century, when a woman, Irene, did actually rule in her own name for a brief period of time in Constantinople. But at this moment, in the 5th century, this is still unthinkable. Well, influential right to the very end, Ariadne lived until 515, and she was a real force to be reckoned with. Anastasius himself, perhaps somewhat unexpectedly, I mean, he was a fairly obscure fellow when Ariadne kind of plucked him out and makes him ruler, or perhaps Ariadne was herself a very, very astute judge of character and recognized that Anastasius, despite his obscurity, was actually a man of considerable ability. But in any case, Anastasius really does kind of shore up the Eastern regime. In a little bit later lecture, we'll talk, not in great detail, but we will say some things about what Anastasius himself was actually able to accomplish. Now, a second theme then to look at. So the imperial succession. Generally speaking, it moved along fairly smoothly. We get the Theodosian house, this very long reign of Theodosius II. Then we get a series of military men, no one of whom strikes us as terribly attractive, terribly interesting, but all of whom were, in their own way, reasonably effective. None, at any rate, was a disaster. So the first theme, imperial succession. Things worked pretty well. In the second place, the East experienced a whole series of new or disruptive political forces. Sometimes the new ones weren't disruptive, sometimes the disruptive ones weren't new, but in any case, there were a variety of forces that we ought to acknowledge at least briefly. Generals continued to be highly influential. We've mentioned here Bauto, we've mentioned Aspar, for example, and we could mention lots more if we wanted to pursue the subject in great detail. Now, for the most part, these individuals seem to have been loyal, they seem to have been well-intentioned, they seem to have been focused on the essential interests of the state, but there is a kind of a troubling reminder of the military situation of the 3rd century, which we talked about at the very beginning of this course of lectures. So things did not ever descend into the kind of military anarchy that had characterized the 3rd century, but a troubling reminder of that period is formed by these generals. Palace eunuchs began to gain power and influence for the first time. We hear something of eunuchs in the 4th century already. We hear of various officials in the palace who were responsible for the eunuchs. But it's in the 5th century that eunuchs in the East begin to be quite prominent. Now, they rarely maintained their positions for very long. They were roundly disliked. But from the standpoint of the emperors and those who were closest advisors to the emperors, having these eunuchs around was not an entirely bad idea. They came from obscure backgrounds. They were people of no family whatsoever. Obviously, as eunuchs, they were not going to produce heirs of their own. They had no independent power. They weren't wealthy. They didn't come from old elite families. And they were utterly dependent on the emperor. They could be dismissed at any moment, and oftentimes they were dismissed after very short periods in office. So they were very loyal, and they were very efficient. It's hard to think, if you stop and think about it, it's hard to think of any other group of people whom the emperors could have had around themselves who would have been so unquestioningly loyal. Now, it's just occasionally the case. We mentioned Eutropius, for example, who got Arcadius, arranged Arcadius's marriage for him. It's occasionally the case that we find a eunuch who really becomes a kind of a personality in the sources, who becomes really important. But that is pretty rare. That is pretty rare. On the whole, they were sort of nameless, faceless individuals, but nevertheless, they are a force that begins emerging in the course of the 5th century, and it is something somewhat new and potentially at least somewhat disruptive, if only because of all the controversy they occasioned in the Roman administration. Something else we notice over the course of the 5th century, and some of this may be attributable in part to the fact that Theodosius II himself was, as I mentioned a moment ago, not very political on the one hand, and on the other hand to the fact that the women of the Theodosian house, though interesting, well-connected, and important, were generally speaking involved in other projects than sort of managing the empire day in and day out. We'll come to those women in just a second. What happens is that members of the senatorial aristocracy, the old traditional elite of Rome, and various members of the high imperial administration. Think back to an earlier lecture when we sort of detailed that imperial administration. So holders of various high offices. Some of these people became much more prominent than they had been in recent Roman history. Recall again that already back to the 3rd century, for instance, the Senate had been, members of the Senate had been gradually marginalized. They were denied high military offices. Little by little, they were denied high offices in the state apparatus. Okay? So what we begin to see in the 5th century is that some of these old traditional elites begin to come back in a fairly prominent fashion in the Roman Empire in the East. And then there are the women of the imperial family. Now, these women were intelligent, they were resourceful, they were determined. As we've seen in the second half of the 5th century, they basically settled time after time after time the imperial succession. This is something utterly new in Roman history. Yes, of course, there had been, at various moments in Roman history, certain very interesting, prominent, influential women. But to see this long series of women and their tremendous influences in the course of the 5th century is something quite new. The basis of their authority was, well, after all, they are connected to the emperors. They are key advisors. They have continuous access to the emperors. But they controlled vast wealth. Now, they used this money in a number of interesting ways. In Constantinople, for example, by dispensing largesse, by various benefactions to the population of the city, the women built very, very strong relationships with Constantinople's population. These women were also pious and fiercely orthodox. We'll see in a few minutes some of the various consequences of their fierce orthodoxy. They were pious and fiercely orthodox, and they learned how to use the church. I mean, among other things, they were great church builders, they were great church dedicators, but they also were able to work with the patriarchs of Constantinople, other bishops throughout the empire, and to extend their own influence through these means. So the women of the imperial house, something new, something interesting, and something distinctive in the course of the 5th century. In the next place, then, the third of our themes, foreign policy and war. Well, here we have something old and something new. The Persian frontier was, for most of the 5th century, fortunately peaceful. I've emphasized again and again, and it bears repeating, the Romans always knew the Persians were the great foe. When the Persians were on the rampage, the Romans had to go and deal with it. When the Persian frontier was peaceful, the Romans were freed, their material resources were freed, and their human resources were freed to concentrate elsewhere. Well, in the Eastern Empire, where is elsewhere? The Balkans, the Danube frontier. That's, of course, always going to be the area that the Romans are going to focus on, are going to emphasize when they are freed of other concerns, of other distractions that prevent them from focusing on the Danube and on the Balkans. What's the problem in the Danube and the Balkans? Well, we're now into the 5th century, of course, and our Visigothic friends have been shipped west. So the Visigoths are not yet an issue. We spoke in our last lecture about the Ostrogoths. The Ostrogoths are not yet an issue either. Right now, the big issue is the Huns. The Huns plundered over the Danube and in the Danubian provinces between 405 and 408, again in 422, again in 434. The ambitious Attila became king of the Huns in 434, and he audaciously demanded a doubling of the tribute that had been being paid to the Huns, from 350 to 700 pounds of gold. An enormous amount of money, that, okay? Now, I've mentioned this paying of tributes on a couple of occasions. At different times, of course, the Roman administration got other peoples to pay them tributes, and from time to time, the Romans paid tributes to other people. Well, yes, there was something sort of damaging in terms of reputation, damaging in terms of prestige in paying tributes to other people. But from time to time, as a temporary measure, it was an intelligent policy. If you can buy a little time, you can buy a little peace, because after all, you're otherwise going to focus your tax revenues on raising troops and supporting those troops so the troops can go out and do the work that sometimes a subsidy can do for you. Now, the Huns claimed, whether with justification or not, it's hard to say, but the Huns claimed that the Romans broke their agreements. So in 440, in 441, in 442, and then again in 447, the Huns are sort of on the rampage again. In 447, Theodosius II offered an enormous indemnity, 6,000 pounds of gold as a kind of a signing bonus, plus 2,000 pounds of gold per year to get peace with the Huns. Now, was this a sign of Theodosius' general lack of kind of political acumen? Was he advised to take this step? Why was he so incredibly generous? Well, basically, I mean, he wants to get rid of this Hun problem, and apparently this enormous subsidy was able to accomplish this to some degree. On his accession, however, Marcian refused the tribute. He felt that this was simply disgraceful, and Attila turned to the west. Interestingly enough, Attila seems to have felt that Marcian, having refused the tribute, the pickings might be a little bit better in the west. You'll recall we've mentioned in an earlier lecture that the master of the soldiers in Gaul, Aetius, had been using the Huns as a check upon the Burgundians, as a check on some other peoples too, like Saxons and so on, but we needn't concern ourselves with them. Well, the Huns then, of course, began to figure out, look, if you got to hire us, we may be stronger than you are. So the Huns then began raiding in the west. And in consequence of this, Attila attacked Gaul in 451. Now, it's very interesting that during this period, the late 440s, early 450s, Honoria, who was the sister of Valentinian III, who was ruling in the west, sent Attila a ring. Now, did she send him this ring as a thank offering? Did she send him the ring by way of establishing relations with him? Did she send him a ring because she hoped to have his influence, his authority, his support? It's very hard to say. Attila interpreted it as an offer of marriage. This may have been another of the reasons why Attila turned his attentions momentarily from the east to the west in the Roman world. But in any case, as we've seen, Attila attacks Gaul in 451, and somewhat surprisingly, in the circumstances, he was defeated by this army of Romani, made up of Franks and Burgundians and Visigoths and so forth, that Aetius put together. Attila then ineffectually attacked Italy in 452. Stories are told there that basically Pope Leo I sort of bought him off with an enormous subsidy. He returns to his homelands and died suddenly in 453. Well, this was a great stroke of luck for the Eastern Empire. Marcian was immensely lucky, and he immediately got to reduce taxes significantly. He doesn't have to pay tributes to anybody anymore. Now, another serious problem in the Balkans, of course, another threat, was the Goths. All right, now we've seen our Visigoths have moved west between 408 and 412, so they're off the stage. We also talked in our last lecture about how, once the Huns disappear as a significant threat, the Ostrogoths emerge. They've been under Hunnic domination for a considerable period of time. Now, the Romans always had a kind of a love-hate relation with the Ostrogoths. From one point of view, they had a common foe in the Huns. There's always a policy in foreign, there's always an element in foreign policy where you may kind of have a friendly relationship with somebody with whom you otherwise have no basis for a friendly relationship, precisely because you share a foe. All right? So that was really pretty much what was going on here. Now, the Emperor Leo made an alliance with the Ostrogoths, and it was in his time that Theodoric, one of their leaders, came to Constantinople as a hostage. Zeno then, and we saw this in our last lecture, so I'll just remind you, sort of solved the Ostrogoth problem by sending the Ostrogoths to Italy. Whereas we saw, they established a kingdom, they worked very effectively and very loyally until the death of Theodoric in 526, after which things began to go very bad indeed for Italy. So, as the Ostrogoths departed the Balkans and the Balkan frontier region, the Danube frontier region, interesting enough, a people called the Bulgars moved in. Now, they defeated local army contingents in 493 and 499, again in 502. So the Bulgars gradually blend with the local Slavic population. The Bulgars are a Turkic people, a steppe people who have come from the east to the west. But anyway, the Bulgars blended with the local population, settled down locally, and began a long and intense relationship with the government in Constantinople. So a new problem had risen up in place of the old one. Thus for our third theme. The fourth one, religion. Constant religious strife and constant attempts in the East to find some way to address this religious strife. Now, the problem of Arianism, which had arisen acutely in the early years of the 4th century, and which had persisted fairly significantly across the course of the 4th century, was for the most part winding down in the East by the end of the 4th century and into the 5th century for this reason. Almost all the Arians were in the West. And insofar as the Arians were in the West, this was not a big deal then for the government in the East. Theologians in Alexandria, Antioch, and Constantinople, however, the three great sort of intellectual powerhouses of the Eastern Roman world, were now beginning to have fierce disputes on basic issues of Christology. Now, when we talk about the fathers of the church, we're going to pick up some of these issues in a little bit more detail, and we'll specify, again, in more detail, just what's going on here. But for the moment, let's just say this. Arianism had been a Trinitarian problem. How do you explain that God is three in one? Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, not three gods, only one God. How do you explain the doctrine of the Trinity? We saw that Arians were what we call subordinationists. They subordinated Jesus to his Father. Christology is that branch of theology that involves efforts to explain how Jesus Christ could at once be true God and true man. So Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit; Christology, God and man in Christ. Now, Pulcheria and Pope Leo I collaborated to get a new church council which met at Chalcedon in the year 451, one of the great councils of the ancient church. The fundamental problem to which they had to address themselves was just this. There's a group of people who were called, to be sure, by their opponents more than by themselves, Monophysites. Monophysis, one nature. So the Monophysites are one naturites. Well, what's that mean? They emphasized Christ's divine nature, saying his human nature was only assumed and not utterly real. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, however, there was a group of people called the Nestorians. The Nestorians, for example, emphasized Christ's human nature and not his divine nature. They said, for example, that Mary could not be the Theotokos. She could not be the bearer of God. Now, the Orthodox fell, as it were, smack in the middle, not because they made an enlightened compromise, but because, quite simply, the Orthodox, that is to say, those who held to right teaching, which is what Orthodox means, they argued, they believed, they maintained that Christ was true God and true man. Now, that was the teaching that was enunciated at the Council of Chalcedon. That was the teaching that has become normative for Western Christianity and also for Eastern Christianity ever since. But there were large areas of the East that rejected the Chalcedonian formulation and that were more or less permanently disaffected from the regime in Constantinople. This is a matter of real consequence, and in many subsequent lectures we're going to keep bumping into this problem of religious strife in the East. And we're going to see emperors again and again and again struggle, ineffectively to be sure in the long run, but struggle to find a theological formula that would somehow reconcile all of these contending parties. So, in sum, the situation in the East was complex, precarious, and interesting in a variety of ways. We might ask, how important was the emperor? Some of these emperors had been great, some ineffective, some were non-entities, some were obscure, some were really significant. We've noticed shifting groups of nobles, eunuchs, military men, and imperial women contesting for influence. What will be the long-term consequences of this swirl of contention? The empire seemed little interested in the West. It had minimal influence there. It had a very tense stalemate along the Danube. Visigoths gone, Ostrogoths gone, Bulgars have moved in. And always there was a certain vulnerability to renewed trouble from Persia. Religious problems threatened relations with old, rich provinces and somehow divided the councils and sometimes, I should say, divided councils at the imperial court itself. So the Roman Empire in the East was a very interesting, but nevertheless very successful phenomenon still throughout the 5th century. Welcome once again to this series of lectures on late antiquity. This time, lecture number 13, we're going to look at some barbarian kingdoms again, but this time in Italy. We're going to look at peoples called the Ostrogoths and then the Lombards. Now, you may recall in our last couple of lectures, we had been sort of working our way around the periphery of the West. We talked about Gaul, Franks, Burgundians, Visigoths, for example. We talked about Spain, Vandals, Alans, Sueves, Visigoths, for example. And then we talked about North Africa, Vandals. So in a sense, we moved more or less counterclockwise around the Western Empire, looking at these various peoples who settled inside the territory of what had been the Roman Empire. We come now then to the empire's heartlands, to Italy itself. Right away, it's worth pausing for just a second and reflecting on the fact that none of these early barbarian peoples settled in or coveted the old, sentimentally and ideologically significant land of Italy. It's only actually after, as we'll see just in a few minutes, there is no longer an effective Roman administration, or even an ineffective Roman administration for that matter, in Italy, that finally Italy was settled by a barbarian people. Though we're going to see that once again imperial policy played as large or larger a role in settling these people, the Ostrogoths, in Italy than did indeed any particular aspirations or interests of the Ostrogoths themselves. So, having introduced them then, let's talk a little about Ostrogoths. We've obviously been much concerned in recent lectures with Visigoths, so now we'll talk about some other Goths, Ostrogoths. Now, after the failure of the Ostrogothic kingdom, so we'll build it and then we'll destroy it, after the failure of the Ostrogothic kingdom, and I think we're going to see that in many respects it was a tragic failure. This was really a very bright, promising, interesting kingdom. One would love to be able to do what-if history and imagine what if the Ostrogothic kingdom had persisted for some decades or even for some centuries, but it didn't. So after the failure, after the fall, the disappearance, the defeat of the Ostrogothic kingdom, the Lombards entered Italy. They created a kingdom which lasted for some 2 centuries and which was very effective and very successful in a variety of ways, also challenged in other ways. The Lombards eventually, of course, ran into a much more powerful foe, namely the Franks of the dynasty of Charlemagne. So we'll come to that towards the end of this lecture. So now let's go back and introduce the dramatis personae, Ostrogoths. Who are the Ostrogoths? Now, these are people who are sometimes called the East Goths, sometimes called the Bright or the Shining Goths. Sometimes there's a tendency to call the Visigoths the Western Goths. It isn't clear whether actually any of these particular derivations of their names are valid or not. It's probably safest just to say Ostrogoths and Visigoths, which is generally the terminology used in the ancient sources and also the terminology with which we're most familiar today. So, whether these folks were Easterners or Bright or Shining or something, I don't know, but anyway, Ostrogoths they are. These were a people who coalesced around a leader whose name was Valamir after the collapse of the Huns. Now the Huns, and I'll come to this in a little bit more detail in just a second, the Huns had held the Ostrogoths in subjection for some decades. Then, after the death of Attila, we talked about this a lecture or two back, after the death of Attila in 453, the Ostrogoths came out from under Hunnic domination, and then they really emerge in a fairly clear way for us historically. Yes, it's true that the ancient sources had known something about them, going back even to the late 3rd, early 4th century, but it's really in the second half of the 5th century that the Goths kind of come up on the screen, as it were, and we know a lot about them. Some of the peoples who formed the Ostrogoths, so let's just remember our notion of ethnogenesis, the making of a people. So Ostrogoths are not a kind of a nice, tidy biological community who have been on the planet Earth since the beginning of time. They are a people formed in historical time. As I was suggesting a moment ago, they formed around Valamur. You may remember I read a couple of quotations the other day about the Goths, the Goths leaving Scandinavia with their king Berig. I read another quotation from the Turkish steppe land, Turkish peoples out on the steppe lands, where the Kagan formed a group of warriors around himself. So this Valamur indeed formed a group of warriors around himself after the middle of the 5th century. But even earlier than this, there will have been leaders of the Goths who had coalesced a fairly diverse group of people around themselves. Now the Huns attacked the Goths, the Ostrogoths now, round about 350. That's not a precise date, but that's about right. And eventually, of course, as we've seen in some earlier lectures, this precipitated the Visigothic push across the Danube in 376. I don't want to push it too far, but you could almost imagine balls on a billiard table. The Huns banged into the Ostrogoths banged into the Visigoths crossed the Danube and banged into the Romans. So that's a way of kind of visualizing what was going on here. But again, I don't want to press too hard the idea of a billiard ball effect out there in the barbarian world. Now, when the Visigoths crossed the Danube, 376 to 378, with all the various consequences that we've discussed in some earlier lectures, the Ostrogoths essentially moved south towards the northern bank of the Danube and settled in the area where the Visigoths had been for some considerable period of time. The Huns, who lived north and a bit east and west of the Ostrogoths, basically held them in subjection. I was referring to this a few minutes ago. And for some decades then, so from the 370s, 380s, 390s, thereabouts, until 450s, when Attila dies, the Ostrogoths are, generally speaking, under Hunnic domination. So, Attila the Hun dies. The Hunnic Confederation collapses almost immediately. I mean, this is really an ethnogenesis, if you will, that was held together by these remarkably charismatic leaders, Attila and his brother and perhaps their father, for a few decades. Absent these leaders, the Hunnic Confederation simply collapsed. It didn't have any other, we might say, strong glue to hold it together. So Valamur then emerges as the leader of the Ostrogoths, but he himself fell in battle against a people whom we call the Gepids. Let me just pause here and say we're going to meet in the next few minutes a bunch of people, Gepids and Heruls and Avars and what have you. Out here in this land to the north of the Danube and extending probably a couple of hundred miles to the north of the Danube, outside the Roman world, we're dealing with an area which for us today is still very much the dark side of the moon. There's a lot of people out there. Our sources are full of all different names of people. They're encountering each other. They're fighting with each other. They're allying with each other. And we don't actually know, in most cases, very much about who these people are. But this does serve to reiterate a point that I have made a couple of times in some earlier lectures, and that is that if we were going to really try to build a comprehensive picture of everything that was going on as those people from the barbarian world moved from out there, outside the Roman world, to in here, inside the Roman world, we'd have to go through one people after another, again and again and again, in order to form a full picture. Okay, so Valamur falls against one of these peoples, whom we're not going to concern ourselves with, the Gepids, and his leadership then passed to his son Theodemir, and then to Theodoric. Now, under pressure from Gepids, Heruls, Avars, a number of these people whom I've just been mentioning, they crossed into imperial territory in 473. In other words, they crossed the Danube into the northern Balkans. This is, in certain respects, a replay of the situation that had existed with the Visigoths almost exactly a century earlier, when the Visigoths, pressured in that case by the Huns and the Ostrogoths, had themselves crossed the Danube and entered imperial territory. Now, at this time, this sort of Gothic confederation was not terribly tight, and there were at least two fairly significant groups of Goths who fell to battling with one another Each of them tried to get recognition from the emperor. Well, how many times now have we seen that story play out? You're along the imperial frontier, or you cross the imperial frontier, and the first thing you try to do, or maybe the second or third, but anyway, one of the early things you try to do is get official recognition from the Roman Empire, from the rulers. So, the various contending groups of Goths are attempting to gain recognition from the Eastern Emperor, who at this moment is named Zeno. Zeno, for a while, temporizes. He's not particularly interested in making a deal with these guys. Then, and here again we have a replay of a situation which we talked about in earlier lectures. Zeno basically thinks, look, I've got these Goths living now effectively on both sides of the Danube, but some of them are inside my empire. They're in the east. I'm going to send them west. You'll recall, perhaps, that even where the Visigoths were concerned, the Eastern court wanted to send them west. The Western court wanted to use them to lop off a chunk of the east. All right? So we're seeing kind of a replay of this particular situation. Zeno decides what he'll do is he'll send the Ostrogoths to Italy. Now, it may occur to you ask, why Italy? I mean, Italy, after all, as I said at the outset of this lecture, was an old, prestigious, sentimentally significant land. None of the other barbarian peoples had coveted Italy. Yes, to be sure, for instance, the Visigoths entered Italy, fetched up outside Rome in 408, sacked the city of Rome in 410, but you recall, they wanted to go to North Africa, and they wound up going to southern Gaul. They didn't lay claim to Italy itself. So why Italy in 488? Here's why. In 476, an obscure military officer by the name of Odovacer deposed the last Western emperor. His name was Romulus Augustulus. We're going to come back to all of these events in a little bit more detail in the 15th of our lectures in this series, all right? But anyway, Odovacer deposed the last of the Western Roman emperors, Romulus Augustulus was his name, and sent the imperial insignia to Constantinople, thereby effectively signaling that the West didn't need an emperor anymore, thank you very much. Barbarian generals had essentially been ruling in the West, under Roman auspices to be sure, but had been ruling in the West now for a very long time, and Odovacer takes the rather bold step of simply sending the imperial insignia to Constantinople, thereby signaling that, well, we don't need an emperor over here anymore. It won't surprise you to hear this didn't sit very well with the imperial authorities in Constantinople. Would they on their own, for example, have countenanced an end of the Western Empire? Might they have put an end to the Western Empire? Might they have wished to put another emperor in the West? Well, we'll never know, because the story didn't play out that way. But in any case, they thought that Odovacer's actions constituted a mighty affront. At the same time, in 476, and for a few years after this, the Eastern court simply hadn't the means, it hadn't the possibility of doing anything about what had happened in Italy. Now the Ostrogoths present them with a fine opportunity. Here you've got these Goths who have been in various relations with the Romans for a long time. Theodoric, moreover, amongst those contending factions of Goths, Theodoric's faction had actually won out. Theodoric had spent about 10 years in Constantinople as a hostage. He knew the players. They knew him. He spoke Greek. He was fairly well educated. So an opportunity was presented to the Emperor Zeno and then to his successor Anastasius to use the Goths, to displace Odovacer in Italy, to be able to lay claim once again to some sort of imperial authority in Italy, what kind we'll come to in just a second, but to restore some kind of imperial authority in Italy, and at the same time to get this potentially threatening group of people out of the Balkans and into the West. So from various points of view, at Constantinople, this looked like a good deal. Theodoric entered Italy in 489. It took him about 4 years of a fairly hard struggle to gain the upper hand, that is to say, to put paid to Odovacer and his forces in Italy. Now, let's just bear in mind that when we're talking about Theodoric, and just to repeat a point I was making a second ago, we're not talking about some wild and woolly barbarian here. He'd spent a decade in Constantinople. He knew Greek. He was a Christian, to be sure an Arian, but he was a Christian. He was well educated. He had been named to several impressive offices and titles while he was at Constantinople, after he went back to his own people, when his peoples were still in the Balkan region, north or south of the Danube, as the case might have been at one time or another. And he was even adopted. He was made an adoptive son of the Emperor Zeno. This was a very interesting a little step that Roman rulers had begun using over a period of time, and that Byzantine emperors would use right through the Middle Ages. As a way of sort of honoring someone, the emperors would adopt them as sons. Now, there was no sense that there was that these people were going to succeed to the emperor. It was really a way of establishing a father-son relationship. So if you stop and think about it, a relationship of dependency, a relationship of superiority and inferiority, but there was a measure of respect, admiration, possibly even affection involved in these relationships. The point I'm simply making is that Theodoric is somebody who is in very close relations with the Eastern regime. That's the crucial point to retain here. What kind of a regime, then, did Theodoric establish in Italy after about 492, 493, when he finally removed Odovacer from the scene and was in a position to operate on his own behalf? Well, he was formally recognized by the Emperor Anastasius. You'll remember Theodoric's earlier relations had been with the Emperor Zeno, Anastasius' predecessor. The Emperor Anastasius recognizes him. At this point, things get for us a little bit obscure. That is to say, it certainly seems as if Theodoric had some official position, some official title, some, we might almost say, a little bit anachronistically maybe, but some constitutional role here in Italy. The sources never quite specify what that role was. It is generally speculated that he was made master of the soldiers. We've seen, going all the way back to the age of Diocletian and Constantine, that we have these two officers. Constantine in particular creates the master of the foot and the master of the horse. Over the course of the 4th and into the 5th century, there also emerged a kind of a master utriusque militiae, the master of both branches, you see. So there was a master of the soldiers, you see, who was the chief military officer. It is possible, maybe even likely, that that was the title under which Theodoric was operating in Italy. But again, that's a bit of speculation. We don't know that for sure. What we do know for sure is that Theodoric brought peace, he brought order, and he brought tremendous security to Italy. Something which, after all, Italy had not known for decades. We saw, for example, that Italy had been attacked during the 3rd century crisis. We've seen these battles fought at the Frigidus River and at Mursa, just on Italy's northern frontier, contenders inside the Roman Empire. We've seen the Visigoths traipsing through Italy. We saw the Vandals sack Rome in the year 455. So Italy had experienced a lot of trouble and a lot of disruption, even though nobody laid claim to it. Italy had experienced a lot of disruption over a considerable period of time. So for Theodoric once again to restore peace in Italy was a big deal, was a major accomplishment. Theodoric engaged in a massive program of public works. One of the things that had been happening, of course, well, several things have been happening, and we've noted most of them. Rome, for example, was very rarely the Western capital after the early years of the 4th century. So the city of Rome had gotten a bit tatty. Its great buildings and monuments and so forth simply had not been taken care of in the way that they had previously. Yes, there were urban prefects. Yes, that would have been part of the responsibility of the urban prefect. But also, what had been happening in Italy was that the economic situation had been declining across the 5th century and indeed into the early years of the 6th century. In part, this was occasioned by the Vandal conquest of North Africa, which cut off A, food, and B, taxes coming into Italy. So Theodoric comes along and establishes a program of public works. Remember on an earlier day I talked about sort of the basic Roman kit of urban amenities as rhetoric in stone. Well, Theodoric understood this rhetoric in stone very, very well. Building great buildings, restoring buildings, for instance, say in the city of Rome, one of his achievements was to repair the Aurelian walls, Rome's great circuit of walls that had been built in the 3rd century. One of the points of doing this was, yes, of course, the work needed to be done, but it was also making a very powerful statement. On Theodoric's state visit to Rome in the year 500, mostly he kept his hands off the city of Rome. He was aware, perhaps there were certain sensitivities involved. Anyway, he does make a kind of a great state visit to Rome in 500, and a North African visitor, his name was Fulgentius, that's not important, remarked, "How beautiful must the heavenly Jerusalem be if the earthly Rome shines so brilliantly." Theodoric also managed to get good relations with the Vandals in Africa, and he was able to restore the grain supply to Rome and the corn dole in the city. So he's really getting some very important aspects of the old Roman system up and running again. Theodoric drew the Senate into his government. He was very keen to have good relations with the old traditional elites of Italy. One of our key sources, indeed, for Ostrogothic Italy is a book called the Varii, written by a man named Cassiodorus. Now, we're going to meet Cassiodorus a couple of times in later lectures. For now, let's just say this is a noble Roman, a man of senatorial family, who 3 different times served Theodoric in high offices, and he basically kept Theodoric's official documents. The Varii are Cassiodorus' own selection from those official documents. We're enormously grateful to have these. Cassiodorus himself seems to have had very high hopes for the possibility of an assimilation between Goths and Romans. He really felt that these people could be blended together. He wrote apparently a history of the Goths. It doesn't survive. Jordanes, whom I've mentioned a couple of times in earlier lectures, and I think a few minutes ago in this one, when Jordanes wrote his Getica, his history of the Goths, he tells us that he'd actually read Cassiodorus. So Cassiodorus had a very keen sense of these Goths, and he didn't see them as the enemy, as the alien. Now, Theodoric also formed marriage alliances all over the West, with Visigoths, with Burgundians, with Franks, with Vandals. Some historians speak of a Pax Gothica, that basically Theodoric kind of established a general peace around the Western Empire, around the territories that had formerly been the Western Empire. So in lots and lots of ways, this was a very bright, a very capable, a very effective rule. Theodoric had no sons. When he died, many Goths refused to accept the rule of his daughter Amalasuntha. From 526 till about 534, Amalasuntha ruled as regent for her son, Theodoric died in 526, ruled as regent for her son Athalaric, but Athalaric, though raised to become king, was perceived by many of the Gothic elite as a little too Roman in his leanings. And as a result, when he died in 534, Amalasuntha ruled very briefly as queen, the only time amongst the barbarian peoples that a woman ruled, albeit briefly, in her own name. And she was then forced to marry a Gothic nobleman by the name of Theodahad. Theodahad then, through Amalasuntha, was declared king. Well, as soon as he was declared king, he exiled Amalasuntha, who was then strangled and gotten rid of. The fall of Amalasuntha provided Justinian in Constantinople with a pretext to invade Italy. You'll recall, perhaps, in our last lecture, we talked about Justinian and his great general Belisarius invading North Africa. So now Justinian turns to Italy. From the 530s to the 550s, the brutal Gothic wars were fought. Justinian won the Gothic War in the end, if win we call it. He defeated the Ostrogoths. He put an end to the Ostrogothic regime in Italy. Nominally, he brought Italy back under imperial control. The fact of the matter is, however, these 20 years of Gothic war were devastating to the economic life and more broadly even to the social life, to the intellectual life, to the cultural life of Italy. If we really look for the bad moment in Italy, it's when Justinian's troops are trying to take Italy back from the Ostrogoths, not, for example, when the Visigoths sacked Rome in 410 or even when the Vandals did so in 455. Cities were taken and retaken and oftentimes destroyed. Rome's aqueducts were cut, which cut off the water supply to the city, with a very real danger for the city of Rome. Agricultural production declined dramatically. It appears that many members of the senatorial class, the very class of Cassiodorus about whom we spoke a second ago, many of these people left Italy altogether and went to Constantinople. So Justinian defeated the Ostrogoths, but he wasn't able to reestablish peace and order in Italy. What we see actually with Justinian is a radical reversal of Roman policy. Let's keep in mind, Theodoric had been sent to Italy by the Roman administration. He'd behaved capably and loyally, and it was in those circumstances then that Justinian overthrows the Ostrogothic kingdom and destroys Italy into the bargain. Once again, hard to see barbarian invasions here, isn't it? It was in this fraught situation then that an opening was provided for the Lombards. The Lombards were another confederation of people who in the late 5th century were living basically in what is now Lower Austria. This confederation included at least, here's a good example of these confederations, of this ethnogenesis. The people we call Lombards were made up of Sueves, Heralds, Gepids, Bavarians, Bulgars, Avars, Saxons, Goths, Thuringians, and Romanized Pannonians. That's the Lombards, you see. So again, there was no Lombard ethnicity. There's an interesting anecdote about how they got their names. They were, at an earlier point in their history, about to do battle with some of their foes, and one of the goddesses who favored the Lombards went to one of the gods who either hadn't made up his mind or may have been hostile, and he said, well, when I get up in the morning, the people I see, those are the ones that I will favor. So the goddess goes to the people who would become the Lombards, the Winili, they were then called, goes to those people and tells them all to array themselves on a great field of battle, sort of outside the window that the king will, that the god will wake up and look out and see them. Well, all of the Lombard women gathered up amongst the Lombard men, and they pulled their hair down and arrayed it across their face so it looked like they had beards. So the god wakes up and says, who are these long beards? Longobardi. See, Lombards. Who are these long beards? Now, probably that story's not true, but again, it's an example of the kinds of stories that these people tell about themselves and that help to form them as a people. In 507 or 8, the Lombards defeated the Herulds, then moved across the Danube and settled in Noricum and in Pannonia, two old Roman Danubian provinces. There was no effective Roman force any longer in the west to stop them. Let's keep in mind where we are. You see, we're in the late years of the 5th century, the early years of the 6th century. There's basically no Roman forces. By 546 or 7, they got a treaty. They fought for 20 years against the Gepids under their kings Audoin and Alboin. We know a fair amount about Audoin and Alboin. They seem to have been fairly effective rulers. The Romans were attempting to use them as auxiliary troops along the Danube. We know that Lombard, bear in mind what I said a minute ago about who Lombards are, Lombard contingents served against the Persians. We also know that Lombard contingents served in the Gothic Wars. It's probably in that context that they learned something about the unstable situation in Italy. In 568-9, Alboin led the Lombards into Italy. They pretty soon took most of the great major cities except Pavia. Pavia held out until about 572, but once they finally took Pavia, they made it their capital. And Pavia would remain from now until the end of the 8th century the capital of the Lombard kingdom. Unfortunately, Alboin was murdered by his chamberlain Perideo in 572, who was a courtier who appears to have been the lover of Alboin's wife Rosamund. Alboin had murdered Rosamund's father, the Gepid king, a gruesome story. He'd made a drinking cup out of the dead king's head and forced Rosamund to drink from it, so she was always kind of biding her time till she could get even, and she finally did. The Lombards chose Clef as their king. He was murdered in 574. Then for about 10 years, the Lombards had no kings at all. A couple of aggressive dukes moved south in Italy and created vast duchies in Spoleto and Benevento, so to the south of Rome, well, to the east and to the south of Rome. The Lombard kings in the 7th and 8th centuries were often highly accomplished rulers. They developed a very sophisticated legal culture, something that we've talked about in connection with some of the other barbarian peoples. But the Lombard kings faced a series of challenges, insurmountable challenges in the long run. First, they could never get control of the southern dukes, the dukes of Spoleto and Benevento. They simply could never get control of those dukes. Moreover, let's bear in mind, we're after the Gothic Wars. When Justinian won the Gothic War, he basically established, and his successors did, the capital, if you like, of the East Roman administration in Italy at Ravenna in the north under officers called exarchs. Well, the Roman administration in Constantinople never accepted the Lombards, and therefore the East Roman officials at Ravenna were always a problem for the Lombards, as indeed the Lombards were a problem for them. So there was always hostility and tension. In 751, on the 4th of July in 751, thus making that date historically significant, the Lombards took Ravenna. But by then, in lots of ways, it was too late. Now, the Lombards had been Arians. By about 680, they had converted to Catholicism. But they always had rather uneasy relations with the local population and constant antagonism from the popes. Now, this antagonism with the popes played out in a whole variety of ways. The popes saw themselves as the protectors of the people of Italy, and so on. But the lands that the papacy laid direct claim to, extending in a kind of a diagonal band across Italy, separated the Lombard kingdom in the north from the duchies of Benevento and Spoleto in the south. So whenever the kings tried to go south to suppress their unruly dukes, they crossed papal land. Every time they crossed papal land, the popes would oppose them, the popes would ask the government in Constantinople for assistance, and again and again and again, the government in Constantinople basically said, look to your own interest, we can't spare troops, money, or anything else to fight in Italy. Consequently, the popes turned to the Franks. They turned to Charles Martel, Charlemagne's grandfather, and to Pippin III, Charlemagne's father. Pippin campaigned, and we'll talk about these issues a little bit more detail in some later lectures. Pippin campaigned in Italy in 755 and 756. He defeated the Lombards, and he forced them to hand over a great deal of land to the popes. After the Lombards had reneged on their promises, Charlemagne finally decided, the only thing we can do here is put paid to these Lombards. They're going to be a constant provocation. In 773, he marches into Italy. In 774, he defeats the Lombards and puts an end to the Lombard kingdom, indeed naming himself Rex Longobardorum, king of the Lombards. So the Lombards are now off the scene, as indeed the Ostrogoths are off the scene. At the end of the day, only the Franks had a long-lived dynasty. The Merovingians, followed by the Carolingians, the family of Charlemagne, were Catholic, were stronger than all their neighbors, enjoyed social cohesion inside their kingdom, and got on well over the long term with the Roman authorities. So one kingdom after another formed on Roman soil. Referring once again to the quotation I mentioned a lecture or two back, a series of imaginative experiments that got a little out of hand. Yes, by now there are kingdoms where once there were provinces, but Roman policy played every bit as much of a role as barbarian aspirations. Well, welcome back once again to our series of lectures on late antiquity. This, the 15th in the series, the end of the Western Roman Empire. Okay, so now we'll talk about the elephant in the room. I've been rather dancing around the question of the fall of Rome, lecture after lecture after lecture throughout this course. Now, we do need to bear in mind, as we saw in our last lecture, that however fragile the East might have appeared, it was still very much a going concern, and it would remain a going concern until 1453, when the city of Constantinople fell to the Turks. And you may recall my mentioning in the first lecture or two that Edward Gibbon, in his great Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, traced that story all the way down to 1453. Now, what we're going to see as we go along here in the next few minutes is that the fall of the West was pretty much a non-event. If it fell, it didn't make much of a sound. It wasn't particularly noticed by people at the time. It was only long after the fact that the fall of the Roman Empire was somehow seen to be a cataclysmic event, a great turning point in history. It was not so seen at its time. Now, it has been the subject, of course, of countless novels, of countless movies, of countless plays, not to mention history books, some good and some bad. It's a story that somehow in its broad outlines seems incredibly familiar. And yet, I think we'll see as we go along here, it's a story that in its actual details is not so familiar, and perhaps that is part of why I will invite you to think with me about this great non-event that was the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Let me also signal an issue that I raised at the very beginning of this course of lectures, and that is, what we're going to see here is the disappearance of a particular institutional, constitutional, political regime in those areas that had been the two Western prefectures of the Roman Empire. We are not going to see here a collapse of civilization. We are not going to see here the end of a way of life. Now, certainly, those are the kinds of things, I think, that are implied by the fall of the Roman Empire. The whole idea that the glories of classical Greek and Roman civilization succumbed to the blows of barbarism. The darkness descended. Europe plunged into the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages. And for 1,000 years, ignorance and superstition and barbarity prevailed. Only with the Renaissance did someone flip the lights back on and things began to improve. I'm caricaturing, of course I am, but at the same time, I think probably most people listening to my words would agree that is sort of the way we understand this period. That's not the way we're going to understand it here. Now, we've already anchored into place some elements of not thinking about the period in those traditional ways. We've put a series of kingdoms in place. Now, to be sure, we built a few and unbuilt a few. We mantled some and dismantled some, as it were. We've still got our Franks out there doing quite well, thank you. And in a little bit later lecture, we're going to see that over in Britain, the Anglo-Saxons are beginning to get themselves established. The Visigoths have still got a while to act upon the stage. They don't really get wiped out until 711, the early 8th century. So these kingdoms that were themselves politically, institutionally, legally, governmentally, the heirs of Rome, are already in place. So what we're going to do here, just to repeat again, is we're going to dismantle a political regime. We are not going to draw the curtain down on a phase in human civilization. All right. In analyzing, then, the fall of the Western Roman Empire, we're going to follow three basic themes. We looked at four themes. We talked about the East. On this particular occasion, we're not really going to talk about religious issues, but we're going to look at the other kinds of issues that we talked about in connection with the Eastern Empire in the 5th century. Broadly speaking, what we're going to talk about in this lecture is the Western Empire in the 5th century. So we'll look at imperial succession and war and government and so on, but we won't be looking at religious issues because these, on the whole, are not a primary force or factor or issue for the West as they were for the East. Okay. The imperial succession was more complex than it was in the East. Now, given what we talked about in our last lecture, the years from 450, when Theodosius II died, down until the death of Anastasius in the early 6th century, yes, there was a series of fairly complicated imperial successions, but on the whole, the East was a lot tidier than the West was. So let's have a little look at the situation in the West and see what we make of it. Theodosius' son Honorius, all right, remember Theodosius dies in 395, leaves his son Arcadius in the east, his son Honorius in the west. Theodosius' son Honorius, who reigned from 395 until 423, was under the thumb of Stilicho. Our friend Stilicho, we talked about him in some detail in an earlier lecture, until Stilicho died, indeed until he was murdered in the year 408. Now, Stilicho, we saw, had actually moved his base of operations to Ravenna in northern Italy when he was contending with the Visigoths. After Stilicho's death, Honorius then basically moved the capital of the Western Empire to Ravenna. Ravenna is going to be then sort of the last capital that the Western Empire actually has. You may recall my mentioning in the previous lecture that after Justinian reconquered Italy during the Gothic Wars, that he and then his successors established the base for Constantinople's rule in Italy in Ravenna, not any longer in Rome. It might have occurred to you to say, well, why is that? Well, because from the early years of the 5th century on, Ravenna had actually been, not Rome, the Western capital, and not Milan or Trier or Arles or the various other cities in the West that had been of real consequence in earlier times. So, Honorius moves the Western capital to Ravenna. Now, after 408, Honorius was pretty largely under the control of the patrician Constantius. We've bumped into that term patrician a couple of other times. Let me just repeat that occasionally the imperial government would name someone patricius, patrician, all right? It was an honorific title. It conferred prestige. It conferred great honor on the person to whom it was given, but it was not an office in the official Roman system. So as patrician, you didn't have a job. You didn't have particular responsibilities. All right, so there's this man, Constantius, who has been named patrician, who is a person, in other words, of considerable influence, of considerable prestige, and, as we'll see, of considerable authority. Constantius married Galla Placidia. Now, she was Honorius' sister, half-sister, actually. Constantius married her in 418. You may recall that she had been forcibly married to the Visigoth Ataulf, all right? Constantius was named Augustus by Honorius in 421. Now, this is quite remarkable. We saw in the East the curious phenomenon of Theodosius II naming his sister Augusta, but now we have Honorius naming as Augustus, Constantius, the husband of his half-sister Galla. May occur to you ask, why does he do this? Well, in a sense, he's trying to shore up the succession. Honorius has no male heirs. He died in 423, and in 424, Theodosius II, in Constantinople, recognizes Valentinian III. Valentinian III was born in 419 to Galla Placidia and Constantius. So we can see, in a sense, that there was method to Honorius's madness. Indeed, it wasn't madness at all. By naming Constantius Augustus, he's attempting to shore up the Western succession. He doesn't have an heir himself. Okay? So we're attempting to retain the dynastic principle that has been so significant in the Roman world since the time of Constantine. Okay. So now Valentinian III is recognized by the court at Constantinople as Augustus as legitimate successor. Okay. As we saw in our last lecture, Valentinian eventually married Theodosius's daughter, Licinia Eudoxia. So here's a very interesting situation. The ruler in the West, Valentinian III, is the son of Galla Placidia, heiress of the Theodosian dynasty, and Constantius, not a member of the dynasty. Valentinian is now married to the daughter of Theodosius II, ruling in Constantinople. Now, in the last lecture, I looked at this from the what-if point of view, from the standpoint of Constantinople. Well, now we can, as it were, turn around and look at this from the what-if point of view, from the standpoint of the West. It looks really, doesn't it, like the whole great Theodosian dynasty is kind of consolidating itself. Had there been further heirs of these marriages, it's quite interesting to reflect on what things might have been like. Well, it didn't turn out that way, and so we'll never know. But it is interesting to see this sort of consolidation, as it were, of the Theodosian house. And it's interesting to see that in East and West alike, there was an awareness of the need to sort of shore up the dynasty. Well, appearances can be a little bit deceiving, actually, when we look a little more closely at this particular situation. Theodosius II really didn't have any influence in the West. I mean, his capacity to influence the West, to influence policy in the West, to take serious steps in the West was small indeed, a small verging on zero. Moreover, the Western court was dominated by Galla Placidia. She is very clearly the dominant player at this time. Now, that compares, in quite interesting ways, does it not, with the very, very powerful role played by the women of the Theodosian house in the East at this particular period of time. So it's a quite remarkable period when, in the Roman world, you have this series of very able, very ambitious, very determined women, in effect, calling the shots. So Galla Placidia dominates the Western court, sort of the nerve center of government, but in some respects, the real power in the West is in the hands of Aetius, this fellow that we've met a couple of times before, the master of the soldiers, the man who is basically dominating what's left of, we'll get to that Roman army in a second, what's left of the Roman army is basically dominated by Aetius, and Aetius also is sort of in league with, gets along very well with, is loyal to the Gallic nobility. I mean, the last great provincial nobility of the Roman Empire is still essentially the Gallic nobility, all right? And Aetius, on the whole, is in very good odor with those people. So Galla Placidia tending to dominate things at the court, and Aetius, the master of the soldiers, tending to dominate things out in the field, in this particular instance, in Gaul. So that's the situation, 420s, 430s, as we move forward across the early decades of the 5th century in the West. Now, after the collapse of the Huns, Galla decided to try to get along without Aetius. You'll recall, Aetius puts together this confederated army and defeats Attila and his Huns on the Catalaunian field in 451. Gala now basically has come to the view that she doesn't like sort of sharing power with Aetius. She doesn't like all of his influence and his authority. And she was a very able, intelligent woman in lots of ways, but she really did make a stupid mistake in basically having Aetius murdered in 454. She wants to consolidate power in her own hands, and this was really a very, very foolish step indeed. And if we were to look at the various markers along the path to the fall of the Western Empire, certainly one of them we would have to pay some attention to is the murder of Aetius in 454. Well, how about some payback? In 455, a loyal follower of Aetius murdered Valentinian III. Well, the murderers of Valentinian more or less had a plan. What they wanted to do was promote a man by the name of Petronius Maximus. Now, Petronius Maximus was a wealthy Western senator. He married Valentinian's widow, Licinia. Now, this looks a little like, doesn't it, the situation that had existed after the death of Theodosius II in the East, where a series of individuals married in order to establish their connections to the family in order to gain legitimacy. So Petronius Maximus, who otherwise has no claim on authority, marries Valentinian's widow, Licinia Eudoxia, the daughter of the Eastern emperor. And he promised Valentinian's daughter, Eudokia, to his own son. So he promises, so Petronius Maximus promises Valentinian's daughter, Eudokia, to his own son. Now, we've actually met her and this situation a little bit earlier. Let me draw your attention back to this. Eudokia had been betrothed to the Vandal Huneric. And when, therefore, Valentinian was killed, and when Petronius Maximus now betroths Eudokia to his own son, this, of course, enraged Huneric and prompted the Vandal sack on Rome in 455. So, in a sense, we keep looping back on some of these details and as it were, just taking different vantage points on sort of who did what to whom, when, and under what circumstances. Leadership in the West now passed, in these very tense circumstances, to a man by the name of Ricimer. Now, Ricimer was a grandson of the Visigoth Wallia. That's not a name to reckon with particularly, but we did bump into it on an earlier day. When the Goths, the Visigoths, left Italy and were marching into Gaul, Alaric had died. They were under the leadership of Alaric's brother Ataulf in a feud. Ataulf died, and Wallia took over fairly briefly as king or chief military officer among the Visigoths. So anyway, his grandson Ricimer now basically succeeds to key military position in the Western Empire. In principle, Ricimer's situation would very much have been that of these masters of the soldiers, these barbarian masters of the soldiers. Indeed, in recent years, a man like Aetius, there for something like 30 years as dominant in the West. So there wasn't anything particularly unusual or distinctive about Ricimer's position. These great generalissimos who had been sort of running the Western Roman Empire for a very long period of time indeed. Indeed, we go back all the way to Constantine, to Constantius, even to Theodosius I, Theodosius the Great, and we saw that one of the things that these Eastern rulers often did is attempted to influence the West, whoever was Augustus or Caesar in the West, they attempted to influence the West by controlling great military officers in that part of the empire. So my point is that we shouldn't see Ricimer as an unusual kind of figure, as a strange kind of figure, as somebody who really requires explanation. Ricimer then names a series of relative non-entities. I mean, it really is a gallery of people you've never heard of and don't want to hear about, as emperor in the West until his own death in 472. In some cases, these people reigned a year or two, very, very brief reigns. They aren't particularly interesting people, and I'm not going to take time here even to talk about them. The point to which I want to draw your attention is it's interesting that still no barbarian claims the imperial office. It never would have entered Ricimer's head to make himself the emperor, nor would it have entered his head to make another barbarian military officer emperor. He continued to find essentially Gallic aristocrats, actually, and to bring them forward as as emperors, as rulers in the Roman world. There was still some sense, maybe almost an atavistic sense, but there was some sense that the Roman world had to be ruled by Romans, even if, in this particular instance, the Romans were Gallic aristocrats, Roman citizens, Roman persons of Roman culture, to be sure. People like, for instance, Sidonius Apollinaris, whose description of Theodoric II, the Visigothic king, I read in an earlier lecture. These are exactly the kinds of people. Sidonius actually was a relative of one of these emperors in this last period of the 5th century. So this is the kind of people we're dealing with. So the imperial succession in the West is complex, and I'm actually going to come back to it just briefly at the very end. Let's look at a second issue. The territory of the Western Empire continued to shrink. That's the big point. That's the thing to keep very much in mind. We've seen already, for instance, that Britain was effectively abandoned by 410. The Romans basically pulled their troops out of Britain, left the people in Britain to their own devices, and for all practical purposes, Britain ceased being an effective part of the Roman Empire. We saw, for instance, Stilicho had begun pulling troops out of Britain, basically to put them along the Rhine frontier in 46, 47, in that period of time. Northern Gaul, which was increasingly under Frankish domination over the last decades of the 5th century, all right, over the last decades of the 5th century, the very period we're talking about, was effectively abandoned as well. You'll remember, perhaps, that the capital of the Western Prefecture had been moved from Trier to Arles in the south of France. So the Roman administration in much of the north of Gaul had just slowly and almost silently passed out of being. As the 5th century wore on, and again, we've seen this in earlier lectures, so I'll just remind you, Roman control in Spain became increasingly a dead letter. The Vandals, Alans, and Sueves had crossed the Rhine the last day of 406, had gone into Spain. Eventually, of course, the Vandals crossed over into Africa. The Visigoths, as part of their treaty with the Romans, which settled them in Gaul between 411 and 418, had to fight with the Romans, shoulder to shoulder with the Romans, in Spain, against these other peoples in Spain. And we've seen that the Visigoths, in fact, joined the Romans on 3 or 4 major campaigns. Gradually, however, what happened is that the Visigoths began establishing their own authority in Spain. Now, we're still, at the moment here, a little before the defeat of the Visigoths by the Franks at Vouillé in 507. So in the last decades of the 5th century, the Visigoths are already defeating the Sueves and advancing their own interests in Spain. Broadly speaking, effective day-in, day-out Roman administration in Spain is gone. After the Vandal conquest of North Africa, as we have seen, Rome's hold on North Africa was tenuous at best, and we have also had occasion to see the Vandals basically stopped the grain supply to Rome. Broadly speaking, we think what happened is that the Vandals began, they weren't stupid enough to stop selling North African grain, but it seems to have begun going to southern Gaul and to Iberia more than to Rome itself. But in any case, the point is that North Africa was no longer a source of food or tax revenues for the Roman state. Now, over this period of time, Aetius had more or less been holding things together with his shifting alliance with and against the Huns. Interestingly enough, the very collapse of the Huns cost Aetius his life. This was the moment when Gallia looks around and says, I don't need this guy anymore, we can get rid of him. And in lots of ways, this was, as I said a few minutes ago, a really stupid step, a really stupid action. So, the territory of the Western Empire, the effective territory of the Western Empire, has been shrinking. And after the death of Aetius, and certainly after the death of Ricimer in 472, there's no longer really any effective governing presence in the West. Let's come to a third theme, and we can understand in a little bit more detail how it is that the Western institutional structure had succumbed. All right? First of all, there were, for all practical purposes, no longer any tax revenues from Britain, from northern Gaul, from Spain, or from Africa. Now, in some ways going all the way back to the regime of Augustus Caesar, but certainly going back to the regime instituted by Diocletian, what we have seen is that the Romans developed a very complex, sophisticated system designed to extract the material resources of the Roman world to pay for a military establishment to defend that world. Now, it goes without saying, doesn't it, that in the last years of the 5th century, the Eastern Roman Empire, which is still doing rather well in terms of collecting taxes and carrying out the various responsibilities that those tax revenues permitted them to carry out, the Eastern Empire was not going to fund the West. They were not going to send tax revenues to the West. They were not going to kind of help out the West. They had their own problems. They had their own issues to deal with. And as we've had occasion to see, the Eastern and the Western courts were quite frequently bitter rivals, so there was probably a certain grim satisfaction in Constantinople at the difficulties being experienced by the Western Empire at this period of time. Okay, so the territory is shrinking, the land paying taxes is shrinking, the tax revenues obviously are shrinking dramatically, but we might say, wasn't it the case that for a long time the Roman administration could sort of believe that federate these treated troops, Visigoths, etc., in a sense, having been assigned either land or tax? We saw that that's a little bit of an obscure and complicated subject, exactly how the federate troops inside the empire were financed. We know, for example, that federates outside the empire were paid a subsidy or a tribute, and they were supposed to defend a stretch of frontier outside the empire. It's when they come inside the empire that the situation gets a little bit complicated. In any case, the Roman administration could effect to believe for a considerable period of time that this new system, this imaginative experiment that got a little out of hand, was actually making up the deficit. Well, fair enough, and maybe. Little by little, it became clear that this system was a fiction. That effective Roman authority was simply not there. It looked like it was there, but there really wasn't much real Roman authority. We also see some other interesting things. For instance, Italy and Sicily continued to enjoy their old tax exemptions. The last two areas in the West where the Romans actually could have extracted some tax had long, historically, been freed of taxes. We see something else, too. The rural elites, think again about Sidonius, whom I've mentioned several times. The rural elites, especially in Gaul, were very largely disaffected from the Roman regime. They didn't want to pay taxes to this regime. This regime was no longer doing anything for them. We find these elites slowly but surely, in effect, throwing in their lot with the barbarians. We notice that traditional urban institutions, and we'll have more to say about this in later lectures when we talk about cities, traditional urban institutions were weakened. The Roman Senate was weak and was imperiled. And finally, broadly speaking, this Roman state in the second half of the 5th century simply had no military capability. It had no defensive forces, it had no offensive forces. Well, to return then to the imperial succession, very briefly, we left it off when Ricimer died in 472. Now let's take it down to 476. The end, when it came, was a whimper, not a bang. Ricimer's last appointment, a man by the name of Olybrius, died almost immediately, and Leo, from the east, sent a man named Julius Nepos to the west. Well, Julius appointed a man by the name of Orestes as military commander. He almost immediately rebelled, all right? He almost immediately rebelled against Julius Nepos and drove him out. Orestes named his own son, a man by the name of Romulus Augustulus. Rome had been founded by Romulus. Augustus was the founder of the empire. So we have Romulus and Augustulus, the little Augustus. The name is a diminutive. Quite interesting, isn't it, that the last Roman emperor in the West bears the name of Rome's eponymous founder and of the founder of the empire. Anyway, so Romulus Augustulus is named as emperor, but then troops led by a fairly obscure character by the name of Odovacer rebelled against Orestes and took control. Well, whatever passed for control at that particular period in time, I think you'd agree there doesn't look like much control on the scene anywhere, does there? Odovacer deposed Romulus Augustulus on September 4th, 476. And he sent the imperial insignia to Constantinople, saying that the West no longer needed an emperor. That is all that happened. If we want an event, if we want a moment, if we want a date, if we want a fact that marks the fall of the Roman Empire, it is the deposition of the nonentity Romulus Augustulus by the equally nonentity character Odovacer on the 4th of September in 476. Now, as we know, the West would not again have an emperor until Charlemagne was crowned by Pope Leo III in St. Peter's in Rome on Christmas Day in the year 800. That empire would, with some interruptions, of course, have a 1,000-year history until it was ended by Napoleon in 1806. But all the while, let's keep in mind that there is an empire at Constantinople which always thinks of itself as the Roman Empire, which always thinks of itself not as the heir of Rome so much as the continuation of Rome. For those in the East, there was no break, there was no change in continuity. But whatever else we may say, after September of 476, there is no longer a Roman imperial regime in the western half of what had been the Roman Empire. So there you have the fall of the Roman Empire. Well, hello once again, and welcome to lecture number 16 in this series of lectures on late antiquity. This time we're going to return to the Eastern Roman world, in the 6th century in particular, and we're going to look at the reign of Justinian. He became emperor in 527, died in 565. In lots of ways, Justinian was Rome's greatest ruler after Constantine. Now, to be sure, Theodosius I, Theodosius the Great, as he's sometimes called, was a very able and effective ruler, as we saw. But I think that if we were somehow to kind of weigh up accomplishments, achievements, and so on, we would see that Justinian is really quite a remarkable figure in many ways. But before we come to Justinian, let's just go back to the East, briefly, go back earlier in time in the East, to Anastasius. Now, you'll recall, perhaps, that we met Anastasius a couple of lectures earlier when we were talking about the Eastern Empire in the 5th century. Anastasius reigned from 491 to 518. He sort of came at the end of that group of figures I discussed who came after Theodosius II. I'd mentioned then very briefly that Anastasius kind of shored up the regime. Well, what exactly did he do? Well, he secured the realm. He got a peace with Persia, and he held his own in the Balkans. Those were always the two great objectives of Eastern Roman policy. He reformed the small coinage, a modest economic measure. He streamlined tax collection, and he left a huge surplus in the treasury. We're going to see that Justinian spent it all in a big hurry. But anyway, Anastasius left lots of money in the treasury. He couldn't get religious peace. This will be a constant theme in the eastern part of the Roman world from now really until Muslims conquered most of that world and rendered the religious divisions irrelevant. But in any case, for a long time, it's a serious problem. When Acacius became Patriarch of Constantinople in the year 472, he reigned as Patriarch until 489. When Acacius became Patriarch, he and Zeno wanted to try to find some way to reconcile the Monophysites. There are substantial numbers of Monophysites in Syria. There are substantial numbers of Monophysites in Egypt. They're in other places as well. Very important eastern areas of the empire. And they want to find, the government does, they want to find some way to reconcile them. Well, Acacius and Anastasius together issue a document called the Henoticon. Actually, Acacius and Zeno, and then Anastasius carries on with this policy, issue a document called the Henoticon, the Act of Union, all right? But all Chalcedonian Christians rejected it. They simply could not get Chalcedonian diophysite, divine and human natures, two natures in Christ. They couldn't get Chalcedonian Christians to go along with this. Now, Anastasius was a committed Monophysite. Zeno may very well have been much more kind of political. He may have just been looking for some way to kind of cut a deal. Anastasius is himself a committed Monophysite. So the system, the Acacian schism, as it's called, when basically the Church of Constantinople is cut off from many other of the churches around the Mediterranean world and from the church in Rome and the bishops of Rome, the popes, the Acacian system persisted right down to the death of Anastasius in 518. When Anastasius died, he was succeeded by a man named Justin I. Justin reigned only 9 years, 518 to 527. He seized the imperial office, actually, when Anastasius died. He was probably illiterate. He was married to a barbarian woman who had been a former slave. So this is not a character who comes from a very elegant, a very sophisticated, a very prominent background. He was a man who was conventionally pious. He condemned his predecessors for their monophysitism, for their tampering with the formulation of Chalcedon, and he wrote to the Bishop of Rome, he wrote to the Pope to bring an end to the Acacian schism. Now, Justin promoted a good many men who had languished under the previous regime. You may recall my mentioning that over the course of the 5th century, certain of the old social elites, the senatorial elite, etc., had actually begun becoming a little bit more prominent, a little bit more visible in the East Roman Empire than they had been in the 4th century. Well, to a sort of a rough soldier like Justin, these were not the kind of people he liked. So basically, he was promoting other people, people who had been somewhat more obscure and who had really languished under the previous regime. One of these was his nephew Justinian. Peter Sabbateus, as he was born, later styled Justinian, was born in the same Latin-speaking region of Illyricum as Justin himself. So they came from just over the edge into the Eastern Empire, but from a Latin-speaking area. You may recall way back when we talked about Stilicho hoping to use the Visigoths to sort of hive Illyricum off from the Eastern Empire to reattach it to the West. So there's a Latin-speaking area, and there were certain obvious connections. Be that as it may. In 527, Justin adopted Justinian and named him co-emperor. Now, already under Justin, so when Justin is ruling, Justinian wrote to the Pope about the Acacian schism that had just been ended. He built a church dedicated to Saints Peter and Paul. These are the two great patron saints of Rome. So for a ruler in the East to build a church dedicated to Peter and Paul is sending a very clear message to the Bishop of Rome. Justinian learned a lot of theology. He kind of imagined himself sort of a reasonable expert in the area of theology. He had served under Justin as magistri militum praesentalis. What this means basically is that there were masters of the soldiers out there in the provinces leading the field armies of the Roman Empire, but there was always an army present to the emperor. The emperor had an army nearby. So Justinian was the head of the forces that were stationed near the emperor. Now, that, of course, position gave him access to the court. If you were a general with a field army way out in heaven knows where, then you weren't in constant connections with the court. Justinian, you see, as the head of the praesental soldiers, did indeed have regular, indeed daily access to the court. In 521, as a way of kind of introducing himself into society, he put on spectacular games. 20 lions, 30 leopards. He spent 4,000 pounds of gold on his games. Let's put that in perspective. Remember, Constantine issues the gold solidus, stabilizes the currency in the Roman world, a currency of account. The solidus is struck at 72 to the pound. Justinian just spent 288,000 solidi putting on games to introduce himself into society. Let's remember that an ordinary Roman soldier, to be sure, he gets food and fodder rations, and that counts for something, but the salary of an ordinary Roman soldier, to take but one example, is about 5 or 6 solidi per year. Justinian just spent the annual income of tens of thousands of men simply to introduce himself to society. You can see where Anastasius's big surplus in the treasury is going. Now, Justinian himself, for all of that, was actually a rather modest man. and he was a very religious man. We know, for instance, that during Lent, he lived on water and wild herbs that had been pickled in salt and vinegar. So he wasn't profligate, he wasn't ostentatious for the most part in his life, and putting on those games was not simply a display of extravagance. It was a well-calculated display to earn him the support, the warmth, the good feelings of the population of Constantinople. Justinian married a woman of the name of Theodora. Now, she's a very colorful character in lots of ways, a former actress and prostitute. Given her earlier career, it was illegal for Justinian to marry her. Justin then passed a law that permitted the marriage. Justinian then went out and married Theodora, and she served as really one of his very most important advisors down until her death in the year 548. Now, Justinian's long reign was dominated by military affairs, by administrative reforms, and guess what? By religious controversies. And then there was a devastating plague and a big rebellion thrown in just for good measure. So obviously a long and very busy reign. So let's go through at least some of the highlights of this reign, this age of Justinian. Let's begin with military affairs. Now, we've encountered Justinian already in terms of some of his Western campaigns, and I think you'll be prepared to believe me when I say that the results of Justinian's military policies are decidedly mixed. In Persia, in the first place, for example, Shah Kavad had been ruling since about 488. He's now beginning to think about his succession. In 525, he had asked Justin and Justinian to adopt his son Khosrau. Remember my mentioning in an earlier lecture that sometimes the Roman authorities, the Roman emperors, would adopt as sons various rulers, leaders of other peoples, and so on. So, fairly traditional move at this particular moment. Justin and Justinian refused, in this case, and war began. Well, war in the East was very often a dangerous and expensive proposition for the Romans, and that's precisely the way this one turned out. By September of 532, the war ended on utterly unfavorable terms for Rome. Rome had to pay 11,000 pounds of gold, 11,000 pounds of gold to the Persians as a result of being defeated in this war. In Africa, North Africa, the war against the Vandals, the results were in some ways more positive. Okay? We've seen, for example, that Hilderic had been deposed by Gelimer in 532. It was thought that he was a little bit too pro-Roman, and that this had served as Justinian's pretext for invading Africa. Now, it's interesting that virtually all the key advisors at court urged against this war. Let's remember, the war in Persia had just gone very badly and very expensively. Justinian decided to go ahead nonetheless. In lots of ways, he was a very conservative, traditional Roman. In a sense, he wanted his Western Empire back. So this was part of his motivation. When he sent his great general Belisarius with 10,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, Gelimer, interestingly enough, was tied down by a revolt in Sardinia. The Vandals had conquered the islands in the Western Mediterranean. Gelimer was tied down by a revolt in Sardinia, which Justinian had very cleverly fomented as a distraction. Belisarius won a very quick and complete victory. We needn't pursue the details very far. In 534, legislation reintegrated Africa with the function of master of the soldiers and, in effect, praetorian prefect combined in one man. Now this, we're going to bump into another couple of examples of this as we go along here, and it points toward the future. You may recall, when we go back to the time of Diocletian and Constantine, one of the things that they had done was very sharply, clearly, carefully differentiated civil and military power. One of the things we're now going to see is a blending of civil and military power. We see this for the first time in Africa in the settlement after the defeat of the Vandals. Now, Justinian's war in Italy was in lots of ways a much more complicated matter. Okay, we've talked about this when we talked about the Ostrogothic kingdom and the end of the Ostrogothic kingdom. We saw how the murder of Amalasuntha by Theodahad had provided Justinian with a pretext for intervention. You'll notice that he also had looked for a pretext to intervene in North Africa. So the troops come. Belisarius, who had been victorious in North Africa, now launches his campaign in Italy. It seems really that over the next 20 years or so, while the Gothic War is being pursued by the authorities in Constantinople, it seems that neither Belisarius nor his successor as general leader of this war, a man by the name of Narses, ever quite had adequate resources, adequate manpower, adequate financing. Now, this may be, of course, partly a result of Justinian not being able to persuade everybody at court that they should commit resources. It may have been because of that enormous subsidy being paid to the Persians. It may have been because the African campaign, after all, had been expensive. There's a lot of things going on. In any case, Belisarius enjoyed some early successes in this war. For instance, in 536, he recaptured the city of Rome. For the first time since 476, the city of Rome was nominally under imperial authority. Well, Belisarius was then fairly shortly after this driven out of Rome. You may recall my mentioning on an earlier day that in an earlier lecture, that during the Gothic Wars, the aqueducts to Rome had been cut. Well, that was one of the ways, of course, of laying siege to Rome. You cut the aqueducts, and the people in the city don't have adequate water supply. Now, the war in Italy took shifting courses back and forth and back and forth. Justinian finally sent a second force under the general Narses. In 539, the Gothic king Witigis persuaded Khosrau, the Persian Shah, to open an eastern front in the war. The Persians sort of did their part, although they rarely needed much prompting to attack the Romans. They attacked in 540, they attacked in 542, they attacked in 544. So Justinian is trying to deal with Italy, plus now he's got problems in Persia, as well as, it turns out, an Arab revolt along his eastern frontier, and also a revolt in Armenia. So Justinian had got problems all over the place. He concluded a 5-year truce in the east. And in 540, he seems almost as a counsel of despair to have thought about partitioning Italy. What's interesting is that Belisarius was in Italy, and he absolutely refused. There were some at court who thought that actually Belisarius was getting too big for his britches, and that maybe he himself indeed actually wanted to kind of take over in the West. I don't think that's probably the case. It does seem that Theodora never really fully trusted Belisarius. Be that as it may, the plan to partition Italy between the Goths and the Romans came to nothing. The war followed a tangled course for 11 more years until Narses won a great victory at Bustagalorum in 551. By 554, a document called the Pragmatic Sanction put Italy basically under largely Greek speakers. A regime for the East was imposed on Italy, and largely military men. So once again, as had been the case in North Africa, so too now in Italy, a civil and military administration is blended. Fundamentally, however, the great fact to take away from the Gothic War is that the Italian peninsula was devastated. In lots of ways, the end of the ancient world in Italy doesn't trace to any of the issues we've talked about in our earlier lectures. It traces to these terribly devastating Gothic wars. Spain represented a momentary interlude, which is nevertheless interesting and revealing. Amidst factional squabbling in Spain, one group invited the Romans to intervene. In 552, Justinian sent an army which established a kind of a beachhead in the southeast along the Mediterranean coast of Spain. Now, the Romans couldn't advance inland, and the Visigothic factions actually used the Romans, the ones settled along the coast, as a kind of a tool in their quarrels for about a generation. I had mentioned this on an earlier day as one of the things that actually weakened the already somewhat fragile Visigothic monarchy. But in any case, what's interesting and revealing about it is you'll notice Justinian reconquers North Africa. Justinian launched what looked like being a reconquest of Italy. Justinian was indeed going about systematically, step by step, the process of trying to recapture Rome's lost western provinces. Now, all the while that he was engaged in widespread military activities, Justinian was engaged in reform activities of many kinds. In this, he sort of reminds us of Diocletian and Constantine. Battles all over the place, but also big governmental programs, big and ambitious governmental programs. Some of Justinian's opponents claimed that the reforms of, as he was called, the emperor who never sleeps, and this was not a compliment, were merely pretext to raise money for his ill-conceived military schemes. That's not an entirely unfair criticism of Justinian. He basically kept raising more money so that he could spend it on these various military campaigns. Early in his reign, Justinian streamlined the imperial administration, got rid of a certain number of officers, blended the competencies of certain branches of the government. He tried to curtail the sale of offices. He tried to get rid of that form of venality that had been an old and traditional part of the Roman way of doing things. In many areas, in many aspects, he was amalgamating in the central government, as indeed in the local governments in Africa or in Italy, he was amalgamating the civil and military administrations. Now here, indeed, and I've emphasized this already, but it bears emphasis, a sharp departure from the regime of Diocletian and Constantine. In 528, Justinian appointed a major commission to gather all of the previous legal collections, all of the novels. Now, novels aren't lovely books. The novel is born in the 17th century. Novels are novellae, new laws. So to collect all of the earlier legislation, all of the novels, all of the laws, in other words, issued between the compilation of Theodosius II in the 430s and Justinian's own day, and finally all of the jurisprudence of the Romans, all of the science of the law, the writing of the jurisconsults. In 529, in April of 529, the Codex Justinianus was issued. This was Justinian's compilation of Roman law that had basically the material that had been in the Theodosian Code, plus all of the new laws, plus all of it sort of revised and streamlined yet again. In December of 530, a council of 16, working under a man named Tribonian, one of the great legists in history, tackled, they said, 2,000 law books and 3 million lines of text. In 533, in December of 533, they issued the Digest. The point of the Digest is this is a book on the theory of Roman law. This is Roman jurisprudence. This is not the individual laws and enactments. This is the theory behind the law, the science of the law, jurisprudentia. A parallel commission, meanwhile, produced in November of 533 the Institutes. The Institutes were basically a rationalized, streamlined, abridged form of the Codex with a certain amount of jurisprudential material included that was for the purpose of teaching lawyers in law schools. So this was the great textbook for law. It basically changed the shape of legal education in the Roman Empire. Taken all together, then, this body of legal material is what we call the Corpus Juris Civilis, the body of civil law. It is, quite simply, the most influential law book issued in human history. Now, early in his reign, what is more, Justinian began legislating on religion and morality. He persecuted Manichaeans, for example. He persecuted Samaritans. He demanded that all pagans, so there were still pagans around, he demanded that all pagans present themselves for instruction in the Christian faith. He forbade the keeping of brothels. He limited the grounds for divorce in the Roman world. And he prosecuted homosexuals. Justinian was a man of very stern traditional Roman morality, and so he issues a whole variety of laws on various aspects of the moral dimensions of life. Justinian built or rebuilt 33 churches. Now, most spectacularly, of course, he built his great church of Hagia Sophia, Holy Wisdom, in Constantinople itself. Now, Hagia Sophia was built between 532 and 537 on plans drawn by Anthemius of Traul and Isidore of Miletus. What's interesting here is these were not two of the traditional architects of the city. These were two mathematicians. It's pretty clear that Justinian set out to get something different, something new. And indeed, the great church of Holy Wisdom has some things in common with churches that had been built before, but it's also rather different in certain respects. It's a centrally planned church. It's actually a church that looks like two great basilicas, two rectangular buildings laid down together as a Greek cross. The main floor of the church is 250 by 220 feet. It's huge in there. The main arches are 70 feet high. The dome stands 180 feet above the floor, and it appears to rest on 40 windows, so that in the brilliant morning or evening sunshine, when the light comes through the dome, the windows of the dome itself appears to be floating. It appears that nothing is holding it up. On entering the church for the first time, Justinian is reported to have said, "Solomon, I have outdone you." Justinian appointed more bishops than anyone before him had ever done, but he couldn't gain consensus. In the eastern half of his empire, in the eastern parts of his empire, There were effectively two churches, one Monophysite and one Melkite. That is to say, they followed the Malka, the ruler, the emperor. So the Melkite Church is the official name for the Chalcedonian Imperial Church in the East, as opposed to Monophysite, but there were also Nestorians round about in the East as well. In 543, 544, Justinian, on the advice of some of his advisors, condemned what were called the three chapters. Now, the three chapters were the writings of three relatively minor theologians who had been approved explicitly at Chalcedon, but were seen as particularly offensive by the Monophysites. Justinian's really trying to get a good bargain here. What he basically is sort of saying is, look, can't we condemn these three guys or some of their writings, and wouldn't the Chalcedonians accept that, and then the Monophysites would be happy? Well, the point is, of course, that the Chalcedonians were not going to accept this. This divided the Eastern churches even more, and it caused a schism with the West, not least because Pope Vigilius, Bishop of Rome at the time, first disagreed, then disagreed again. He went back and forth on the question of the three chapters and whether to accept them or not. If you know Dante's Inferno, this got Vigilius put in hell. In 553, he holds a great ecumenical council that both affirmed Chalcedon and condemned the three chapters. This council has always been controversial, but in any case, it did not achieve peace in the Roman world. Peace on these contentious religious issues was just always beyond the government's capacity to achieve. So, governmental reforms, religious issues, foreign policy, all the traditional fare of Roman history. Justinian also has a couple of really bad breaks in his reign, or at any rate two rather cataclysmic events. The first of these, the so-called Nika Revolt, and then the second, the Great Plague of 542. Now, Constantinople was a large city. It was a fractious city. It was a factious city. The factions in the city were, interestingly enough, divided along the lines of the cheering sections in the Hippodrome. The most prominent of these were called at the time the Blues and the Greens. There were also Whites and Reds, but we know a little bit less about them. People have tried for years to see, well, did the Blue faction and the Green faction, did they represent ideological points of view? Did they have particular social backgrounds or origins? Did they represent certain religious policies? It's been very difficult to identify this. What they clearly were is cheering sections. They were fans, if you will, for various of the horse racers in the Hippodrome. But they could be incredibly volatile. Now, in 523, the crowds in the Hippodrome demanded the release of some prisoners. The emperor would very often go to the Hippodrome to go to the races. And when he was there, sometimes the crowds would acclaim him and cheer and clap and all that sort of thing. And sometimes they would clamor and demand things of the emperor. Well, that's what happened on this particular occasion. When the government refused, the crowds rioted. Rampaging through the city, they shouted, "Nika, victory!" Hence the Nika Revolt. Churches and public buildings were burned down. Some people in the city threatened to elevate a rival emperor. Justinian, it's reported, actually contemplated abdication, but his resolve was steeled by his wife Theodora. She told him the purple makes a good winding sheet. Justinian finally sends troops under Belisarius into the Hippodrome, and there were thousands of casualties. This was a replay of something that Theodosius had done in Thessalonica a long time before. Now, the revolt had a variety of causes. Justinian and Theodora, for example, spent money on wars, and the populace wanted the money spent on them. Old elites were increasingly marginalized and angry. Now, that's a step that Justin had actually begun taking. It was undoing some of the things that had been going on in the 5th century. But in any case, those who were being marginalized and moved to the edge were a little angry. Many of the legal and administrative reforms were unpopular because, as I suggested a few minutes ago, they were basically viewed as contrivances to raise money to fight wars, which didn't always turn out very well. Now, Justinian survived the revolt, but he needed money to pay his Persian subsidy. He was in the middle of his legal reforms. He was about to launch his war in Africa. He was just shortly before he was going to launch his war in Italy. It's just before he was about to launch his war in Spain. It's remarkable that he survived and in certain respects thrived. In second place, then, the Great Plague. In 542, the Mediterranean world was devastated by a bubonic plague. The first major outbreak of plague in the Mediterranean world since the plague that had run through the Greek world, and indeed much of the wider world, during the time of the Peloponnesian Wars in the 5th century BC. Some of Justinian's military affairs, it appears, were dictated by a lack of men, by a lack of manpower. It's been estimated that the city of Constantinople may have lost some 230,000 people to this plague, almost 250,000 people. That's quite remarkable. The social, the economic, and the psychological shocks of this plague were devastating in the Roman world. So when we think of Justinian's reign, we think of all the things that he tried to do, of all this wide range of activities, then let's remember that he faces this plague with all of its devastating consequences. The last years of Justinian's reign were in a variety of ways quite inauspicious. Earthquakes, for example, shook Constantinople in 554 and in 557. The latter brought down Hagia Sophia's dome. It had to be rebuilt. There was a shortage of bread in the city, which prompted riots in 556. A drought in 562 caused yet more rioting. In 562, there was indeed even an attempt, a plot to murder Justinian. In the last few years, maybe even as much as the last decade, the legislation, the reform, the military activity that had marked this energetic reign in earlier years had come virtually to a standstill. Justinian, moreover, had made no provisions for the succession, and he had no male heir himself. In such circumstances, given all of these problems, given all of these difficulties, and given, as we saw in the previous lecture, the end of the Western Empire, the Eastern Empire, too, might very well have collapsed. But instead, in interesting ways, it drew strength from Justinian's reforms, it persevered, and over the course of the 7th and into the early 8th century, as we'll see in a future lecture, it reinvented itself as an empire that we will call Byzantine. Well, hello once again, and welcome back to this series of lectures on late antiquity. Today, lecture on this session, lecture 17, the Christianization of the Roman world. Now, in my first couple of lectures, I drew your attention to the work of the very famous English historian Edward Gibbon. We talked about his view that the Roman Empire had internal problems, which he labeled immoderate greatness. We spent a good deal of time talking then about the Roman Empire and all of its successes and all of its failures. We saw also that Gibbon said that the Roman world succumbed to external influences, barbarism and religion. We've spent a lot of time in our last sequence of lectures talking about barbarism, the barbarian peoples, the settlement of the barbarian kingdoms. Now we come, in this lecture and in several to follow, to religion, in particular to Christianity. I think it's safe to say that the most remarkable development during Roman imperial times, during this late antique world that we're studying, was the triumph of Christianity. This is simply not a phenomenon that one might have predicted. I've often said if you placed yourself at a certain moment historically and kind of bet on what was going to come next, it would have been very difficult before the 4th century to bet very much confidently on Christianity. So what we want to do really in this lecture is lay some foundations for exactly how it was and why it was that Christianity proved in the end so very successful in the Roman world. Now we're going to pursue some very basic themes. Christianity had some real and serious competitors. This is important. Christianity had to forge for itself a very distinctive identity, and it had to forge effective institutions. Christianity produced a culture that was in many ways the defining feature of late antiquity. That culture bore important relations with the classical culture that preceded it and that was its contemporary, and it was also different in various respects. That issue will concern us only a little in this lecture, but we'll come to it in considerable detail in later ones. Now, I've used the term Christianization. Christianization is a kind of a scholarly coinage, and it's meant to serve a certain purpose, to do a certain amount of work. When we talk about religious change, when we talk about the religious interests, allegiances of people, we can talk about adhesion. That is to say, a person joins a group. Now, that group could be religious, as for us it will be here, but it could be political, it could be social, it could be a group of many different kinds. One joins a group, but it's very difficult then to capture any sense of people's actual commitments. Now, at the other end of a spectrum is what we might call conversion. Now, that's really the important subject. That's the one we'd really love to know more about. Alas, conversion is a matter of heart and soul. It is something that is largely beyond the reach of the historian. So when we speak of Christianization, we're talking about processes that are at once political and institutional and spiritual and social, perhaps even in certain respects economic. We're talking about the change of the underlying characteristics, foundations, qualities, whatever you will, of a world. So we're going to talk about Christianization. We're going to see people adhere to Christianity. We're going to see people convert to Christianity. But we're thinking more generally about the change of a world. All right, so let's go back and pursue those themes I enumerated just a second ago. Christianity emerged and spread in a world with old, deeply rooted religious traditions and practices. Christianity did not sort of come and write on a blank slate. That's important to bear in mind. What were some of these competitors that were sort of lively and flourishing in the 2nd, in the 3rd, in the 4th century when Christianity spreads and eventually triumphs in the ancient world? Mithraism in the first place. Now, Mithraism was an Iranian cult. It flourished in particular in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Archaeologists have discovered over 400 Mithraic cult centers scattered all over the ancient world, from Britain to Mesopotamia. What we see here are small autonomous groups. In other words, there was no Mithraic church. There wasn't an overall, an overarching institutional structure. Small autonomous groups of males, often soldiers, minor officials, freedmen, slaves. In other words, this does not appear to have been a phenomenon that was an elite one. Met in very small sites, these groups did, called Mithraeums, for a common meal. Common meals, a common feature of many religious experiences. There were, artistic depictions show us this, also literary descriptions, bull-killing rituals. The meaning exactly of these bull-killing rituals is not clear to us. It's possible that Mithraism and its bull-killing rituals were somehow related to widespread ancient cults that centered on the notion of a god who died and was reborn. Well, obviously there are certain parallels there with Christianity. In the second place, Gnosticism. Now, Gnosticism is a movement whose origins are very complicated and, among scholars today, very contested. There are lively discussions of Gnosticism, so I'm on a bit of a fool's errand to try to capture this very, very quickly and simply. In 1945-1946, at Nag Hammadi in Egypt, about 40 Gnostic treatises were found. Now, these revealed a religious worldview and a set of religious ideas that had been largely unknown up until that time, or had been known only from occasional antagonistic remarks by their critics. What did these texts talk about? Well, they talked about a creation of the world, the creation of the whole created order that was believed to be antagonistic to pure spirituality. So spirit and matter are set off sharply against one another. Everyone, it was believed, had a spark of pure spirit that could be liberated through gnosis. Now, gnosis is a Greek word that means knowledge. So a very particular kind of knowledge would liberate you from your attachment to the material world and free you for the spiritual world. Now, the Gnostics had a good deal to say about Christ. They claimed that he came from the supreme God. He came to bring gnosis. He came to bring this knowledge. As a divine being, the Gnostics argued, however, Christ never assumed a real human body. He didn't die. This being Christ temporarily inhabited the body of the human Jesus. Now, Christian writers tended to treat Gnosticism as either a heresy, a corrupted form of Christianity, or else they treated it as a form of paganism. On the whole, Christian writers were brutal in their critique of Gnosticism. In the third place, Manichaeanism. Now, Manichaeanism was widespread and prominent. It may be regarded as a very highly developed form of Gnosticism, or it may be regarded as a religious phenomenon that, broadly speaking, is rooted in many ancient practices of different kinds. Compared to Mithraism, Manichaeanism, however, was a more elite phenomenon, or let me say simply that it attracted members of the elite as well. It had a much broader social purchase on the late antique world. Mani, who lived from about 216 to 276, had visions. These visions convinced him that he was the paraclete promised by Jesus, the healer, the comforter promised by Jesus. Now, Mani was harassed by the Persians. The official religion of Persia was Zoroastrianism. So Mani fled to India, but then he came back, middle of the 3rd century, to the court of Shapur I. We've encountered him as beginning the Persian attacks on the Roman Empire during the crisis of the 3rd century. So Shapur favored Mani, and Mani had an opportunity to teach and to spread his teachings. Mani's association with the Persian court, by the way, helps us to explain why Diocletian persecuted the Manichaeans so brutally. He really saw these guys as a kind of a fifth column and therefore dangerous to the Roman world. The basic teachings of the Manichaeans held that there had been a pre-cosmic, a prior to creation invasion of the realm of light by the forces of darkness. Now, this sounds a little like Star Wars. We can see where some of those ideas came from. So the realm of light was attacked by the forces, invaded by the forces of darkness, which produced a mingling of good and evil. This is the created world we see around us. Now, there were people called the elect, who denied all occupations, who denied all possessions, who denied as far as possible all human associations, so that they wouldn't embrace materiality, and thus evil or darkness. They were somehow trying to live in the light, in the world of pure spirit. There were also hearers. Now, these were, in a sense, neophyte Manichaeans who hoped one day to be reborn as members of the elect. So Manichaeanism also held, as some other ancient cults had, for a continual transmigration of souls. And the idea was that a soul would pass from person to person to person over a period of time, eventually culminating in the salvation of the last person to receive it. Now, despite fierce Roman persecution, Manichaeanism was only finally rooted out, actually, by Islam. So it had a very long history in the ancient world. Judaism, finally, was the primal competitor of Christianity. Perhaps 10% of the empire's population in Christ's time, for example, were Jews. And the Jews were then, we know, actively proselytizing. They were seeking converts. The Romans had generally been tolerant of Judaism, although, curiously, somewhat less so after 313. Constantine makes all religions legal, but Judaism actually then began to suffer certain disabilities under the Roman system. Now, the Jews had been accorded political security, despite the fact that they had rebelled against the Romans in 66, in 115, and in 132. So they rebelled 3 times, but generally they were accorded political security and given some religious privileges by the Romans. They could practice their own faith more or less undisturbed. In 212, the decree of the Emperor Caracalla gave Jews citizenship, as indeed all other people inside the Roman Empire. So if Jews were not particularly well-liked or popular, they weren't harassed by the Roman government. From about the 330s, however, Jews began to experience certain legal restrictions. For instance, they were forbidden to prevent pagans from converting to Christianity. They couldn't own Christian slaves. They couldn't serve as officers in the Roman cohorts. They could not hold honorific offices under the Roman government, high offices that bore particularly elevated titles. The Jews for a while had a kind of an autonomous patriarchate under a leader called a Nazi. This was suppressed in 425. In other words, kind of Jewish religious independence or autonomy was taken away from them. Roman law permitted Jews to exist as long as they respected Christians. Justinian intervened in the affairs of the Jews in a particularly interesting way. He insisted that they use the Septuagint, that is to say, the Greek version of their own scriptures, of what Christians would call the Old Testament. His idea was if they read these works in Greek, it might lead them to convert to Christianity. Now, Christian attitudes, generally speaking, derive from St. Paul. And St. Paul had, generally speaking, taught that Christianity and Judaism could not coexist, that these were 2 different things and that they were inevitably opposed to one another. Still, the question arose. It arose acutely for early Christian writers and for others in the ancient world, and we'll see more about this. We'll say more about this in a few minutes. Was Christianity the fulfillment of Judaism, or was it its total rejection? Prominent Christian writers, for example, issued blistering condemnations of the Jews. St. Augustine, perhaps the greatest of all the church fathers, had said that Jews existed only to remind Christians of their error. Well, that's a pretty remarkable way to think about Jews and Judaism. Finally, Pope Gregory I, he was Pope from 590 to 604, so we're at the end of the 6th century. Pope Gregory I said there was to be no coercion of the Jews and no injustices against them. They were to be left as a kind of an eternal reminder of of God's favoring of the Christians, and eventually, at the end of time, they would all be converted. It's interesting, too, to think about how Christians appropriated the Hebrew Scriptures. What Christians did is read them typologically. Now, what that means, quite simply, is that instead of reading the Hebrew Scriptures, what Christians would call the Old Testament, instead of reading these stories as having validity in their own right, as relating to the experience of a particular people, as communicating divine truths, the Christians read the Old Testament as types of the New. In other words, everything in the Old Testament had validity to the extent that, and only to the extent that, it prophesied, it predicted something that was going to happen in the New Testament. So Hebrew Scriptures were appropriated by Christians. All right, so Christianity's competitors. Now, thinking a little bit less about formal religious groups and about religion more generally, we can say that Christianity arose in a world with old, deep pagan traditions. These can be captured with the Greek phrase ta patria. Now that means paternal things, paternal stuff. It means your inheritance. It means the culture into which you were born, the culture of which you were a part, even if you're a part of it more or less unconsciously. We might think of, for example, all of the civic cults that existed in every city, all of the rituals that people would have experienced in the cities where they live. We might think of the ordinary events of life that were attended by various kinds of religious rites. I have in mind birth, death, marriage, war, peace, planting, harvesting. All of these kinds of events and experiences were attended by various religious rituals. Civil celebrations and the official calendars of the Roman world, of the empire, of the city of Rome, of the great cities around the empire, were infused with religious ideas. So it becomes clear, I think, that conversion or Christianization or adhesion, whichever way we choose to view it at the moment, involved much more than a change of intellectual allegiance. There was a lot more involved here than simply saying, well, I used to believe this and now I'm going to believe that. I used to know this, now I'm going to know that. There was a great deal more involved that sort of reached all the way across the spectrum of human activity. Now, as Christianity began to rise, began to spread, began to grow, began to flourish in the Roman world, various pagan writers noticed it and issued, on certain occasions, rather sharp critiques. For example, Pliny, a man who lived between about 61 and 112, he dismissed Christianity as a superstitious novelty. Now, superstition, as the Romans used that term, is kind of interesting. I mean, one would say, gosh, why would people call Christians superstitious? Well, superstition was all of that kind of religion that was not the official religion of the Romans. So in other words, if you adhered to the formal pagan cults of the ancient world, that was fine. If you adhered to something else, it was a superstition, and Pliny thought this was a novel one. Well, on strictly chronological, historical grounds, he was rather correct with his notion that it was novel. Medical and scientific writers dismissed as absurd the Christian, but also the Jewish idea of creation ex nihilo, creation out of nothing. Pagan cosmology held that what the gods did is give form and order to the chaos. So there was kind of primeval stuff out there, and the gods organized it and made sense of it. Christianity said there had been nothing. Judaism had said it too. There had been nothing, and God made something. Pagan writers said, no, that's impossible. Scientifically, that can't happen. There's a writer named Celsus who wrote in the last years of the 2nd century, perhaps let's say about 175. He was Christianity's most sharp and serious critic. He said, for example, that the idea of the incarnation was scandalous and shameful, that the resurrection of the dead was physically impossible, that the claim for one God was extravagant. It's interesting, we might think polytheism is extravagant. He says, no, the claim that there is only one God is extravagant. He also said that a common criminal who had lived recently couldn't possibly be a god and didn't deserve the devotion of his followers. Now, what's interesting is that Celsus was not simply retailing canards. He had obviously taken the time to learn and the trouble to learn a good deal about Christianity. For example, he at one point penned a mocking refutation, which, even in its ugliness, shows us that he had learned a lot. He said, everywhere in their writings they speak of the tree of life and of the resurrection of the flesh by that tree. I imagine because their master was nailed to a cross and was a carpenter by trade. So that if he had been thrown off a cliff, or pushed into a pit, or suffocated by strangling, or if he had been a cobbler, or a stonemason, or a blacksmith, there would have been a cliff of life, or a pit of resurrection, or a rope of immortality, or a blessed stone, or a holy hide of leather. Would not an old woman who sings such a story to lull a little child to sleep have been ashamed to whisper such tales as these? Now, that's fairly brutal criticism, but you can see that Celsus had actually taken on board a good deal of what the Christians taught. Now, amidst their critics and competitors, Christian writers began slowly but surely to forge an identity for themselves, for Christians. In the 2nd century, the apologists stepped to the fore. Now, apologia in Greek or in Latin does not mean, whoops, I'm sorry. It is not an apology in that sense. It is a principled, articulate defense of a proposition. So in this case, of course, the proposition being defended is Christianity. The first of these figures is a man by the name of Justin Martyr, born about 100, died about 165. He wrote several apologetic treatises. For instance, in his dialogue with Trypho the Jew, he attempted to differentiate between Christianity and Judaism. For many in the Roman world, Christians appeared simply to be a renegade sect of Jews. So what Justin tried to do is to demonstrate very clearly, very carefully, how Christians and Jews were different. In 2 further apologies, he argued that Christian doctrines, Christian teachings, were compatible with Greek thought. He said that in many ways, these ways of thinking, these ways of expressing themselves overlapped. He taught, interestingly enough, what was fairly widespread, really, eventually among Christian writers, the theft theory. Everything had been revealed by God in the first place, and whatever the Egyptians or the Greeks or whom you please knew, they had stolen, first from the Jews and subsequently from the Christians. So in other words, all knowledge had its origin in God in the first place. Now, there was a writer named Tertullian in North Africa. He was born about 160, lived until about 225. He was the first Latin apologist. Justin Martyr had written in Greek. Tertullian had a very acid pen, a bit like Celsus in that way. On one occasion, said this, "What," he asked, "is there in common between a philosopher and a Christian? What between the disciple of Greece and of heaven, the friend and the enemy of error, the academy with the church? After Jesus, we have no scope for further curiosity. After the gospel, no need for further research." Case closed from his point of view. You don't have to explore all of these connections between Christianity and classical culture. Elsewhere, seeing no need for rational defenses of Christianity, and this, of course, again, was a response to people like Celsus, to others who'd said Christianity is absurd, he said this. He said, "The Son of God is crucified. I'm not ashamed because it's shameful. The Son of God has died. It's credible because it's absurd. The Son of God was buried and rose again. It is certain because it's impossible." Very interesting way of responding to critics, don't you think? Now, many other writers could be cited here, but they have certain basic things in common. We could go down a fairly long list of these apologists. Some were obviously concerned, as I mentioned, to differentiate between Christianity and Judaism. Some wished to emphasize similarities between Christianity and classical culture, while others rejected those similarities, asserting instead that Christianity was unique, definitive, and final. It had superseded all that had come before. Christians were also concerned to put their own teachings on an authoritative basis. How did Christians know what they knew? How did they believe what they believed? Christians, of course, began to find that they had rivals inside the Christian movement. Gradually, of course, some labeled others as heretics. But how? What was to be the standard? What was to be the criterion for the criteria for asserting that one group of people believed rightly and another did not? One of the first crucial steps taken in the way of addressing that question was to try to set down a definitive canon of Scripture. those books which would be accepted, those Christian writings that would be accepted as authoritative. The first person to take a really serious step in this direction is a man by the name of Irenaeus of Lyon. He's born about 130, he died about 200. He wrote Against Heresies, a book against heresies, and he based himself on two foundations. He, for the first time, appealed to a definitive canon. That's a word that means something like a reed, something that is straight up and down, something that is erect, something that is correct, you see? He appealed to a definitive canon of Scripture, the first one to do so. Now, the problem was acute. Not to pursue it too far, we could say, do you accept, if you're a Christian, do you accept or reject the Hebrew Scriptures? Do you keep or reject what Christians came eventually to call the Old Testament? Now, the Old Testament, of course, circulated, or the documents that would come to be called the Old Testament, circulated in a couple of different versions. One was a Greek text, the Septuagint translation, in legend, translated in 70 days by 70 translators at Alexandria. So there was a Greek version of the Old Testament, and then, of course, there was the original Hebrew version. So do you use the Greek or do you use the Hebrew? I mentioned a little while ago that Justinian had tried to impose on the Jews the reading of the Septuagint because he thought that if they read their own scriptures in Greek, it might draw them to Christianity. Then, of course, where the New Testament is concerned, what came to be called the New Testament, which books should be regarded as authoritative? We had, for example, the problem posed by those Gnostic texts I mentioned a moment ago. There was an enormous amount of literature, of Christian literature, of seemingly, of possibly, of potentially Christian literature circulating in the ancient world. What would be accepted? What would be rejected? What would be kept? What would be set on one side? Well, it eventually took, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in some later lectures, it eventually took until well into the 4th and 5th century for the canon of Scripture of the Old Testament and the New to be fixed more or less definitively. And that's an interesting process, and it's an interesting story, and we will return to it. For now, I simply wish to flag that Irenaeus of Lyon was the first to acknowledge, to recognize, to see this is a problem, and this is a problem we got to do something about. And so he, for the first time, draws a list of those books, those texts, which were to be regarded as authoritative. Interestingly enough, his list conforms very closely to the list that eventually became definitive. Now, Irenaeus did something else too. If on the one hand, we have a problem of saying, what are the authoritative documents from which our teaching derives? Not to say, and boy, we'll have plenty of opportunity to talk about this in later lectures, not to say that once we've fixed a list of books, we're all going to agree on exactly what they say and what they mean. But in the first place, Irenaeus says, we got to get a list of books. In the second place, he thinks hard about the question of who decides, who makes decisions, who has authority, who has power, who has influence in this growing Christian community. So in a way, his adumbration of a fully developed and articulated church is part and parcel of this little bit earlier effort to identify a distinctive Christian identity by way of saying, these are our books and this is what we believe. Now, in his texts, he referred to monarchical bishops, hoi monarchikoi episkopoi, and he identified bishops with their communities. What's he up to here? The New Testament had referred to bishops, priests, and deacons. Episkopoi, presbyteroi, diakonoi. As Christianity grew in the Roman world, initially in cities and then only very, very slowly over time in the countryside, and these are themes and issues that we'll talk about in some later lectures as well, the emerging church took on the administrative geography of the Roman Empire. You may recall my mentioning, for example, on an earlier day when we were talking about Diocletian's reform and his grouping of provinces into dioceses. Well, eventually, of course, Christianity adopts diocese as one of its organizational terms. The Roman Empire was focused on cities. The cities were kind of the institutional nodes in a vast network. That was how Rome governed its empire. It governed through cities. Christianity spread through cities. I mean, here were relatively compact populations to whom one could preach, to whom one could teach, whom one could gather into the fold rather efficiently, all right? Now, I've emphasized a number of times that maybe 10% at a wildly liberal estimate, maybe 15% of the population of the ancient world was urban. So the overwhelming majority of people are out in the countryside. But Christianity really takes its rise and begins to spread in cities. It appears that the senior priest, and presbyteros in Greek eventually passes through French into English as priest. So that's where the word comes from. Presbyteros in Greek really means elder, or it can even mean ambassador. It can mean a bearer of wise information, okay? The senior priest, apparently the eldest, in a given town was viewed as the overseer. That's the literal meaning of bishop. Episkopos in Greek, one who scopes on. Episkopos, literally to scope on, to oversee. Now, Roman provinces were organized under capital cities. That's where the provincial governors were. Those were the metropolitan cities of the provinces. They were the mother cities, the mother polis of provinces. So the capital cities of the Roman provinces began to have what was called a metropolitan bishop. Now that phrase will seem a little odd to us nowadays. We're more accustomed to the medieval and modern archbishop, archiepiskopos, the ruling bishop, but in antiquity, the metropolitan bishop. So my point is, we can simply observe the emerging Christian church taking on the administrative geography of the Roman world and organizing itself to do its work. Those key officials, of course, the bishops, are going to become the great figures of late antiquity, intellectually, institutionally, socially, politically, and in a wide variety of other ways too. But that we'll talk about in more detail in some of our later lectures. It was a writer by the name of Cyprian of Carthage, who died in about 258, who was the first to articulate the idea that bishops descended from the apostles, that Christ had given his mandate to teach to the apostles, and those who succeeded to the apostles retained, inherited this mandate to teach. There was the question. Who has authority? Who is to teach? Who is to preach? Who is to conserve the faith? The bishops. So by the late 3rd century, we can see a whole series of features of later and more visible Christianity already in place. Let's sum up by looking at it just a little bit differently. On the eve of the Constantinian Revolution, Christianity had two things that no pagan cult ever possessed. So thinking against Christianity's many competitors and rivals. There was an increasingly firm and recognized body of authoritative texts, and there was an increasingly sophisticated administrative system that gradually reached across the empire. Let's remember, when Constantine legalized Christianity, embraced the faith, turned to a council of bishops to resolve the heresy, and patronized the church, he gave powerful impetus to several strong currents that had been flowing now for 2 centuries, that were not invented in the early 4th. Well, hello and welcome yet again to this series of lectures on late antiquity. This time, lecture number 18 in the series, Christianity and the Roman State. Now, in the last lecture, we spoke in fairly broad terms about the Christianization of the Roman world, the spread of Christianity, the adoption by Christians of a distinctive kind of identity, the articulation by Christians of the basic books and writings on which they would base their teachings, the beginnings of the emergence of an official hierarchy of individuals, bishops in the first instance, who would be responsible for conserving and handing on, transmitting those teachings. Now, in some of our earlier lectures, when we were looking at the Roman Empire, we did meet various emperors who took various actions in respect of the emerging Christian church. So what we want to do now, actually, is kind of gather together these notions, these sort of disiecta membra, these sort of separated chunks that we've talked about before, and pull them together and talk about them in one place. And in a certain sense, we're also going to extend our conversation from the last lecture on the Christianization of the Roman world to see particularly what role, what place the Roman state played in this process of Christianizing the Roman world. So what we see is that our subjects are really all quite linked together, and there's something ever so slightly arbitrary about isolating one aspect or another aspect to talk about at a moment, but you can't say everything simultaneously. So we do have to bring a little bit of order to the sequence of discussions here. We stand before a quite remarkable historical irony. From the Roman point of view, minor Roman officials in an out-of-the-way province of the empire put a petty insurrectionist to death. A few centuries later, his followers triumphed in the Roman world. I've said on a number of occasions, this is not a movement on which you would have bet anything if you could go back to the middle years of the 1st century AD and look around. And yet, we know how it came out. Now, there's always the danger for historians of any time, any place, any subject, to fall into the trap of interpreting things as inevitable in light of what happened. In other words, historians have 20/20 hindsight. In other words, it's easy to predict the past. It's hard to predict the future. What we want to do here is try to run the tape forward. We know Christianity eventually triumphed in the Roman world. I've been trying to suggest in the last lecture, and will again in this one, and to some extent in the next couple after that, that the spread, the triumph, the success of Christianity in the Roman world was by no means a foregone conclusion. So what we want to do is see, how did this happen? Now, in order to launch our discussion this time of Christianity's relations with the Roman state, I want to look at two basic background issues. First of all, I'm going to look at the earliest encounter between Christians and Rome, and then we'll turn to some discussion of the broader context of the Roman Empire. Well, if we look for evidence of the very earliest contacts between Christianity and the Romans, or some sense that Christians or Romans were even aware of each other, we could turn, for example, to the passage in Matthew's Gospel. It's in chapter 22, where the Pharisees try to trick Jesus. And they come before him and they ask if it's all right to pay the tribute to Caesar. And Jesus said, "Hand me a coin." So they handed him a coin, and he said, "Whose picture is that?" Well, this incidentally tells us something about how utterly familiar Roman coinage is. It tells us something about how the Romans kind of got their image out, the emperor's image on coins. But it tells us also something about the utter familiarity of people in Palestine and Romans. These people lived cheek by jowl. They were aware of each other. So in other words, it is the utter familiarity of this story that makes it interesting. All right, so the Pharisees hand Jesus a coin. He said, "Whose picture is that?" They say, "Caesar's." And he said, "All right, render to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's." So apparently, you see, the point of this story is that Jesus thinks it's perfectly legitimate to pay the tribute to Caesar, but that there will also be ways in which God has claims upon people that are quite different from the claims that Caesar has. Now, if we move forward a little bit into the gospel accounts, to Jesus' appearance before Pontius Pilate, this tale is significant in a variety of ways. It is one of very few stories told in all four of the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. There's only a limited number of stories that appear in all four Gospels. Jesus' appearance before Pilate appears, albeit with some slight differences, but it appears in all four texts. Now, the encounter itself, the way it's described, what was said, the motivations of the various parties, are ambiguous in the extreme, and in lots of ways, actually, very hard to interpret. Now, we know, for instance, that the Gospels were written between about 60 or 65 AD, thereabouts, and about 100. So we can perhaps see that some adjusting of the story may have taken place. Not least, there appears to be, by the time we have the account of Jesus' appearance before Pilate, a subtle shifting of blame for Jesus' ultimate execution by the Roman authorities, a subtle shifting of the blame from the Romans to the Jews. It's pretty clear that whatever happened, it was in Pilate's authority to make it happen or not happen. There's no clear evidence in these stories that Pilate really saw Jesus as a threat. Indeed, he makes statements, I find no fault with this man. Do with him what you will. I mean, Pilate is in some ways sort of flummoxed by this situation. He doesn't really quite understand who this guy is or why he's there at all. All of the accounts agree that after the crucifixion, Jesus' key followers abandoned him and denied him. What we may have here is some confirmation that Pilate was basically right, that his instincts were right. In other words, this was not a major insurrectionist. This was not a big problem. There was here no threat to Rome. There was no threat to good order in the government. Pilate behaved, I think we can say, pretty much the way any sort of minor provincial bureaucrat would behave. What does that mean? He didn't want any trouble. He wants peace. He wants order. He wants harmony. Whatever pleases the largest number of people the most for the longest period of time, that's what you want. It's not a great matter of principle. That's my point. And it's hard to see then, in other words, that there was here a major encounter of some kind between emerging Christianity, or at any rate Christianity's leader, and the Roman state. Our next insights, not exactly chronologically, because in a sense we can kind of move back and forth across the course of the first century by when particular authors wrote and by the dates of the events about which they wrote. So we could order our discussion one way by authors, we could order it another way by date of events. I'm basically going to proceed by some authors here. The Roman historian Tacitus, you recall we talked about him in his Germania, his book about the Germans, but he also wrote two major historical works, the Histories and the Annals. In his Annals, in Book 8, Chapter 32, Tacitus himself lived from about 56 to about 118. He tells of a woman named Pomponia Graecina, a high-ranking woman who was accused before the authorities of foreign superstition. It has sometimes been thought, it has sometimes been assumed, that this foreign superstition was actually Christianity. That's not crystal clear, and Tacitus doesn't say so, but it is possible. It's interesting further that if the foreign superstition to which Pomponia Graecina felt some allegiance, or in which she had some interest, if this were actually Christianity, this would be the first time an elite Roman of any kind, let alone an elite Roman woman, had shown an interest in Christianity. Later on, various women are going to be very important in the spread of Christianity. We'll have something to say about them in some later lectures. You may recall in an earlier lecture we talked about the enormous influence of the women of the Theodosian house in the 5th century Roman East, but this is very early, mid-1st century, for a story like that to be told. In Book 15, Chapter 44, Tacitus reports about violence against the Christian community in the city of Rome in the time of the Emperor Nero. Well, later Christian writers all agreed that Nero was a great persecutor of Christians. Some of you may have seen the old famous movie Quo Vadis, for example, which is about the Neronian persecutions. Supposedly Nero put to death Peter and Paul, for example, in Rome. Well, another Roman writer, whose name was Suetonius lived from about 70 AD till about 130. He wrote the lives of the 12 Caesars. He began narrating biographies, basically, of the Caesars, beginning with Julius Caesar. So he wrote the lives of the first 12 Caesars. In his life of Claudius reigned from 41 to 54. Suetonius says that Rome's Jewish community was stirred up by a man named Chrestus. Now, Chrestus or Christos in Greek, simply means the anointed one. So, almost certainly, this is a story that has something to do with Jesus Christ. But it's interesting that either Suetonius didn't know very much about the situation or wasn't particularly interested in the details, but he says that a Christus stirred up Rome's Jewish community. Now, Christ, had never been in Rome. So it must have been followers of Christus, the teachings of Christus, something like this. We again don't know the details very fully. And this may also be the first faint hints of the kind of thing that I talked about in the last lecture, when among the early apologists there was felt a need to differentiate between Christianity and Judaism. Okay. In his Life of Nero, Nero reigned from 54 to 68, Suetonius says that punishments were inflicted on Christians for their novel superstitions. For their novel superstitions. All right, 2 points. One, this confirms what Tacitus had said, that the Christians suffered under Nero. Now, later Christian writers tell us the same thing, but here we have 2 Roman writers who independently tell us that Christians suffered under Nero. The second interesting point here is one that, again, loops back to a point that I made in the last lecture. Remember when we talked about Pliny and his comment that Christianity was a novel superstition? So here, almost contemporaneously, we have Suetonius telling us that Christianity is a novel superstition. So there's a perception that it's something relatively new and that it's outside the bounds, it's outside the norms of the traditional religious experiences of people in the Roman world. Later writers say, with considerable emphasis, that the Emperor Domitian, who reigned from 81 to 96, that the Emperor Domitian persecuted Christians ferociously. There's agreement among later Christian writers about that. Domitian was succeeded by Nerva and then by the Emperor Trajan. The Emperor Trajan sent someone he knew very well, a Roman blue blood, Pliny, very man I've referred to a couple of times here, sent Pliny out to govern in the province of Bithynia. Pliny wrote a substantial correspondence. His correspondence, a lot of it survives. It's an enormously valuable source full of all sorts of interesting information about the Roman world in his time. But the information that concerns us at the moment is that Pliny was encountering Christians. So we're at the very beginning of the 2nd century. Pliny was encountering Christians in some of the cities in the province over which he had responsibility, and he wasn't quite sure what to do with them. He didn't know, for instance, if being a Christian was against the law. He didn't know if, under certain circumstances, he should go out and round up Christians and prosecute them, or whether they should be more or less left in peace. Trajan wrote back a fairly moderate response. If Christians come to your attention, then you have to deal with them. If they don't come to your attention, leave them alone. But the key point here is that whatever we may make of the persecutions under Domitian, they had not evidently established a firm, definitive, clear Roman policy with respect to Christians or Christianity. Just a few years later, Trajan and Pliny are a little unsure. They're a little confused about exactly how they are to proceed. There is some sense that these Christians are sort of not the best sort of folk and that there may be problems here, but there was no hard and fast policy. Now, jumping over a whole series of other figures who could attract our attention but won't here, we come to the Christian historian Eusebius, really the founder of church history. Eusebius is born about 260, died in about 340. He knew Constantine. He wrote a biography of Constantine. He was, at certain points, a fairly influential advisor to Constantine. Between about 303 and 323, he wrote his History of the Church, the first history of Christianity. Now, among many themes, one of his themes is the role of bishops in towns, okay? But among the various themes on which Eusebius lays considerable stress, persecution ranks very high. He told of persecutions from the 1st century right down to his own day. Now, it was very clear that he tended to regard the Roman authorities as consistently hostile to Christianity, and that Christians had, in many different places, suffered, and sometimes suffered grievously, under the impact of Roman official hostility. Now, it's important here particularly to bear in mind that Eusebius would have had very much in mind the experience of the great persecution of Diocletian, which had happened actually, which had begun, which was initiated at just about the same time he began writing his history of the Christian church. The interesting thing that we can do with Eusebius's account is, in a way, read it against itself. If we actually go back through his account and we kind of line up his discussion of persecutions, one of the things we discover is that, once again, there was not a long-standing, consistent, coherent, uniformly applied Roman policy with respect to Christianity. Occasionally, yes, Christians were persecuted, but it tended to be local, it tended to be sporadic, And in many instances, we don't even actually know exactly why a persecution broke out in this town or in that town or in another town. Now, I don't want to leave the impression that the Roman state was benign with respect to Christianity. That is certainly not the case. But it is important to keep in mind that the Roman state did not uniformly, consistently persecute Christianity from the 1st century until Constantine made Christianity legal. So that's one broad set of background reflections. A dawning awareness on the part of the Romans and of the Christians that each exists and that there may be points of friction between them. A second sort of background issue that we might look at for a minute is to say, if Christianity had these kind of checkered and often poor relations with the Roman state down to the time of Constantine, were there any sort of broad background factors in the Roman world that might have contributed in some way to Christianity's spread and success? And can we attribute at all to the Romans some role in creating these background conditions? Not, mind you, that the Romans created these conditions to help Christianity spread. But is there anything about the way the Romans treated their world that was of some benefit or advantage to Christianity? I can think of several things. The Pax Romana, the Roman peace, this remarkably successful Roman imperial regime from the time of Augustus Caesar until the early years of the 3rd century, indeed until the inception of the 3rd century crisis, provided a remarkably large and stable framework. There was ordered peace across the Roman world. People, goods, ideas could travel very freely, very widely, very easily. That's one issue. Now, you can't quantify that issue. You can't weigh it up and say that's 22% of the reason why Christianity was successful. But there's clearly something there. Across this huge Roman Empire, there was a common primary language, Greek. Now, one might compare that, let's say, to the role of French in the 17th or in the 18th or 19th centuries, to the role of English in recent decades in the world. After all of our early Christian texts are written in Greek. Urban areas were numerous, were populous, and were relatively open. There were lots of cities, particularly in the eastern Mediterranean, and that's where Christianity arose. People, on the whole, in the ancient world, were tolerant of religious views. They were polytheists. They believed in many gods. They had, as I indicated in the previous lecture, a lot of different kinds of religious allegiances. So there was not a predisposition to be hostile to something new. Yes, it's true that some Roman writers flagged the novel superstition of the Christians, but on the whole, new ideas were not intrinsically a bad thing. This brings us then to the 4th century. And across the 4th century, official Roman policy shifted from persecution or prosecution. Christians felt persecuted. The Romans felt that in certain circumstances they prosecuted people who were breaking the law. So Roman policy shifted from that to acceptance and even to promotion of Christianity. This is really quite a remarkable change. Now, we've talked about Constantine and his important initiatives. I indicated when we talked about his making Christianity legal, his promotion of the Christian church, his benefactions to the Christian church, and eventually, of course, his own embrace of the Christian religion, that it's very difficult for us to go back and assign specific motives to Constantine. We know what he did, and what he did had immense consequences. That's clear. About this, there isn't any controversy. We also know, for instance, that the Arian Constantius II, Constantine's son, and then the neo-pagan Julian from 361 to 363, complicated matters for a time. But Constantius did not set Christianity off on what would be a definitively and permanently heretical path. Julian obviously did not eradicate Christianity. In some ways, actually, Julian's actions led more or less to the eradication of paganism. We saw that the pious and, to be sure, rather opinionated Theodosius instituted major changes in legislation between 378 and 380. He effectively made Christianity, you recall, in the form practiced by the Bishop of Rome, the state religion of the Roman Empire. Now, in thinking about what Theodosius did, or even thinking about the legislation of Constantine, it's important to keep in mind that religion was part of the public order in antiquity. It was not something that was banished to the private realm. It was very much a part of public life. It was part of people's interaction with the world around them. In this world also, the authority of emperors was imagined as all-encompassing. To be sure, Christianity's relations with the Roman state were going to bring forward, and we'll talk about this in this lecture, we'll talk about it in the next lecture, we'll encounter it again in some future lectures. Christianity's relation with the Roman state was going to bring forward some acute problems about where responsibility lay. What could emperors do? What could bishops do? But in general, what we can say is that emperors regarded their authority as comprehensive, and therefore their ability to rule on behalf of, in respect of, to the benefit of the church seemed to them perfectly natural. It's also interesting in this regard to say that barbarian kings inherited from their Roman predecessors the idea that the church was their special responsibility, that they should protect it, they should guide it, they should help it, they should benefit it in various ways. But there's an old motto in Roman law, protectio trahit subjectionem. Protection drags subjection in its wake. So protection, you see, can be a very positive and beneficial sort of thing. It can be a very negative or dangerous sort of thing. It's also important, finally, on this particular head to say that modern ideas of the separation of church and state would have made no sense whatsoever to people in late antiquity. They would have understood what a state was, but they wouldn't have understood what a church was as an independent, autonomous entity separate from a state, separate from the lives of public people living out their lives under particular institutional frameworks within given geographical areas, be that a city, a province, a diocese, a prefecture, or what have you. So we have to be very careful to avoid anachronism. We may look back at late antiquity and say, this is an outrageous violation of the boundary between church and state. No one then would have understood there to have been such a boundary. Okay. Looking back, I think we can say that there's no question that Christianity and the Roman state benefited from their association with each other. And Christianity certainly benefited the more. But drawing up a sort of a balance sheet is really a quite tricky matter. For instance, we might think of imperial benefactions such as church building. Constantine, for example, dedicating St. Peter's, St. Paul outside the walls, the Lateran Basilica in Rome. This all happens a century or more before, for instance, the bishops of Rome, the popes, to whom we'll turn in our next lecture, before they began building churches in Rome. So we may say, well, building lovely churches, that's not such a bad thing. When Constantine goes to Constantinople, he builds churches there. In an earlier lecture, we talked about Justinian, for example, in his magnificent church of Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. So we might look at this and say, well, building churches like this was a positive thing. Moreover, and we'll come to this in a little bit more detail in a later lecture, these churches were beautifully, beautifully decorated. So this provided employment for artists. It provided scope for magnificent Christian imagery. It gave a powerful spur, indeed, to the development of Christian art. Again, we'll talk about the Christian arts in some later lectures. But this enormous amount of patronage, simply of cash support, if you will, for the physical entities of the church. This is very much a positive. And no one had the kind of resources the imperial regime did. So, for drawing up a balance sheet, maybe we put a positive mark. Maybe we put a black mark. We put that in the column in the black. We might also think of beneficial legislation with respect to the clergy. The clergy, for example, were exempted from military service. Clergy were exempted from most taxes. We might think, gosh, I could go down a very long list, but Sundays were reserved from work. It was made a day of rest. And we might look at this and say, well, this is beneficial, this is advantageous, this is helpful, these are good things, and perhaps that's true. But is there not a danger that what is given can be taken away? That it is hard to draw a line and say, well, you may benefit us thus far, but not further. Beyond a certain point, we won't regard your benefactions as beneficial. Very hard to say. Now, I've given just a couple of examples here. The Theodosian Code, 438, issued by Theodosius II. We've talked about this on a couple of earlier occasions. The Theodosian Code contains hundreds of rulings on ecclesiastical matters. they're scattered in some ways throughout the code, but Book 16 is made up entirely of ecclesiastical legislation. It is pretty impressive and very much food for thought to look at the enormous array of areas in which the Roman state legislated for the church, on behalf of the church, with respect to the church. This is really quite a remarkable development and phenomenon, and clearly something that cannot have existed before Constantine. So, in about a century, an enormous amount of legislation was passed. Is that a plus or a minus? Well, I'll let you think about that. Bishops became key imperial advisors and confidants. Constantine had people like Hosius of Cordova and Eusebius around him. Over time, bishops became more and more and more important and prominent as advisors. But you remember we told the story about the encounters between Theodosius, himself a very pious and dedicated Catholic, but the encounters between Theodosius and Bishop Ambrose of Milan. Well, I dare say Theodosius may have had days when he wasn't entirely sure that his relations with Ambrose were an entirely good thing. There was something very costly, in terms of prestige, in terms of authority, in Theodosius' submitting to the strictures of the Bishop of Milan. So, the fact that the emperors drew the emerging Christian elite into their scheme of things, into their system, into their court, perhaps that's a positive. But there were going to be disagreements, and that was going to be more complex and difficult. Constantine was generally praised for calling the Council of Nicaea that condemned Arianism. But he had left the decision to the bishops themselves. He said it wasn't appropriate for him to sit with them in deciding these grave matters. He said on one occasion he was bishop for those outside the church. Well, he didn't mean for all the pagans and Manichaeans and so forth. He meant he was bishop for those who aren't members of the clergy. He wasn't actually a bishop, you see, and could not sit with the bishops in council. Press forward a century. Arianism had been the great problem at Nicaea. In Constantine's time, as we've seen, Monophysitism had become the great issue. Here we find a happy collaboration between Pulcheria, the sister and key advisor to Theodosius II, eventually the wife of Marcian, the Emperor Marcian, who succeeded to Theodosius. Pulcheria and Pope Leo I in Rome collaborated quite effectively to condemn Monophysitism. So here we see, again, an effective collaboration. But you may recall my discussing the last few lectures, the Emperor Anastasius, a convinced Monophysite, and the Emperor Justinian trying to find a compromise formula, and all of their efforts to try to find some formulation that would reconcile Chalcedonian with Monophysite, and actually to a much lesser degree with Nestorian Christians too, but the big issue here was really the Monophysites. So here, the churchmen who were Chalcedonian felt the heavy hand of imperial influence to be an utter intrusion. Those who were perhaps Monophysite felt, look, the emperor's coming in on our side and trying to help us out. So these were volatile, explosive issues. We know, too, that the church borrowed a lot directly and indirectly from Rome. I've emphasized in earlier lectures, and so won't repeat here in any detail, that the church simply borrowed the administrative geography and terminology of the Roman state. Is this a plus or a minus? Interesting, isn't it? Roman law profoundly influenced the church's emerging canon law. Indeed, there was a motto in the Middle Ages, Ecclesia vivit lege Romana, the church lives by Roman law. So a whole legal system was contributed to the church and shaped the jurisprudence of the church itself. Roman ideas of majesty and hierarchy, think of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, think of individuals appearing speaking before their people, wearing distinctive clothing, addressed by distinctive titles. All of this was taken over from the Roman hierarchy by the church and invested in particular in the person of the bishops, and never more so than in the bishops of Rome, to whom we shall turn in our next lecture.